All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. It is August 14th, 2024. It's late, I know. Big, busy day today, guys. But thank you guys for joining me tonight. Regardless, we're going to be looking into the University of Idaho situation, Brian Koberger, new docs possibly, and just having an open discussion about the Idaho situation at this point and juncture. So thank you guys for joining me tonight. I hope you guys have had an amazing day today, and let's see if we can close it off the right way by doing it together. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate you. So that being said, let's get this dang show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What up? What up? Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Great to see you all tonight. I hope you're all having an amazing day. And again, like I said, hopefully we can close it out the right way together right here at the cafe. Thank you for being here. Again, please, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button when you come through the door. It's right there to the right. Just a little hit, kick, lick, stick, whatever you got to do. Please make sure you do it. And please, if you will, share this out to anybody you believe would want to come on in here and sit down and have conversation with us about these topics that we talk about every day. Thank you. Come on in, grab a spot to sit. Toilet, stump, chair, garbage can, whatever. You can sit on the floor if you want to. I don't care. There's plenty of room. Just come on in here. Go grab some people. Bring them in here with you if you will, too. Come on. Thank you. Thank you, Doodle. I want to thank my blue crew for joining me tonight. Because as always, I could not, would not, nor should not ever try to do this without them because they make this happen for me. I appreciate that, as well as my producers. Thank you for joining me in here tonight. Thank you. Great to see y'all here. Come along. Speaking of, I hope you all had the best day possible. Come on in. Let's see here. Let's see who we got joining us today. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. Looks like we got Miss Cynthia. Hello, 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 and welcome back to you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Truth Seekers in the house as well. Of course, my Doodlebug. Great to see you, Doodle. Thank you for being here tonight. Again, along with the rest of the Blue crew. Murder Candy, welcome to you, Miss Avery. Great to see you tonight. In Stitch is in the house. Good to see you. Flickery Foot, welcome back to you from over the pond. I believe. I think I thought you said that. If I'm wrong, my apologies. Mr. Brian, Brian's Ramblings in the house. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us tonight. Let me see here. Madam Mom Christie's in the house. Hello, and thank you for that. I will fix it. I'm not the greatest. When I'm in a hurry, I type, I miss things. So it is what it is. Butterfly 71, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Miss Debbie Clark, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us tonight. Andy Rose, hello, my dear. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Miss Wisdom Speaks, the lovely Miss Sherry. Thank you for being here. We do appreciate you. Hello and goodbye, Cassie. Thank you for stopping by, I guess. SRB, same to you. Hello and good night. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry it's late, guys. I just had a long day's worth of stuff. My apologies. Did the best I could. Let's see. Brady B, the OG in the house. Thank you for joining us, Miss Brady. I appreciate you giving us your time. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Ruby Slippers, hello and welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Tina B, it's been a minute. Great to see you. Great to have you back in here. Thank you. Thank you. Drown out the drama. Hello to you. Welcome. Drama Destroyer again. Hello and welcome. Dixie Marie, wait, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Susbusters, hey, hey. Welcome back. Ruby Slippers, great to see you. DKM in the house. Welcome back to you. Michelle Weddle, hello, hello. Weddle. Every time I do that, I feel like I have a thing. It's just a whittle weddle. Hello, hello. Come on. Again, guys, please make sure to hit that like button as you're coming through that door. It really means a lot to get this up in that algorithm so the whole world can see it and we make them happy. That makes me happy. That's what matters. Let's do it, guys. And please make sure if you can, after the show or if you can during, go into the comments and leave a comment, please. I come to find out that's a big deal with YouTube. And it definitely helps the channel. So if you guys could please just take a moment of your time after you see the show, leave your thoughts. Don't worry, you're not going to hurt my feelings by any means. Believe me, I've heard it all. Leave a little comment. If you liked it, loved it, hated it, want to blow it up, whatever you want to do, let me know. Please, please, please. Let's see. Whispers in the Shadows is in the house. Welcome. Thank you. Great to have you here tonight. Oh my goodness gracious almighty. Miss Debbie Clark dropping a super sticker. $10. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It's a little, looks like a little fox dancing around. That's cute. Very cute. Thank you, Miss Debbie. We appreciate you so very much. God bless. Miss Kimber's in the house. Hello, Miss Kimber. Thank you for joining us tonight. Hope you're having a wonderful day and night. It is great to have you here. We got 41 amazing people in the house tonight with 37 likes, guys. Let's try to get that up if we can. Please, please, and thank you, please. No. What's the matter here? Making sure. The Kimber puts in the house. Andy Squatch and Kimber put both in the same room. Hey, hey. No, it's okay, Madam. I appreciate it. Miss Paula, I was getting ready to say, where's she at? Get out of my head, Miss Paula. I see you guys. You're okay. I need somebody to watch my my back. Grammar's important because she's right. Trolls are trolls, or trolls are trolls. Come on in, guys. Please, please. I missed you guys. Miss Paula Lala. Hope you had a great day today, Miss Paula. Thank you for being here. 43 peeps, 37 likes. We're almost there. Almost halfway. Come on down, everybody. Again, guys, we're having an Truth Leader said, hate everyone. Hi, everyone. I get it's okay. I do that kind of thing all the time. Truth. It's honest. It's funny. Honestly, funny. Again, thank you guys so much for everything. My mods, you guys are amazing. Thank you for what you do. That's right. Pretend like you like me just for a little bit. Smash, lick, push, boop, bop, bang, bang, kick, whatever you got to do. Just hit that like button, guys, and share this out somewhere, please, if you will. Absolutely no worries, Mighty Mom. I appreciate it. I do. Anything to help, it helps. I promise you. It makes me notice. Mocha's in the house. Welcome back, Mocha. Good to see ya here. Come on down, guys. And also, everyone, please make sure that, thank you so very much, Miss Sherry. Please make sure that you guys have your a little dollar sign in the chat down there. Make sure you have your gifting open so that you can receive. What was I going to say? Gifts, memberships go out. You never know when you're going to get one. So please make sure that that's open and available for you to receive that membership when it does hit, if it hits. Please and thank you again. I do appreciate that so very much. Right, all right, all right. Don't come for me. I will not. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. Come on down. Come on down. Everybody, cross your fingers that I am available or able to get the time together to do this. I'm trying to turn this all around here. You guys are going to have a different view too when I do that, but still, I'd like to get it worked out so I have the time to do that and get it done. Whispers in the shadows. Somebody got their shirt. And again, I see, again, guys, we got some really cool merchandise. Doodlebug's been putting it together like you wouldn't believe. Try to make sure that you get in there and check that out via that link right there and grab something you like. There's quite a bit of stuff in there. We got different new shirts coming that are being made daily at this point. So please, 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 if you will. Please. Thank you, Doodle. Did I just see? Nope, nothing. I guess not. Maybe not. Miss Andy even ordered a Paranormal Friday one. That's so awesome. Should be there on her birthday. It'll be a nice birthday gift for you, won't it? Mr. Brian. Thank you, Brian guy. $1 super chat. That's so very awesome and appreciated, Brian. We love you and appreciate you so much. God bless. That's right. She even made a shirt for the unfriendly people. We need some troll shirts. Troll shirts. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Miss JCN, welcome to the show. It's great to have you here tonight, Miss JC. Hope you're having a wonderful night. And I appreciate you. Well, we got to include the trolls. They definitely help. They give us views. You know, that's important. We got to show the appreciation for that. Think about it, you know. We got to show it. We do need one of them. Seriously, Paula, that's a great day. We do need, or a great idea. We need a shirt that says Walt Harris. Walt Harris here. I can't even talk today. Or Walt, however he spelled it, WLAT. Walat. But it is Walt. We know that. That would be, I would love to wear that shirt. Seriously. That's a hell of an idea. It's hilarious too. I love it. I guarantee you that if you wait a minute, Doodle's gonna message me and say, hey, check Discord or check your email or whatever. It might be funny. Mr. Philip Hughes, my brother. Good to see you tonight. It is great to have you here. And I appreciate you joining us, sir. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And it's been a minute. And I hope you're doing well. Good gracious almighty. Hiding in plain sight. It's Avery. This is my channel. Video starts. Awesome. $10 super chat. I appreciate that. We will have to start showing that link there, Miss Avery. And thank you for that. What's going on, Brian? That is what we are. Tomboy's in the house. Hello. Again, guys, please make sure you're sharing this out if you can. Pretty please and thank you. Pretty please and thank you. Real quick here, guys. I'm trying to show you something, and then we'll get rolling. Just trying to wait just a few minutes to see if we get anybody else tonight. Oh, Lord. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Looks like we got, holy heck, a bunch of people are sending orders out. Wow. Awesome stuff, guys. That is awesome. Awesome. Oh, wow. That's cute. So this is the new shirt we got. Doodle just put up. I didn't even know about this one until right now. Unfriendly, don't approach. There's a picture of a dog, and there's our little symbol. That's cute. Interesting. And of course, you can change colors, guys. How about that? We even got purple. Look at the purple one. I like the purple one. Or the baby blue. That's it. That actually looks good like that. Or of course the yeah. Great stuff. Thank you, Doodle. I did not even know that was in there. See? She does this stuff regularly, guys, and I don't know nothing half the time. She just gets busy and does her thing. And of course, the one. I wanted this one put together. I love this one. I do. The pretend you like me and hit that like. Subscribe now. Pretty cool, ain't it? I like it a lot. That's new as well. Let me see. Let's see. This is one of my faves right now. Another one Doodle put together. There is no excuse for child abuse. And on that list says bring them home. That's an awesome one. I love it. Purple is your favorite color. That's awesome. Telling you guys. Great stuff. Great stuff, Doodle. You're doing a great job. And I do love it. Now, this is the other one we came up with the other night, and I love this too. Stupidity is not a defense. Tell me that ain't cool. I love it. Love it. K-Dips, what's happening? Welcome. Stupidity is not a defense. I love that one. And these are good shirts, you guys. They really are. This one's been washed probably 25 times by now, and there's nothing. It's just really good. And then, of course, we have the candles, and we have indoor wall tapestries, guys. That's something new. I didn't even know. You can hang this on your wall. Crazy. There you go. Look at that. You can hang it up on your wall if you want to hang that big old thing up there. I will definitely do that, Tomba. Thank you. Uh-oh. That's too funny to me. You found me the finger, huh? Thank you, Tomba. That's cute. I need one of them sitting right here where I can just pick it up and use it when I need to. We got the candles, like I said. We have the oh yeah, this one too. I forgot. I don't know if I showed you guys this one before. I thought this was pretty cool. I'm gonna get some different designs going here soon with like different colors in it too. Grab life by the meatballs. Because you know we're all meatballs in here. Faux show. We got microfiber pillow shams. I cannot believe the shit that we have in here. We have Christmas tree ornaments, ceramic ornaments, guys. We have spiral notebooks. Well, here, I'll just show you this stuff real quick. There's a lot of this stuff in here now. Microfiber pillow sham, ceramic ornaments, 4 different shapes, spiral notebooks. There's the ceramic mugs. T-shirts. You can get the Scooby-Doo t-shirt as well. Hardcover journal mat. We have comforters, guys, for all the way up to, I think it's queen or king. Okay. Sherpa fleece blankets. Those are really nice. The velveteen plush blankets. Those are nice. We have our Paranormal Friday t-shirts. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Just saying. And then the accent coffee mugs that you can get up to, let me see here, 15 ounce. Okay. There's different colors. These are cool as hell. I like these a lot. I'm getting one of these days. Pink, black, baby blue, or powder blue, black, navy blue, and red. Really cool stuff, guys. And we also have the mugs that change colors when they get hot. Let me see here. The plain old 11 ounce mugs, the black mugs. There's a few of those. We have mouse pads. We have a desk mat. That's the color morphing mug here when it's, I think it starts off white. And when you add to it, it turns black. I always thought those were really cool things. Truly. That's only an 11 ounce mug, though. And then the bikini, guys. We have a bikini. We have another unisex t-shirt. We have the men's board shorts. We have kiss cut stickers. We have the bikini bottom underwear. We have our own Rock Creek coffee blend, medium roast by Roastify. Because, you know, coffee is life. Coffee is love. You can't go wrong with that. Is it going to show up or not? There it is. Get you some true crime cafe. Welcome, Spear Walker. Thank you for joining us. And then, oops, sorry, guys. Another t-shirt. Mom, will you have stop minding your own business and do the right thing, you guys? Because how often do I say that? Pretty awesome. We have kids shirts, kid size shirts. We can get Preston a shirt. We can get Matthew a shirt. Here's the other size, 11 to 15 ounce mugs that you can get. That's got Brandy's name on it. We have our hats, the scented candles, sipper cups. There's car coasters, those little ones you can slide in there. Of course, we got hoodies. This is the t-shirt for my other channel, the Heavy Metal Toy Box, my toy channel, which is a pretty cool shirt too if you're into that kind of stuff. But, you know, also, I guess that's just a smaller version of it. I don't know. We got the ring neck tumblers, guys. These are really nice to have. They come in, we can get them in white, the stainless steel, which I like this one here. I think this one's really cool. And then, of course, you can get the one with the black on it. And what happened here? Hold on. Sorry, everybody. A little technical oomph there. Okay, where are we at here? I think I did everything there. Now we're here. Oh, we have the little can coolies. You can put your cans down in it to keep your hand from getting wet. We're cold. It just keeps growing and growing. Oh, shoot. There it is. She did it already. Walt Harris here. There's it. We got our own Walt Harris t-shirt. Walt Harris here. We can do all different versions of this too. I love that. I'm getting one of them. You did it, Doodle. I love it. Thank you so very much. That is hilarious, Doodle. What do you think of that, Walt? You got your own t-shirt. That's awesome as hell. I'm getting one. And he is wearing a wait a minute. Was he? He was. Oh my God, he is too. That is too funny to me. Look, guys. Look at that. He's wearing a Dago t-shirt. Tell me that's not awesome. That is great. Great job, Doodle. That was quick. Oh my God, you're fast. Jesus. It's coming, Brandy. It's coming. Don't worry, it's coming. He has definitely earned it. Yes, I agree. I do agree. It's coming. Did you drop me something else, Tomboy? You did. That's hilarious. And it's on a stick. On a stick. Looks like a mirror or a brush. That's hilarious. That is too funny. Finger on a stick. Poof. Just hold it up to somebody. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Hello, Miss Molly. Chris Dohaney, welcome, brother. Sunshine's in the house. Good to see ya. Demon Dog, what is going on? Good to have you here. Good to see ya. So, Walt, you've earned your Miss Val. Good to see you tonight, Miss Walt. You've earned your own T-shirt in the merchandising section. So, dude, keep on keeping on. Keep on being Habe, and guess what? It's coming, brother. It's coming. But anyway, oh shoot, we have these two. Are you serious, Doodle? I'll be damned. Well, guys, we have posters as well. If you want a poster, put up on your wall somewhere for, I don't know anybody that want to decorate with my thing, but there you go. You can get posters. Stick it up on your wall. You can get semi-glossy, matte finish, fine art look, or whatever, guys. They're just little posters. That's pretty wild. Interesting. You've been busy, Doodle. Damn. And don't forget this one here. I think it's pretty cool too. Anybody that's into this kind of look, I forgot about this one. The True Crime Cafe, and it looks like you got a soldier in here. A soldier against crime. What do you think of that? Kind of like Captain America. Kind of neat. A pretty cool look. I like that. Do I have a car window shade? I don't know. I'm sure we can get it because we can do about anything in here, and we have been. So I'll have to we'll have to check it out, Butterfly, and I promise you I will let you know. There she is. I was wondering where you were. Hello, Miss Leslie. Do they have those baseball jersey long sleeve stuff? That would be sick. I want one of those myself, Andy. I'd like to get one of the button down ones, like the baseball shirts that has the symbol in the front. That'd be cool as hell. That would be sick. So, Walt, you got anything to say about earning your own T-shirt over here, or what? You can say anything. And Salty's in the house as well. First thing I'm going to say tonight, guys, please, please, please. This community is a group of very, very, very good people. Everybody in here has their own feelings, thoughts, and theories about certain things. Okay. Especially within this case. This case always causes arguments and things like that. I don't want to see it tonight, guys. Please, please respect each other's feelings and opinions and theories. Not that you guys do, but there are some people that on occasion will get upset about somebody else's feelings on something. Just respect each other, guys. That's all I'm asking. Not that anybody wouldn't. I'm just preparing for it. And anytime we talk about this, please, if you will, be logical and commonsensical with what we're talking about. And please, I will say this again. There will be no victim shaming. You will be banned immediately. And there will be no, I don't want anybody in here trying to attack family members and stuff like that, guys. Let's just be respectful. That's all I'm asking. And I know you guys are going to do it anyway. It's just something I like to say to clarify. Yes, we are all adults. There's no reasons for it. That's all I'm saying. Commonsensical. Yes, that's my word. My word. Don't tell everyone I'm a good person. I promise I won't. Whispers. I promise I won't. Respect the victims above all else. Absolutely. That's all I ask for. That is all I ask for. Because they deserve that beyond everything and anything we can ever do within these cases, guys. Absolutely. Nothing but. Okay? So that right there is what it's all about. Nothing less. All right, all right. Exactly, Demon. And if we do, my mods are the mods, you guys know what to do. If a troll pops in, says something, just pow. There's no you get a second chance in here anymore, guys. You bang, especially if they're doing stuff like that. Yes. Yes. I want to see if we can come up with the baseball style shirts. Those are cool as hell. I love it. Or a football jersey looking type thing. That'd be neat too. Thank you for joining us tonight, everybody. Salty, it's great to see you tonight as well. Thank you for jumping in here. I just seen you. I hope you didn't think I was not seeing you or ignoring you. I just now saw you. So, Whack-a-Troll shirt. There you go. Whack-a-Troll. You could come up with the design for that. That would be cool as hell. Come on down, guys. Come on down. Again, guys, thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you. I'm sorry it's a later show. I just had a slam day today and some other things going on, so it kept me busy, and I tried to get in here. For those of you that checked up on me, thank you for that. I do appreciate that. I appreciate you guys caring. Excuse me, I am okay. Thank the Lord. A few of you guys were checking up on me just to make sure, and that means a lot to me. It really does, you guys. I know some of you guys know I've been here alone for almost a week because my wife is out of town, and I know some people were worried. I got emails making sure I was okay. That means everything to me. It really does. Knowing that this group of people care about me and each other is like it's everything to me. So thank you guys for being who you are. Good Lord Almighty. We do have a new document in this case as well, guys, that I wanted to kind of review as well. Welcome, Truth Exposed. Hope you're having a great night tonight. Thanks for joining us, hon. I see you. I see you, Salty. I just wanted to make sure. Miss Bonnie, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us tonight. 68 peeps in here, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button if you will. All right. Hey, what other way is there to be, Truth? If that's what makes it work, that's what makes it work, hon. You're fine, Brandy. You don't have to check on. I wasn't saying I expect people to. I was just saying I appreciate the people that did, you know. Make the troll look like a gnome or a wishnick with a hammer coming down. That's awesome, Debbie. I like that idea. See, we take your guys' ideas and make them into the merchandise because you guys are part of the community. That's why we've been doing that. Miss Sarah gave us an idea for a shirt. We made it right away. Thank you, Miss Leslie, so very much for the $2 super chat. Much love to everyone. Same goes there. Mr. Steve in the house. I have been whacked as a troll on a couple occasions. The host usually goes into shock when it accidentally happens. I probably would too. You guys better never, ever whack Mr. Steve because he's definitely not a troll. Nothing but respect for this guy here. That's crazy, Mr. Steve. Oh, I got you, Truth. No, I know what you were saying, hon. I knew exactly what you meant. No worries. Absolutely. And then you don't even have to explain yourself, dear. I would have never, ever thought that. So don't worry about that. Don't forget to hit that like button, guys. Please subscribe if you have not. It is a absolutely free way to help this channel, and we do appreciate it so very much more. I didn't get to see that. I wish I would have. I'll be watching that on the replay again. There is Mr. Steve's link, guys. Please go check out the True Crime Web, if you will. Amazing channel. One of the most amazing channels on the YouTube platform, folks. When it comes to crime, you can't go wrong. This man knows his stuff. Please go check it out if you will. Subscribe, like it up, check out the videos. You'll get stuck in there like I did. I had to go back when I first found the channel. I had to go back and watch it. It took me days to go back and watch everything because one led to another and made me want to go look at another one. So yes. No. Mr. Steve, True Crime Web. It's not Stevie, Bonnie. Different channel altogether. And again, thank you, Miss Sherry, for that. And I hope you're being safe out there on the road, Mr. Steve. Oh, I get it, Truth. I quit drinking 5 years ago. I can't even smell it. It's gross to me now. So here we go. And you guys knew this was coming. I know you knew it was coming. We all knew that in Idaho that a change of venue was going to be coming, or at least a motion for change of venue was coming. The defense talked about it quite a while back, right? So, again, different people have different views on this situation. I definitely feel that there should definitely be a change of venue just to be safe. I feel like there is a bit of a bias. Okay, I do. When it comes to Brian, and whether I think Brian did this or didn't do this, regardless, everybody deserves a fair trial, period. If Brian did this, he did this. He needs to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, crucified for what he did. Okay, but at the same time, it should be fair based on our Constitution. That is something I've always believed. So a change of venue would almost, I don't want to say guarantee he's going to get a fair trial, but it would make it a hell of a lot easier. So in Kansas tonight, heading west in the morning. Awesome, Mr. Steve. Be safe out there. Please, sir. We need you in one piece so you can keep giving us that education you do, sir. Safe travels. Okay, Molly. 1 second, please. Oh, no, my God. Yes, you did. Bingo. Thank you, Doodle. That's cute, Molly. I like that. I will at the end of the show for sure. Okay, we will go over that as well. Thank you, Salty, for that. Very much appreciated. Definitely. Just to give you guys a quick heads up, Doodlebug did what she does. There it is, guys. That's what I want. And I hope you can get these in different colors. That's awesome. There it is. There's the baseball style shirt, guys, and it's got the team there. I'm gonna get, if I get it, I'm getting Dago on the back of it. That is pretty damn awesome. Good stuff, Doodle. Good job. Jaded's in the house. Welcome, Jaded. You're here. That's all that matters. So there it is for those of you that were interested. Bing, bang, boom. I do believe I did, Jaded. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but I have them starred so that I can go back in at the same time. It's not available in brown and orange. Oh my God. How did you know what I was? Get out of my head. Get out of my head, Tomboy. Shame on you. I'll figure out something, but that's an awesome shirt and I love it. That's great. Great stuff, Doodle. Salty says, I think they should bring in a. Well, see, I like that idea too, actually. I like that a lot because therefore, Latah County will get its just deserves. You know, it happened in that county. They deserve to try it in that county. That I agree with. Don't get me wrong. And any income that comes in via that should go to the county. That's something else too. I agree with. I know some of the issues were parking and timing for school and stuff like that, but I like that idea a lot. If they were to bring in a jury, that would be a lot better. And she says, I think they should bring in a jury, not move the trial further away from the families. That's very true. Kay and Larry Woodcock had to rent a house just to be at Lori and Chad's. Yeah, see, that's not fair. These families have been through enough. And yes, Salty, I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with that. So yes, that would be awesome if they could do that. Steve did a show about Bridge Guy's height. Use Mrs. Steve. Yes, we did see that. Mrs. Steve is a trooper. She lets him do all sorts of things in his stuff. There's a video he did where he's dragging her through the woods for the Delphi thing. It was great. She is definitely a trooper. We love her too. Do you have an answer for that, Mr. Steve? What was the determination as to how tall Bridge Guy was, if we can ask? Yeah, that's a great idea again, Salty. I think that would definitely make it, you know, a lot more accepting. Yes, absolutely, Tomboy. That's going to be the other set. If I can figure those colors out, crimson and gray, hell yeah. All right, guys, let's get this show moving. So, the newest document, I shared the last one with you guys not too long ago. Fair and balanced. Yes, ma'am. 100%. 100%. And then everybody would get what they needed from this in some senses. You know what I mean? True said. She said, I don't care about Bridge Guy anymore. I just want to know how tall Mrs. Steve is and see if I'm right. I got you. All right, guys. So here we have state's motion to defendant's motion to change venue. So the defense and Taylor, they put forth a motion to have the venue change, right? Comes now, state of Idaho by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney and objects to defendant's motion to change the venue. Defendant has filed a motion to change venue, requesting that the trial in this matter be moved from Latah County, where the offenses took place, to Ada County, some 300 miles away. See, that's too far, in my opinion. It really is. To support his motion, he conducted a survey of prospective jurors in Latah County and Ada County, Canyon County, Bannock County, but far from demonstrating that a Latah County jury pool has been uniquely subjected to an utterly corrupted environment, as defendant argues in, in his brief. The data show that pervasive and wide-ranging coverage of this case throughout the entire state of Idaho has led, oh my goodness, guys, I'm sorry, I should have done this before. There we go. Has led to, well, I don't know, can you guys see that yet? There we go. Has led to high case recognition among survey respondents across all 4 surveyed counties. The court should decline defendant's invitation to parse and split hairs over an incomplete data set to reverse engineer a transfer to Ada County, or Ada County, I don't know how it's pronounced, which, according to the defendant's own experts, has received the second highest amount of media coverage in the state, and where a statistically greater number, albeit slight, of the survey respondents familiar with the case believe that the defendant is guilty. The court should deny defendant's motion and instead focus on crafting remedial measures to ensure that a fair and impartial trial can be seated in Latah County. There's nothing wrong with short, folks. That's crazy. 300 miles away. Come on now. Now, I will say this. The one thing that I was thinking about with that is that the families don't all live in Latah County. So depending on where they live, is it closer or further away? I was wondering that because I know that I think the Gonsalves live in Coeur d'Alene. Am I right or wrong? I might be wrong. It's been a minute, but either way, I think the families all live in different places. So I don't know. I don't know what the difference would be. That still seems like it's a 300 miles from Latah County. Seems pretty far away. So I'm just saying. Listen, guys, there ain't nothing wrong with being short. I'm 5'7.5". Probably not anymore, but I always claimed it as 5'8". I think I was 5'8" at one time. I remember when I was younger, but big things are built on small foundations. We'll just put it that way. Remember that, okay? Nothing wrong with being short. So again, back to where I'm at. The argument on this is although the government generally must prosecute an offense in the county where it occurred, a court may change venue in 2 limited circumstances, ICR 19, ICR 21, IC 19, 1801. First, a court must change venue to another county if the court is satisfied that a fair and impartial trial cannot be had in the county where the case is pending, ICR 21. Second, a court may but is not required to change venue for the convenience of the parties and in the interest of justice, ICR 21B. In this case, defendant has asked the court to change venue on both bases for the following reasons. Congratulations, Spirit Walker 2023, for becoming a member of the True Crime Cafe. We appreciate that. We have another meatball in the sauce with us, guys. Congrats and thank you. We appreciate you very much. Very much. God bless. Okay, Mr. Steve, I think this is a answer to these questions. In hindsight, if you use Abby as comparative value on the bridge and using the parallel timbers, setting the ratio, Abby and the bridge guy are very close in height, 5'4" plus or minus. Mrs. Steve is 5'9". So, interesting. Thank you, Mr. Steve. Appreciate that. And again, congrats and welcome to the community. Welcome to the family, Spirit Walker. We appreciate you very much. Angel D, welcome. If that's Angel D, it's good to see you. It's been a while. Happy hump day, everybody. And I do agree, it is a death penalty case, so everything needs to be the right way, yes. So, just to read this little piece here to you guys. Well, I'll come back to that. So anyway, change venues on both bases. For the following reasons, the defendant has failed to show that either of these circumstances apply. Number one, defendant has failed to establish that a fair and impartial trial cannot be held in Latah County. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Defendant has argued that due to pervasive publicity in this case, a change of venue is appropriate. Defendant further claims that the atmosphere in Latah County has been utterly corrupted by media coverage. Again, refer to defenses in memoriam in support of motion to change venue, page 5. It is undisputed that the defendant has a constitutional right to a fair trial with a fair jury. A panel of impartial, indifferent jurors, State versus Abdullah 158, 386, 421, 348. I'm not going to read all that. Anyway, 2014. On a change of venue motion, it is defendant's burden to show a reasonable likelihood that pretrial publicity will deprive him of fair trial. However, where pretrial publicity is at issue, a presumption of prejudice necessitating a change of venue applies only in the most extreme of cases. The mere fact that the crimes reported by the media are gruesome or memorable does not render the publicity inflammatory to the extent of requiring a change of venue. Haddon at 385. The United States Supreme Court has also explained that juror impartiality does not require ignorance. In determining whether pretrial publicity has risen to a level that justifies a change of venue, Idaho's appellate courts look to a series of factors, which are the accuracy of the pretrial publicity has risen to a level that justifies a change of venue. Idaho's appellate courts look to a series of factors. The accuracy, I think I've already done this, I'm sorry. The accuracy of the pretrial publicity, the extent to which the articles are inflammatory, inaccurate, or beyond the scope of admissible evidence. The number of articles where the jurors were so incessantly exposed to such articles that they had subtly become conditioned to accept sorry guys, to accept a particular version of the facts at trial, and the amount of time that passed between the coverage of the trial, and again refers to state's objection to defendants. That's what this document is, guys. Miss Paula, thank you so much for the membership that was gifted. I can't see who received it. Whoever did, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. And again, thank you so much, Paula. God bless. So this just refers back to some other cases. And it says the United States Supreme Court has held that only in the most extreme cases is a defendant afforded a presumption of prejudice based on pretrial publicity. In a bank robbery homicide, defendant afforded a presumption of prejudice where his videotape confession during a police interrogation was aired on local news 3 times and seen by thousands. During court hearing on, this is again State versus Estes. During her court hearing proceedings, judge allowed unmitigated camera access to the courtroom, including the filming of jurors' faces. Defendant in this case did not confess to the murders, let alone on video broadcasts of thousands. And it is the state's understanding that the court will not allow the filming of jurors' faces at trial in this case, obviously. Defendant urges this court to find that Shepard versus Maxwell, another U.S. Supreme Court case, applies here. But Shepard is wholly inapplicable to this case. Bedlam reigned at the courthouse, and newsmen took over practically the entire courtroom, hounding most of the participants at trial. Within a few feet from the jury box and counsel sat some 20 reporters staring at Shepard and taking notes. The erection of a press table for reporters inside the bar is unprecedented. The bar of the court is reserved for counsel, providing them a safe place in which to keep papers and exhibits and to confer privately with client co-counsel. It is designed to protect the witness and the jury from any distractions, intrusions, or influences, and to permit bench discussions of the judge's ruling away from the hearing of the public and the jury. Having assigned almost all of the available seats in the courtroom to the news media, the judge lost his ability to supervise that environment. The movement of the reporters in and out of the courtroom caused frequent confusion and disruption of the trial, and the record reveals constant commotion within the bar. Moreover, the judge gave the throng of newsmen gathered in the corridors of the courthouse absolutely free rein. Participants in the trial, including the jury, were forced to run a gauntlet of reporters and photographers each time they entered the courthouse or left. The total lack of consideration for the privacy of the jury was demonstrated by the assignment to the broadcasting station of space next to the jury room on the floor and above the courtroom, as well as the fact that jurors were allowed to make telephone calls during their 5-day deliberation. And see, that shouldn't be an issue within this case, because it has already been broken down to where it's being streamed and broadcast via YouTube from that channel. So if any of the other channels, news outlets, media, whatever, want to film it, they can film it from that stream. They can stream it live through their channels that way. So that should never be an issue there. Okay. I'm sure there's going to be reporters in there with, taking notes and stuff. But again, this has no bearing on this case, in my opinion. So I don't know why this is even being referred to. This case has nowhere near the chaos present in Shepherd. As the Shepherd court explained, the carnival atmosphere at trial could easily have been avoided, since the courtroom and the courthouse premises are subject to the control of the court. And that's on the judge. I don't see the judge in this case allowing that to happen, period. Yeah, right. And that's what I said. Well, they're using this case law, though, to refer to, I don't know, maybe I'm reading it the wrong way. I don't know. But I'm just saying that should have never even been put in here if this is put in by prosecution, because it doesn't pertain to this, in my opinion. I'm just saying. So anyway, here the court has scrupulously avoided such an environment. Of course, the court entered a non-dissemination order early in the case when the small press pool that was allowed in the courtroom failed to follow the court's instructions as to filming or photographing the defendant. The court disallowed any media filming, photographing, or audio recording of court proceedings. This court has repeatedly taken precautions to avoid the circus-like environment described in Shepherd, and thus Shepherd is easily distinguishable and a poor comparison to this matter. Yeah, well, as the case law makes clear, the test is not knowledge of this case. So that just, okay. I should have read on a little bit before I said anything, I guess. I'm sorry. But rather partially, see Hayden versus State versus Harrison. Thus, the fact that Latah County survey respondents had the highest percentage of knowledge about the case compared to other counties is far less significant than the fact that Latah County survey respondents had the least amount of overall prejudgment among the counties. Okay, so if you guys remember, if you go back, 1800 law didn't apply either to grand jury instructions. Yeah, true. So this is, if you guys remember back a while, one of the hearings, I don't know, it's been a while now, but when they brought in Dr. Edelman, they talked about the survey he was giving. The prosecution got a little upset about some of the stuff. That's what this here is. That's what this survey where they're talking about was all about. So again, it says the survey data provided by Dr. Edelman is inadequate to justify a change of venue. It is not reported how many individuals declined to take the survey, raising serious concerns about non-response bias. Okay. A glaring omission in the data provided by Dr. Edelman is the lack of any information about the number of individuals who were contacted but chose not to respond to the survey. This is important because non-participation bias can change the outcome of such a survey. What low response rates mean for telephone surveys, Pew Research Center available, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. That's just another reference. As of the authoring of the 2017 article, promulgated by the Pew Research Center. Telephone poll response rates stabilized at approximately 9% after years of decline, while the Pew Research Center article concludes that low response rate does not necessarily lead to a conclusion of bias across all subject matters. Low response rate can skew results in specific areas. That's so awesome, sir. I'm glad to hear that, and I appreciate that. I faithfully fill up my Dago tumbler every morning with coffee, which reminds me to get out of the car. There you go, sir. That's awesome, Mr. Steve, and thank you again for having that. That's awesome. Whoever sent that to Mr. Steve as a gift or whatever it was, it is greatly appreciated. On we go. On we go. On we go. For example, individuals with high civic involvement are overrepresented in surveys, as the Pew article explains. Telephone polls greatly overstate civic engagement, probably because of a non-response bias. Telephone poll, sorry, I keep losing my spot. I need my glasses, damn it. As has been established in previous work, the people who answer surveys are likely to be the same people that are involved in their community's public life. They are joiners. Such a phenomenon could easily play a role here, where at the very outset of the survey, respondents were told that they were being asked for opinions without an upcoming jury trial. This court must ask itself, would an individual who was asked for their opinion about an upcoming jury trial continue a survey if they had no opinions about any upcoming jury trials? And once the survey started, would a prudent, thoughtful, and conscientious person who is reluctant to pass judgment with limited information opine to a stranger whether they believe a criminally accused is guilty of murder? Excuse me. The court should also consider the fact that while the survey respondents were told that the poll was not political or sales related, that these survey respondents were never told why they were being asked questions. They had no way of knowing whether the poll was being done on behalf of news media or a true crime blogger, or for some other purpose. While they were told their responses would not be made public, they were never told whether they were being recorded. One only has to exercise common sense to see that there are innumerable reasons why prudent, thoughtful, deliberative, and conscientious individuals might hesitate to complete such a survey. Excuse me very much. Welcome, Mom. Good to see you tonight. Defendant's flawed hypothesis is that if 98% of a self-selecting group who voluntarily chose to share opinions about an upcoming jury trial have heard about this particular upcoming jury trial, then 98% of all citizens who are summoned for jury trial will have also heard about it, period. The court should reject this illogical leap of faith and embrace a more practical inference. It is more likely that a voluntary survey that begins by asking individuals to opine about an upcoming jury trial will overrepresent individuals with knowledge about an upcoming jury trial. Let me see here. Am I missing something? Trying to follow chat, guys, to make sure everything's okay and everybody's here, or I'm getting everybody's stuff. Sorry. This court does not have complete survey data and therefore cannot adequately compare data among the 4 surveyed counties. Well, that's not good either. As defendant acknowledges, this high-profile quadruple homicide case has captured the attention of the community, the state, the country, and even beyond the United States. That's fact. Motion to change venue, page 5. Given the amount of attention that this case has, or says C defense motion to change venue, page 5. Given the amount of attention that this case has received across the entire state, there are two critical questions on defendant's motion to change venue. The first question is whether a fair and impartial trial can be convened in Latah County, and if not, the second question is whether an alternative county would better safeguard defendant's right to a fair and impartial jury. After all, why would the court change venue to another county that has nearly the same media saturation as Latah County? Yet the state and the court were not provided a comprehensive list of survey responses across all 4 of the counties surveyed. This should have nothing to do with media, though. That's the thing. I'm just saying. Again, that shouldn't even be an argument. Welcome, Virginia. Thank you for joining us. We now know what some of the defense exhibits are, right? Are you leaving, Paula? Take care, Miss Paula. Thank you for joining us. Sorry, I don't mean to be so boring. I'm putting you guys to sleep. I'm almost done reading it, I promise. Anyway, have a great night, Miss Paula. And I hope to see you tomorrow. I should be here during the day tomorrow, guys. But yeah, I just don't think the media should be brought into this at all because it should have nothing to do with it, personally. Because in my opinion, I'll just give you this real quick. My opinion is the reason why this is an issue is because from the moment that Brian Kohberger was arrested, it's just that part of the media is, yes, where it should come into effect. That it was plastered all over the media that he was nothing but guilty, period. Okay? No, you're fine, Paul. I saw that, hon. Have a great night. I hope you do get some sleep. A lot more than you did last night, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful night and rest easy. So that's what my opinion is on this, is that, you know, the fact that the moment that Brian was arrested, from that second that we first heard it, it was plastered all over mainstream that, you know, guilty, and social too. Okay. Guilty. And I'm not saying that he's not guilty by any means, but on a basis of seeing that every day and every place you go that this man did this, no matter what anybody wants to think or say, they force feed you, you know, that he's guilty in every aspect. Anything he ever did wrong, anything this, that, and everything else, he's guilty. So how does that, in my opinion, there's going to be so many people that are going to believe that regardless, that don't know everything about this case, even people that do know everything about this case. That's where I think the problem came from, truly. Okay. I don't think that the media being in the courtroom at this point is going to be the problem now at all. That's what I'm saying. But the media is what the whole problem was with the whole thing. If the media would have never covered this case at all, which we know it wasn't going to happen, but I'm just saying, then we wouldn't be at this juncture in this case, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm not saying that Brian's the only one that goes through that. I'm saying it happens, period. That's what mainstream media does. Don't take me the wrong way. I know that happens. And I'm not standing up for Brian. I'm saying that it was just, there was anything Brian Kohberger ever did wrong in his life that was put out to the whole world to see, which in turn took part in people forming their feelings about him. Do you know what I mean? You know, he stole his sister's phone. He did this, he did that. And I'm not saying all those things aren't real or they're not important to this, but they're not, in a sense. It's all about what, you know, inside the box here, what happened in this situation. If none of that stuff would have been brought out, it would have never gotten to this situation, is what I'm trying to express. And I did include social media within that. It happened the same. It was the same. That's why I said mainstream media, and then I said social too, because it's all out there. It was all out there. So um, that's where the problem lies with this whole thing, because that's where the bias comes from. Um, there are, I can't remember where I saw a list of statistics. Somebody had was on somebody's show, I think I was on, where they had done even beyond these surveys. You know how much of the country thinks he's guilty and how much thinks he's innocent, and how many were in between, which is where I'm at. And it was way more that thought he was guilty already. So that's where the problem lies. And in that sense, to pick a jury for this, you're going to play hell finding 12 people that, especially in that area there in Latah County, that are going to be impartial and not think he's guilty or innocent at that point until they hear the case. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm trying to say. But anyway, an example of the incomplete data provided from Canyon and Bannock counties is found on pages 50-51 of Dr. Edelman's declaration, where he reports that in Canyon County, approximately 90% of the jury eligible population there had read, seen, or heard about the case, and 51% followed the case somewhat or very closely. And in that Bannock County, approximately 84% of the survey respondents recognized the case, some 14 percentage points lower than in Latah County. Just 45% of survey respondents followed the case somewhat or very closely. However, when Edelman discusses the Ada County survey respondents, he reports that while Ada County has a 93% recognition rate, there were important differences between the Latah and Ada County jury pools. Ada County residents are far less invested in this case. 15% reported they followed the case very closely compared to 29% in Latah County residents. It is unclear why the court was provided the statistical number of survey respondents who followed the case very closely in Ada County, yet in Canyon and Bannock, the somewhat and very categories were collapsed. That is weird. Creating a larger percentage. This piece of context is especially concerning given the defendant is advocating specifically for a venue change to Ada County, despite the fact that Ada County has a slightly higher prejudgment rate than Latah County and a higher percentage of case recognition, 93%, than either of the two alternative counties, Canyon at 90 and Bannock at 84. Additionally, Dr. Edelman discusses the phenomenon of minimization effect, which is when a prospective juror attempts to minimize the full extent of their exposure to pretrial publicity, which means, you know, when you're talking to somebody, when they were questioning for the survey, they're saying, well, you know, basically that they know all about the case, but they're trying to say, like, I know a little bit about it, but not really that much, and so on and so forth, so that they can become a juror. Is kind of what that's kind of interpreting as, at least in my opinion. If I'm wrong, my apologies, but that's how I read it. Excuse me. His discussion about the impact of this phenomenon on the actual survey respondents in this case was limited solely to Latah County. Similarly, as discussed in more detail below, nowhere in the survey report is there mention of answers provided by Canyon County or Bannock County. Survey respondents about the two most potentially prejudicial and inflammatory pieces of media information addressed by the survey rumors that defendant had stalked one of the victims or followed them on social media. In an environment where the court has limited data and where defendant is asking the court to move venue to a county with slightly higher prejudgment rate among survey respondents. But see, that stalking thing, I don't know, guys, because the state prosecution themselves came out and stated that that was not true, that Brian did not stalk anybody. And I guess it's interpretation based on what people, I guess it's personal interpretation of how people feel about this. I don't know. Thank you, Doodle. Welcome, Ray. Good to see you tonight. Hey, If you have your man, then your evidence should be able to go to any court, jury, or fights. So, yeah, that's true. That's true. Move the trial. Only way to prevent a future appeal based on this. Checkmate and. Yeah, that's part of it. That is part of it. I do agree is about what Sherry just said there. And I have to agree that, these are all opinions everybody puts out here. And I agree with this one too, in some senses. It's about money and who gets the income from the trial, and it's common. That is part of it. But I also believe that the prosecution sees that it should stay in Latah County because the offenses happened in Latah County, and that the people that live in that county deserve to see this happen and to be prosecuted in that county. That's the other part of it, in my opinion, too. Welcome back, Cass. Right. Anne is asking for the move, not prosecution, of course. I think it is about somewhat a little bit about money too, Salty, though. I have to agree with that. I think it's about both. I do, because Bill Thompson made a statement a while back, okay, where he was talking about how Latah County deserves certain things. It was referenced slightly about the income that it will bring in because of everybody that's going to come to Latah County to see this, okay? So partially, yes, that income is that I do feel that they feel that is deserved considering that the offenses happened, but I think it's 50-50 in my opinion. I think the other 50% of that is that the county, it deserves to be tried in this county because these are the people that had to go through this as these offenses were committed here. And they deserve to see it prosecuted to the full extent, and or sentencing to be done. I do agree with both of those, truly. That's just my opinion. Nobody has to agree with me. I'm just saying. I think that's why I think it's a 50-50 division as to why they want it here. But I think it leans more towards the fact that, just deserves, because you committed a crime in my county where I live. This is my home. I want to see you prosecuted. That's part of what I think it leans more in that direction mostly. But I do feel that there is, that money making aspect there as well, that the county deserves to have that money, not another county. Ada County didn't go through this. Latah County did. So if there's any income that comes into the city and the county, then it deserves to happen here because they had to go through this shit. You know what I mean? I think it's a 50-50 in my opinion. In an environment where the court has limited data and where defendant is asking, okay, I think I read that already, didn't I? Yeah. Types of omissions make it possible for the court to make an informed determination whether to move venue at all, much less to move it specifically to Ada County. Now, see, I don't know why that county, that doesn't make a lot of sense the way that survey works out that way. The majority of the survey focused on prospective jurors' knowledge of information already with the court record and admissible at trial. Defendant argues in his brief that this matter is an extreme case justifying a change of venue due to the continuous nature of media coverage, which is, I agree with that. That's what I believe. Often inaccurate and misleading. The impact of the media coverage and the small size of the community. But as Idaho's appellate courts have repeatedly held, facts are prejudicial when they are beyond the scope of inadmissible evidence or inaccurate. Let's see. Trying to catch up. Give me a minute, guys. I feel that the best answer to this, truly, and I think it's fair, would be to bring the jury in from another county. Period. Another part of the state. Ship them in. That way, the families can still come here. Latah County residents can be here. If the income is part of the issue, that will come here. Anybody that's brought in here will bring that income into the county here. And I think at the same time that would be fair, I think they had mentioned something about parking and stuff like that, but I think that could be worked out with no problem. They could shuttle people back and forth if they had to. So I don't think that's really an issue. I just feel that that is probably the fairest answer to this issue. And both sides, defense and prosecution, would get what they wanted out of this. That's again just my opinion. And I don't see why that's not even something that's been spoken of yet. You know, if you bring people in from a different county, a different area in the state, say, okay, if you're going to try this, say in Ada County, right? Why not pick a jury from Ada County and bring them to Latah? If they're the ones that are working on it, they're the jury. It's the same thing. Basically, you'd be taking the trial to Ada County. It's the same situation. And that way they'll keep it in here where it should be. And the only person that I saw bring this up, I think, was the judge personally. But it was never talked about after that, I don't think. So I don't know. Well, that's what I mean. Hotels and restaurants and all that stuff. Again, Moscow has that. Pullman has that stuff in surrounding areas. It would be a hell of a lot closer than 300 miles away for people to have to go. You know what I mean? So, again, back to the thing. Majority of the survey focused on prospective jurors' knowledge of the information already with the court recorder missed. Okay. Defendant argues that in his brief matter, in extreme cases, justifying venue due to continuous nature media. Okay. Trying to figure out where I left off, guys. I'm sorry. Yes. But as Idaho's appellate courts have repeatedly held, facts are prejudicial when they're beyond scope of admissible evidence or inaccurate. Yes, I got to that part too. When reviewing the nature of content and pretrial publicity, the court is concerned with inaccuracy of pretrial publicity and whether the articles will condition the jurors to accept a particular version of the facts. The courts must be concerned with news stories and editorials that are inflammatory, inaccurate, or beyond the scope of admissible evidence. During the course of Dr. Edelman's survey, respondents were asked whether they had read, seen, or heard about a series of factual information items related to the case. Defense Exhibit B, App B. The majority of these items, that cell tower data showed that the defendant was near the victim's home several times in the months before the murder, and that a knife sheath was found at the murder scene. That DNA found on that knife sheath came back a match to defendant. That defendant drove the same type vehicle seen in the neighborhood of the murders. That defendant was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania, and the defendant had stated that he was out driving alone on the night of the murders, are part of the court record and admissible at trial. Only 3 of the questions asked were not part of the court record. These questions were: have you read, seen, or heard if university students in Moscow and their parents lived in fear until Brian Koberger was arrested for the murders? Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger stalked one of the victims? Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger had followed one of the victims on social media? Again, a Defense Exhibit B at B. According to Edelman's report, 45%, which is less than half of Latah County residents surveyed, responded yes. When asked if they had read, seen, or heard that defendant stalked one of the victims, Defense Exhibit B, page 57, the report did not indicate the response rate for the other counties surveyed. Similarly, 45% of Latah County residents responded yes when asked if they had read, seen, or heard that defendant followed one of the victims on social media, Defense Exhibit B, page 51. Dr. Edelman reported that only 35% of Ada County residents reported having heard this information, but did not report on the responses from the other 2 counties. As to the question whether individuals had read, seen, or heard that university students and their parents lived in fear until defendant's arrest, overall response rates were not provided for any county. In any event, the substantial majority of the factual information asked of the survey respondents was not beyond the scope of what will be admitted at trial. Welcome, Terry. Hold on, guys. I'll catch up with you guys. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to get through this. And then we can definitely talk about it for sure. Just bear with me, guys. It's a lot to read. So my apologies. Where are we at here? Okay, most of the items that were contained within the court record as to the prejudicial items related to rumors that defendant had stalked one of the victims or followed social media. Less than half of Latah County surveyors responded to report using I've heard of it. The data provided to the court demonstrates, if anything, a majority of Latah County survey respondents had not heard that the most prejudicial and inflammatory information pieces outside of the court record, and that Latah County residents who have heard about the case were overall statistically less likely to prejudge the defendant, which is surprising to me. And then in B, it says the court should decline defendant's invitation to disregard long settled precedent establishing voir dire as the proper procedure for addressing bias. The survey relied upon by the defendant did not even ask respondents the most crucial question of all: whether they could set aside their biases and base their decision only on the evidence at trial. That's the most important thing. Defense Exhibit B at B. Instead, defendant and his experts asked this court to simply assume that the survey respondents, and by extension all potential jurors in Latah County who have been exposed to media information in this case, are incapable of setting their biases aside and serving on a jury. What are the odds? Okay. In Dr. Edelman's declaration, he argues that a juror's professed ability to be fair and impartial should not be taken at face value in cases where there is substantial prejudicial pretrial publicity. Again, Defense Exhibit B, page 62. Excuse me. Similarly, Professor Scott Sunby argues generally that small town residents where a crime is committed cannot be impartial jurors and will go into the proceedings with a thumb on death side of the scale. Sunby asserts that there are two distinct dangers to holding the trial in Moscow. First, Sunby argues jurors will be aware of community outrage and as a result might fear being outcast if they fail to return a death sentence. Defense Exhibit D, page 3. In support of this assertion, Sunby provides a single example of the Arkansas case of Bobby Ray Fretwell, whose execution was commuted after a juror came forward and admitted that he had voted for the death penalty for the sole reason that, oh, it's 11:22, guys. Hang on a minute. We'll be right back. Sorry. All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I still would like to know why that happens every single damn night. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. Hey, man, that's a little too big. Now I can't see what I'm seeing. There we go. In support of this assertion, Sunby provides a single example: the Arkansas case of Bobby Foray Fretwell, whose execution was commuted after a juror came forward and admitted that he had voted for the death penalty for the sole reason that he feared being ostracized in the hometown he shared with Fretwell's victim. See? These are the things that are going on in people's minds in some senses. And I think this is what one of the fears is. I believe, honestly, that. Am I back? Can you guys hear me? Am I here? Am I good? Yes? No? Maybe so? Somebody tell me yes or no, please. Yes, please. No, please. Can you see me? Hello, I'm waving. I'm here. Can you see me? Can you hear me? What's happening? Someone? Anyone? Everyone? No one? Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, cool. This is like a craft work video. Okay. Okay. On we go. He shared with Fretwell's victim, death row inmate spared after jurors make plea. Steve Barnes, New York Times, February 6, 1999. Setting aside the obvious issue was asking this court to base a legal decision on a single news story and involving nearly 40-year-old case that is not binding on this court. There is a glaring distinction between the Fretwell case and this case. The advent of social media and internet, assuming in the 1984 homicide went to trial in the middle of the 1980s, it is virtually certain that media coverage was more localized to the community rather than spread out across the state of Arkansas or the country. Thus, had a judge even been asked to change venue in that case, it is entirely likely that in the absence of pervasive media coverage, a different county may well have had a population that had largely not heard of this case. That simply isn't the case in this matter, where a significant number of individuals in every county surveyed were familiar with this case. Thus, it is a poor analogy that has no legal or factual relevance to this court. Second, Sunby argues that the homicide of University of Idaho students created a uniquely traumatizing effect on the city of Moscow, effectively rendering potential jurors victims once removed in support of this assertion. Sunby offers another faulty analogy, claiming that trying this case in Moscow would be tantamount to allowing a guard who worked in the same prison to serve on a jury where a defendant was on trial for the murder of a prison guard. That makes sense. It does. But that analogy is flawed because it does not take into account the court's ability to convene a large enough jury pool to prevent anyone with such a close connection to the case to sit on the jury. Similarly, after arguing that exposure to media creates biases that are difficult to overcome, Dr. Amani El Alaya concludes that the venue should be moved outside of Latah County. Defense Exhibit E. Dr. El Alaya specifically argues that even extended voir dire by seasoned attorneys does not specifically mitigate pretrial publicity effects, despite its other potential benefits. The problem with the defendant's experts, however, is that their opinions are directly contrary to the law. The United States Supreme Court and Idaho's appellate courts have repeatedly held that a prospective juror may remain on a jury panel if a trial judge is persuaded that the juror can set aside their initial impression and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented at trial. We're going to talk about this, guys. This is what I want to have a conversation about tonight with all of you. Welcome, Glitter is Forever. As the Idaho Supreme Court held in State versus Hairston, the trial court does not need to find jurors that are entirely ignorant of the facts and issues involved in the case. To hold that the mere existence of any preconceived notion as to the guilt or innocence of an accused without more is sufficient to rebut the presumption of a prospective juror's impartiality would be to establish an impossible standard. It is sufficient if the juror can lay aside his impression or opinion and render a verdict based on the evidence presented in court. Again, that's what we're going to have a conversation about here as soon as I get through this. And as the same court explained in Hayden IT, will only be at commencement of voir dire that the court and the parties will be able to determine if any of the prospective jurors have formed an opinion based on adverse pretrial publicity, citing lower court's decision not to change venue, emphasis added. Only then can a court determine whether the atmosphere of the court will be so utterly corrupted by press coverage that an unbiased jury cannot be found. Thus, as the state has previously argued, even the court determined that a change of venue would be necessary. The only appropriate way for the court to do so would be after commencement of voir dire. C. The court can fashion remedial measures for jury selection short of changing venue. Okay, maybe this is where we'll get into this. Because the court has not presented with evidence that a jury pool in Ada County would be less likely to prejudge the defendant than one in Latah County, the best way to ensure the defendant gets a fair trial is to safeguard the jury selection process. First, the court can convene a large jury pool, as noted elsewhere in this brief. If the court were to summon 1,800 jurors, only 1 in 100 would have to be chosen in order to select a jury of 12, plus 6 alternates. Next, the court could send out questionnaires to each of the jurors to gauge knowledge of the case. Media exposure, biases, and other views. The court could then allow the parties ample time to review each questionnaire, and the parties could then confer to discuss whether they had reached any stipulations as to disqualifications for cause. After that, the court could take up the issue of any disputed jurors and determine whether to dismiss those jurors for cause. Then, those jurors whose questionnaire passes initial review could be called back to the courthouse for actual voir dire. The court could also allow a detailed individual voir dire outside the presence of the other jurors, which would address concerns outlined by Dr. Edelman in his report, Defense Exhibit B, page 53. Explaining that research shows that prospective jurors are more likely to be forthcoming and candid outside the presence of other prospective jurors. If the court were inclined to allow the trial to be live streamed, the court could make an exception for individual voir dire and disallow any recording of the individual voir dire to ensure that each juror being questioned would be maximally incentivized to freely and candidly any questions asked of him or her. D. Even if the court were to find that a fair and impartial jury cannot be impaneled in Latah County, the court may impanel a jury from a neighboring county rather than moving the trial 300 miles south. And this is where I think they need to look, okay? Even if the court were to be persuaded that a fair and impartial jury could not be impaneled in Latah County, the court could rely on Idaho Code 19-1816 and draw up a jury pool from a neighboring county to invoke Idaho Code 19-1816. The court must find that. And see, I think that they could probably spread that out to multiple counties and pull people from each county in that case. You're allowed to say death, by the way, in here, Walt. It's okay. You can say kill, too. Or even murder if you want to. Just saying. The court must find that, 1, a fair and impartial jury cannot be impaneled in the county where the criminal complaint, information, or indictment was filed. 2, that it would be more economical to transport the jury than to transfer the pending action, and that justice would be served thereby. Okay. And IC 19-1816, as explained in more detail in section 2 below, the transfer of trial to Ada County would come at an extraordinary cost. That's another issue too. Transporting the jurors from a neighboring county such as Nez Perce County would be a far more economical option. Similar in population size to Latah County, Nez Perce County has a population of over 42,000. United States Census Bureau data available at https://datacensus.gov. Profile Nez Perce County, Idaho, and that number. Lewiston is the largest city in Nez Perce County is approximately 30 miles from the Latah County Courthouse. Summoning a jury panel from across the county line would incur far fewer costs and logistical issues than moving the trial to Ada County. See, this is where I'm at. I'm at this one right here. I think this here, in my opinion, makes the most sense out of all this, guys. Truly, and we'll talk about that too here in a minute. 2, transferring venue would not be convenient for the parties and witnesses, nor would it be in the interests of justice. Defendant next argues that the court should change venue under Idaho Criminal 21B, which provides that upon defendant's motion, a court may change venue to another county for the convenience of parties and witnesses. And in the interest of justice, ICR 21B, this Idaho criminal rule addressing venue is distinguishable from its civil counterpart, Idaho Rule of Civil Procedure 40.1, which also allows for a venue change for convenience, but is limited to scope to the convenience of the witnesses and the ends of justice. Idaho R Civil P 41A1B. Defendant does not even address the convenience of the parties and has failed to establish what a change of venue in this case is convenient for witnesses or in the interest of justice. Now, see, this is why I do believe that other option is the very best. We have witnesses that they're going to be calling from Latah County. We have the families. Okay, we have the legal teams that are here, the judge. I think it makes more sense rather than having everybody drive 300 miles away, have to be put up in hotels and this and that and blah, 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 and all that other stuff to bring 18 people in. Financially, the state can cover that to house them, feed them, whatever they got to do for however the period of time it is it's going to take, rather than all that other stuff, the other direction. I think that makes perfect sense to me, you guys. It really does. I think you did too, Tomboy, but I don't know. I'll have to look back at that. First, defendant argues that Ada County's large population size has more than 10 times as many potential jurors than Latah, and thus offers a larger jury pool to choose from. Good point. But the fact that Latah County is smaller than Ada does not mean that it is too small to select a jury as the 11th most populated county of Idaho's 44 counties. Latah County is larger than 75% of Idaho's counties. Latah County's jury-eligible population of over 32,500 could easily accommodate a panel of hundreds or even thousands of individuals being summoned for jury duty. And it says, see Edelman Declaration, page 3. As noted above, if the court were to proceed with a 12-person jury with 6 alternates, the court could easily summon 1,800 individuals, only 5% of Latah County's total jury-eligible population, meaning that out of every 100 jurors called for duty, only one would need to qualify to be able to seat a jury. Next, defendant argues that Ada County's courthouse can be best accommodate this trial. Specifically, Ada County's large courtrooms with adequate space for attorneys and room for spectators. See, that shouldn't be an issue to me. I'm sorry, but it's not. The only thing that we need to have in the courtroom, as far as I'm concerned, are obviously the defense team, the prosecution, the jury, the defendant, which is part of the defense, and the judge, and however many spectators it can hold. That's it. End of story. When it comes down to that, you're done. We don't need to have thousands and thousands of people in there, guys. It's streamed live. Okay? Watch it online. You don't have to be there. Next, defendant argues. Okay, I said that already. Sorry. But even Ada County cannot accommodate every interested spectator. One merely had to drive by the Ada County Courthouse during certain days in the Lori Vallow trial of 2023 and the Chad Daybell trial earlier this year to see a line out the door. See, that shouldn't be that way. Watch it online. You don't have to be there in person. The public interest in attending the Chad Daybell trial was so great that individuals who wished to attend had to apply online for a reservation. That's ridiculous. The day before to get a ticket into the courtroom. Chad Daybell's trial will be live streamed. Here's what you need to know if you want to be in the courtroom. East Idaho News, March 17, 2024. what you need to know if you want to be in the courtroom on cases of such tremendous public interest. There is unlikely to be any physical courtroom large enough to accommodate every member of the public who wishes to observe. Moreover, the court can accommodate the large number of people who want to view the trial by providing live streaming options. And it's that easy, guys. It's not that hard to I'm sorry, but I don't think it's that important that you have to be in the damn room. You're gonna see reactions and hear and all of that, guys. It's not gonna make it any different whether you're there or here. Okay. As to the size of tables for the attorneys, location of media, and the daily workings of security, these logistical considerations can be addressed by careful planning with the local trial court administrator and administrative district judge. There is no reason to think that the Latah County Courthouse or its staff is incapable of addressing these administrative and procedural matters in the months leading up to the trial. Indeed, when defendant filed a motion to remove cameras in the courtroom after media outlets repeatedly took close-up photographs of the defendant in violation of a prior verbal admonition of the court, the court swiftly denied multiple subsequent media requests and eventually issued its amended order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. Okay. All right. I'm not. You guys aren't even. Okay. You guys are talking about different stuff. So no worries, guys. I'm almost done. Bear with me. There is no reason to believe that any subsequent concerns about media or security would not be addressed with similar efficiency. Defendants also argues that this case should be moved to Ada County based on cost. Defendant's argument is limited to asserting that out-of-state witnesses who fly into Boise would be closer to the physical location of the courthouse, while Latah County witnesses would potentially have to fly to Spokane and rent a car. The state does not dispute that the Spokane airport is further from the Latah County courthouse than the Boise airport is from the Ada County courthouse. However, the nearby city of Lewiston also has an airport serviced by Delta and United with nonstop flights to Denver, Seattle, Salt Lake, Lewiston Airport. There's the link to it. But whether out-of-state witnesses fly into Lewiston, Spokane, or Boise, the cost of rental vehicles for a handful of out-of-state witnesses is only a fraction of the total cost picture. Most of the state's witnesses are local or will be traveling to Moscow by car. If venue is moved, those witnesses who are local would need to rent hotels in Boise, potentially for multiple nights while they wait to testify. The state's law enforcement and emergency dispatch witnesses would have to potentially be away from work for days rather than hours, creating a ripple effect of inconvenience. Similarly, the medical examiner who is based out of Spokane would also have to extend her time away from the office. Some witnesses who would otherwise drive to Moscow from Spokane and northern Idaho would have to obtain flights if the trial were moved to Boise, which would increase the costs. Sorry. While defense counsel took this case on a contract basis and will have to travel whether the trial is in Ada or in Latah, the same is not true for the court reporter, the court clerk, court staff attorney. All would have to travel to Boise either by air or state vehicle, would have to obtain lodging, and would have to arrange for per diem reimbursement for meals. The state, which has the burden of proof and must deal with the logistics of juggling witnesses and trial experts, would have to relocate both of its lead attorneys as well as its support and victim services staff for weeks and likely months. This would come at great expense for lodging, transportation, and per diem. Additionally, the elected prosecutor and his chief deputy would be physically away from the daily operations of the Latah County Prosecutor's Office and from the law enforcement agencies they advise, creating a potentially detrimental ripple effect from Latah's public safety operations. So that's going to be a good argument, guys. It really is, because those things are important, believe it or not. Finally, the defense also asked the court to change venue on the basis that Moscow PD Chief Fry is currently running for Latah County Sheriff. First, this presumptuous and this presupposes the outcome of the November election and is premature. If elected as sheriff, Chief Fry would have the statutory authority to summon a sufficient number of trial jurors. In the event that there is an unanticipated shortage, Idaho Code 2-210. Defendant states that Chief Fry is a witness and therefore this duty would create a conflict. At this time, the state does not anticipate calling Chief Fry as a witness. However, even if he were called as witness by the defense, and even if there were an unanticipated shortage of jurors, he could delegate his authority to a senior chief deputy to exercise that function if necessary. Allowing a county officer to designate senior deputy to perform the duties of the office during a vacancy, absence, or inability. The court should also consider, in the interest of justice, the physical location of the victims' families. That's a big one, guys. It is in the state's understanding that most of the victims' immediate family members who are constitutionally entitled to attend trial proceedings live closer to Latah County than to Boise. And that is a big deal to me, too. It is also strange to the state that the surveyor did not do polling in geographically closer counties, such as Nez Perce. Given how close the overall prejudgment rates among the surveyed counties were, it is entirely possible that Nez Perce County would or could have had an even lower prejudgment rate than Latah County if the court were to change venue. It seems to the state that changing venue to a geographically closer county such as Nez Perce or Kootenai County, just across the line from Spokane International Airport, would be less inconvenient, excuse me, than moving the trial 300 miles south to Boise in any event. The defendant has come nowhere close to demonstrating that moving this trial to Boise would be convenient to the witnesses or the parties, nor the defendant demonstrated such a move would be in the interest of justice. In conclusion, good Lord Almighty, the defendant has failed to meet his burden of showing the change of venue in this case is necessary or convenient. The court should decline his invitation to ignore well-settled precedent establishing the voir dire process. The court could also decline to relocate itself. The state and scores of witnesses hundreds of miles only to face another jury pool with similarly high media exposure. Defendant's motion should be denied on this day, August 12th, 2024. That was a lot. Okay, there it is. Now, I want to see who wants to join me up here. I'm going to give you, we'll do 3-4 people or so, and then we can rotate it out if we want, because I want to hear you guys' thoughts on this. I want to discuss some of this too, so I'll put a link down. Ava Hackshaw, welcome. Anybody that I didn't notice, you're welcome as well. Thank you for joining us. So who would like to join me up here? Let me know, and I will put a link up. Please and thank you. And please don't nobody say nobody, because you'll hurt my feelings then. Come on, y'all. I want a few of you guys to join me up here so we can discuss this openly, because I have a few things that I want to discuss and have opinions on certain things. Anybody? Oh my God. Wow. Okay. You guys, that's it. You hurt my feelings. Seriously, I want to hear your guys' thoughts on this. Boise, not Boy. Well, I've always said it that way. I don't care. Who's in here? Who do we have here? Let me see here. Show. Well, I was waiting to see who was going to. That's all. Hold on. You're fine, Mittens. Don't worry about it, hon. There's a link right there. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You're okay, Jaded. You guys don't have to apologize for it. I want to have a conversation about this, and I know that we can have a good adult conversation about this. All right, we got Miss Terry here. Thank you, Terry, for joining us. And we got Tomboy. There we go. Bang, boom. Pop, 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 pop. Hello, hello. Welcome, ladies. Thank you for joining me tonight.
Hello.
Have a great night,
Hello.
Jaded.
Hi, Tomboy.
Hi.
How are you two this evening?
It's Wednesday.
What does that mean?
It's just Wednesday.
Okay, then. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. So, what do you two, of course, one at a time, but what do you two think of what are your thoughts on the fact that what do you feel? I'm trying to think of how to ask this right. What are your opinions about the change of venue? Good, bad, negative? What do you think it's going to be? It's needed? Do you think it's not needed? What do you think?
I think it is needed.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so you both and as to why?
Because, I mean, it's in my opinion, I just don't think you get a fair trial. I mean, these people have been talking. I mean, it's happened right in their backyard.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Like I said, from the moment, guys, the moment that I remember the show I did that day too. In fact, I think Tomboy, you and Terry both were here when I did that. Not up here, but in the chat when I did it. The day that he was arrested, I think on my show, I pulled multiple news reports about this, and it was all from that moment forward to today, nothing but negativity. Brian did this because he did it because of this, that, and this. Every bit of it. So have a great night, Jaded. Thank you for joining us. So I do agree. There was so much propaganda put out, and I'm not saying that Brian's not guilty, guys. I'm not at all. And I know you two know this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But in any case that I've ever seen, it happens. It does happen. That always happens, okay? It's normal. It's not like this was abnormal. I mean, I think there was a lot more media coverage on this because it was such a high-profile case and social media coverage. And I think it always came out. I mean, let me ask you this. Have either of you seen one broadcast of any sort, whether it be social media, mainstream, or any of that showed Brian even in a slightly positive light, as if he couldn't be the guy to do this because other than
he didn't know the house unless he'd been there before. It was pitch black. I mean, he knew where he was going. You know, it's kind of like a little maze in there anyway, right? So
yeah.
And then plus, if that was the good vibes light going on, it was on, right? It was pretty. And then there's all these cars in the front, right, of the house, and then there's a lot of stuff going on around in that area.
Right.
So he's got a lit up house where he doesn't really know where he's going unless he's been there before and he cased the place. I have no idea, but I just don't think he knew it well enough.
That is a possibility too, you know, because like I said, I've seen, well, we've all seen, because we've all been on this case, because you guys have been here and I've been running it for so long. We've seen multiple instances where, or not instances, but examples of what could have been. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to fix something up here. where he could have been there. The 12 pings, this, that, and all this other things. Who knows? You know, he could have easily gotten to something. Was brought to my attention the other day that I'm such a dingbat for not even noticing before, but he could have known where he was going in that house by at least for what I believe to be a target, his target, by sitting outside of the house and looking at the house. Okay. And I never thought of this before, how I didn't, with ever the coverage that I've done. I felt completely stupid today that I realized this. By sitting in the back of that house and looking up, or even in the parking lot next to it, and seeing the M in the window of Maddie's bedroom, and or her boots that were in that window as well, it was brought to my attention, and I'm like, holy shit, why did I never think of this? It's stupid to me, but that's something, again, that could have given him, without having to ever go in that house, that's her room. That's where I got to go. And you could figure that out walking into the house. You know what I mean? You go upstairs, you follow it. There it is. Boom. If that was the main and only target, per se. Okay.
Mhm.
So.
There
And
was
also.
so much going on. I mean, think about it. It's like almost, it was, I mean, right outside his apartment, that whole thing was going on. I don't care what the cops or those two guys say. It was not a quiet night. I mean, I was looking over the police reports from that night, and it's just, I mean, unbelievable, all the crap going on. Matt's having a party. Sigma Chi is having a party. There could be, I mean, all these kids are getting out and walking into a building right next to it that, I mean, I don't know what for. Maybe, I mean, it could have been Fight Club, but I don't know. I was not there. So I'm trying to stick to everything that I know and I've heard.
Sure.
So when the undercover guy said, "Oh yeah, it's so quiet out here," no, it wasn't. I mean,
It wasn't really. It wasn't. It was a weekend, and it's a college campus, for God's sake. So no, it wasn't. I agree with you on that.
Wasn't it a football weekend?
Yes, there was a football game that night. I think it was SoCal or something Cal.
yeah. Yeah, it was that place where that one kid, I guess, also murdered somebody when he went back. Which I don't understand. Not anybody's really looked at. I mean, that guy was nuts. Do you know who I'm talking about in California that went to that school?
Oh, yeah. UC Davis. Thank you, Ava. Thank you. I knew it was one of them schools. Welcome, Avery. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, how are you guys?
So yeah, I do remember that guy, that story about that. I actually was going to cover it and something happened and I never got to get to it. But yes, the kid that was on the football team, absolutely. Which was pretty crazy situation considering, but yeah. I got to agree with you on that. So,
can y'all hear me?
I can. I definitely can. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just put my headphones on because I'm going to actually open the phone lines up for this tonight too, you guys. So Tomboy, what do you think so far?
Well, Mr. Thompson made a lot of that filing about how inconvenient it would be for everybody else. But it's not about everybody else.
Yeah, and why did he just now come up with that? I mean, they've been talking about change of venue forever. And if you recall, I think it was I don't know, it was either the first one or the second trial. I couldn't believe that they were making a joke out of it, first of all, but they were talking and said something about change of venue, and Bill Thompson said, "Oh yeah, we could have it at so and so." And the judge said, "Well, that's even smaller." And I'm like, it's not a game. People, talk it out. I mean, why would it was like they were joking about it? I just didn't get that. If they really were serious, they'd be saying like Boise or someplace like that and really talking about it. And I feel like it just kind of got poo-pooed for every single time of the change in venue. They're just pushing it back and back and back and holding more trials, which they don't need. On one of them, they didn't, I don't think.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Boise has way more hotels, way more places to stay than either Moscow or Lewiston, for that matter.
Bigger areas. Yeah, this is Tomboy speaking right now, and that was Terry Martin speaking. Go ahead.
Lewiston might be bigger, they say, but it's a little more compact, even than Moscow is.
I don't know much about it, but yeah, okay. I'd have to look into. I know. Boise, is that how you say it? Boise.
Boise.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Boise. And I've always said Boise, but Boise. I know it's a larger area for sure. I don't know much about Lewiston. To be able to agree or disagree, honestly.
Lewiston, you have, once you cross over the river, there's the downtown area, and then you have to go up the hill to anything. There aren't even many hotels downtown, for that matter.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense.
No, I understand, and I can see both sides, and I have to say that I agree with Truth, where she said they both have a good argument. They do, and no, Salty, I don't think it. She says so. I have a question. If I discuss BK's past, could I be wrong? Part of the problem. I don't think so in that sense. That I think those things do need brought up. Okay, and I know that kind of counteracts part of what I said in a sense, but I'm trying to think of a way to put it. It's obviously gonna. Okay. Let me look at this. How can I say this? Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay, let's use him. Only because I know who he is. He was born and raised like 10 minutes from where I'm at right now. Okay. So when you look into somebody's past, if they have growing up as a teenager, they mutilated animals and did weird things and stuff like that, so on and so forth. And then come today, we look at this situation now, and you can say, I could see that being part of what could have made him who he is. You know what I mean? So no, I think that kind of thing, Salty, could be relative and definitely important. But I think it just should be. I'd never have seen both sides of it put out in mainstream media ever. That's all I was saying. So, but no, I agree that you're not. That's not a problem at all, Salty, at all. But now, as to what you said, Tom, but I am very, very liking that other aspect where they bring a jury in from another county or even multiple counties. They split it up and bring them in from another county rather than taking them 300 miles away. And I know what I'm not saying what you said was wrong by any means. This is why we're having this conversation. The most important thing that I think is an issue is if they do this in Latah County and they pull the people from Latah County as a jury pool, even if that was a question that was asked, you guys, can you be unbiased? Do you believe that somebody's going to say, sure, I can, and that they're going to be? Any of you, Avery, Terry, Tomboy, any of you, do you believe that they would stay unbiased?
No, not at all, unless they're living under a rock.
No.
I don't think so. I think in terms of preventing him from having a reason to file an appeal, I think they're going to have to do something, but I think that they're going to have to bring in jurors from like a close location. But I don't think that a change of venue is going to make a difference, because when you think about this case, not only got state attention, but national and international. There's 6 or 7 documentaries out. There's 3 or 4 television series out. There's a book out. I don't see how moving.
There's a lot. I agree with that. There's a lot.
Yeah, it's just it's stretched so far, and it's been on every, for a while there, it was on every news station every single night.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's pretty much, in my opinion, global. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, it is definitely. We've had people in here that were tuning in from South Africa, Thailand, Norway, Germany, Japan. I mean, it's everywhere. Okay, so I mean, those people aren't going to make a difference down the road because they're not in this country. But I'm just saying, but
they will have to do something, because if they don't, that's going to be grounds for appeal for him, right? Because he's going to be able to say, I didn't get a fair trial because I didn't get my change of venue.
There's going to be appeal regardless.
Yeah.
Okay. In this case, no, I don't care what the situation is.
That's true.
There's going to be appeal regardless, and we know that already. So that's just what it is.
That's true. Yeah.
You know, I don't even see that. That's a good point, but I don't see that as even an option as to why. Bobby says that a defendant's right to a fair trial is not about convenience to witnesses. The Constitution doesn't say the trial has to. Right. That is absolutely true.
Right.
That is absolutely true. Right. It needs to be fair. And I understand both. Go ahead.
You're going to run into the same problem even if they bring jurors in from different counties.
Mm-hmm.
There's still nowhere for them to stay.
Right. Do you think that it's going to be a sequestered jury?
Well,
if they bring them in, yeah.
Yeah, they have to be. And that's go ahead.
But I do think, like, in all fairness, because I'm positive with the amount of parents who took their kids out of that college or away from that area, I'm positive that county lost a lot of money. And so I do think that it's for the county, it's only fair that they have the right to try the case. But I'm conflicted because I just don't see how a change of venue is gonna help anything.
I respect that. I absolutely do. You're and I've thought about that as what you're saying, because it is global, it's everywhere, and even if they pulled a jury from the state that I live in, which they obviously can't, I'm just saying as an example. I think I agree. It's going to be very hard to find an unbiased group of 18 people that don't have a deep opinion on this case. Okay.
Yeah.
That I agree with. I do.
See, that's the problem. See, this bothers me, Dago, because when there's these high profile cases and the news goes bonkers, we want the coverage, we want the update, but there should be, I think there's like a fine line between already putting out documentaries and television series and books before the person is even tried. I think that should be a no-no. I think that nobody should be allowed to do that.
Especially with the gag order.
I agree. Listen, I don't believe that they should have put out any of that. Should have never been allowed to be released. I don't think that the Bloom book, or I don't even think Scott Green's book should have been allowed to be released until after this was done. That's my opinion, right? So you don't have to agree with me, folks. I just feel that none of that, and I'm surprised there's not a made-for-TV movie out yet. And there may be, I just haven't seen it, okay? But I'm just saying we knew, and I think I even said
there's a television series.
A movie about the story. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's on IMDb. It's a movie, television series movie, whatever you call that.
Really?
Yep. Yeah. I was surprised at the number of documentaries that are out on it when I looked it up. And I wonder too, and this is different, from your topic, but the money that's made from those, the profit that's made from those, this is just my opinion, but I think it should go to the families.
I agree. I agree. I do. I said that a long time ago. I don't know, Bobby. Somebody said that to me about 3 months ago, that they swear there's a Netflix movie about it, and I'm like, I wouldn't doubt it, but I didn't know.
So there's one on Hulu. I know there's one on Hulu. I'm not positive about Netflix. I know there's one on HBO. I know Fox has their own.
Now I know they came out with the documentary series, that the whole Paramount Plus thing. I knew that.
Yeah.
That's the only one that I knew clearly that was based on this, because obviously some of us were in it. But I haven't seen or heard. I've looked. I haven't seen or heard nothing. I'm not surprised, guys. I'm not saying you're wrong, and I wouldn't be surprised truly if they were. I just think it's ridiculous. I think they need to wait.
They do need to wait. Yeah,
and that's in any case. That's in any case, not just this one. Delphi, I was disgusted when they came out with a movie, even after that whole thing, the Gabby Petito story. I was disgusted. I didn't watch it. I won't watch it.
Absolutely.
There's certain things you don't do, in my opinion, but they do it. Netflix
Because
has
now,
Cyber Sleuths. Okay.
How does this man get a fair trial when these documentaries and books and everything is all over the entire world? How does he get a fair trial? I mean, this is far beyond just the state of Idaho.
Gotcha. Now, okay, so Ava says that Cyber Sleuths is on Netflix now, which was on Paramount Plus.
Oh.
Is it the same thing or is it a different version of it? I don't know. I'll have to look. But and Andy says that there's a documentary on Discovery. Okay.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing. If you're putting out a documentary, Miss Barbara, welcome, dear. If you're putting out a documentary and it doesn't give or lead up to what a possible ending would be, okay, I'm good with that. I'm not saying that that's not. But when you put a whole movie out or a whole series out and there is no trial yet, even, I think that's not. I don't think that's good. Okay.
Right, because they're already convicting him in the public eye.
And he's been convicted in the public eye for over a year, in my opinion. From the moment, I'm going to give it 3 months after he was arrested, he was done. Okay, that's it. Yeah, okay, so Cyber Sleuths covers multiple. Okay, thank you, Salty. I've only watched that one episode that was on Paramount, so I didn't know. Or no, I did watch a Delphi version of that. That's right. I did watch that. That is right. Okay.
And then the one on Fox is called, I think it's something about inside the mind of a psychopath, I believe, but it's about Brian Koberger.
Okay. Gotcha. Oh, yeah.
I honestly think, I'm sorry, but Dig, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I personally think that Tomboy had it right when she said it's all about everybody else but him. You know what I mean? It is. Everything that was read is all about everybody else. But what about the guy that's being tried?
I agree. Well, this whole thing, this whole case is about nothing that it's supposed to be. It should be about true justice for these victims, their families, and Brian Koberger. Period. That's it. Nothing else. Okay. And we're not. Tomby had to go to bed, guys. Sorry. It's late. But yeah, and it's not that way. And that's what, unfortunately, and I got to say this right now because I'm part of it, part of the problem in a sense, I believe. If it would have never been brought to social media, because I think social media has probably caused almost as much as mainstream has. Now, another problem is too that when you do bring up not this community, okay, but I've seen, and there were some people that used to be in this community. If you come in here and it's not the way it's supposed to be, but I did see it until we kind of got it regulated and everybody settled themselves down. And like I said, it's not you guys, but at one point there was a lot of people in here that were this way. If you came in here and said Brian's guilty, oh, holy hell breaks loose because you're just attacked for it. You can't say you, and there were people that said the same thing. Not as many though. If you said Brian's innocent, people came at your throat, and it's like, oh, we're all adults in here. Okay, we should be able to talk about Brian without being crucified for it. That's the thing, you know. And that's one of the problems. You can go to so many. I could name them all out right now, and I'm not going to. But if you could go to so many different channels, and if you bring up Brian Koberger and say, I think Brian did this, you're gone. I've seen people get booted from those channels, blocked.
I actually know of some YouTube friendships that ended over fighting over Brian Koberger.
Yes, and it used to happen in here really bad until I said, "That's stop." I kept screaming, "Stop, stop, stop, stop." Everybody's allowed to have their opinions and feelings. Why can you say that? Why can you not say, I think Brian's guilty? Why can't I say that? What if I were to say that, you guys? Why can't I say, I think Brian could have done this? And I can watch my chat, not right now. I'm saying back in those days.
Yeah.
And about 15 to 20 people, I'm out. Bye. You're stupid. I hate this channel. I thought you were better than that. I mean, all these stupid things. Come on. Like, it's ridiculous. So, I get it. I get it, guys. I've seen it happen. I've gone back and watched my shows. I've watched the comments and this and that. That's not what this is about, you guys. We can't do that to each other. We should be able to talk about Brian possibly being guilty. That's why I stayed.
Why did they tear the house down? Because they said they didn't want it to be reminding people, kids and everything that were walking by it and people were driving by it, to be reminded of the murder. Am I correct?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Why are they going to have it in the same town that's going to make it that much more personal? That somebody, just like what Steve said. Oh, this guy comes in, and he's trying to tell us okie dokies, how to use. That's how they feel in that town towards him.
Yeah. Right. I get it. I do. I get it. And here's the thing. The house thing, I in the very beginning, I was like, I don't think they should tear it down. But then reading into what the defense was saying and stuff like that, at this point, they don't need it. They don't need the house. So what the hell's the point? Prosecution didn't want it. The defense didn't want it. It didn't matter to them. I know the families were thinking that it should have been there, but things changed so much in that house, guys. I mean, they really did. That it would have made a difference if the house was there or not. The audit, like the sound of things in the house, the look of the house, every bit of it was different in a sense. So it wouldn't have made much difference at that point. You know what I mean? So that's why I just like, the house is gone. It's over. It's done. We don't need it. They have models for that now. Everything is probably a better version of what it would have been anyway. So,
well, yeah, because they tore the inside apart, mainly looking for the murder weapon, and I'm talking walls, floors, everything. It really wouldn't even have been safe for like a jury to go into, or
the acoustics. That's the word I was trying to think of. Thank you. And I sent that, Salty. And yeah, the acoustics were completely different. Initially, I felt, okay, I do believe that a juror should be able to stand in Dylan's room, have somebody upstairs make a little ruckus, do this, hear the sound of the voices, so on and so forth. But then I thought about that after a minute. Somebody made a point to me. All the furniture's gone. They've taken cuttings of the walls and the floors and this, that, and everything else. And it's not going to sound the same anymore. So there's no point. Now, what they can do is they can take those models that they made and they can reenact the situation via those models, so on and so forth. And you'll get, in my opinion, a better effect than you would get standing in that home. So at that point, I had to say, okay, I get it. We really don't need the house. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I'm not saying that you need the house. I'm just saying one of the reasons they put it up. That's why I'm talking about the house. Okay, bringing the house up into this is because I don't care if you go inside or take the. But the fact is, one of the reasons they said they tore it down is because it was a memory.
Oh, right? I see. Yeah, to go back to what you're saying. So therefore, to keep it in that area would be, okay, I understand what you mean.
Exactly. I mean, that's because I'm comparing it to having that trial in that town that all these people are going to be, it's almost like recreating the whole time, that whole night again. And
bring it back to the surface and, open up old wounds. I understand. Yeah, I understand that.
Which is not going to be good for Brian, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Welcome, Salty. And yeah, Bobby, I've been booted from other channels for simply saying I'm neutral, and so have I been. I hear all the evidence instead of supporting the narrative being pushed by the creator. Absolutely.
Wow, Bobby, that's terrible. You can't even say you're neutral and you get kicked from channels.
I went into 3 channels that I know of and just made a statement about being on the fence, being 50-50, right down the middle. I was blocked from speaking anything else. Another channel I went into, I was kicked right out of. And another channel, they argued with me until I left. So it is what it is. I get
it. Because you hang on. We've always stood on innocent until guilty. So I don't.
And that's what I said in the one channel that I was completely blocked in. But go ahead, Salty. Sorry.
No, I was curious as to why you were booted.
You
went in there saying, I
digress
from this whole conversation. Actually, I got really nothing to say about it. This particular conversation.
No, I get it. I went into a channel, like I'm trying to remember that it was a smaller channel, and I said they were talking about they were right after Ann Taylor had done the whole there was no DNA found on anything that belongs to Brian. So I was in there. I was bored one night. I was watching this, and I started watching what was going on. There was 3 or 4 people.
So you were in a pro Koberger chat and said some things. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, it came out. I didn't know that when I went in, and it came out to be yes. And I said
the opposite of what I experienced.
I think so, but that was the same night that Daniel had messaged me, and he goes, "You might be right," so on and so forth. And I goes, "But there still is, this and that." And I said, "Okay, well, we'll see." So I jumped into this channel. I'm sitting there, and I brought that up, and I said, that being said, that what she said, that there was nothing found on anything that belonged to him. I said, you guys do understand that is what her job is she's supposed to put that out there for all of us to see, that to cast doubt. That's what the defense does. And they were like, "You're stupid, boink, you were gone." I went, okay. So yes, that has happened to me. I get it, guys. I've seen it, and it's been in my channel. Some of it that happened in my channel was due to some of the things that I presented, and I had to stop doing it that way because I realized what it was causing. And that's why I stopped, because that's why I've been in the middle. All I've ever said is I want the prosecution to show me why they believe that this man did this and how. That's all I want. And I will say,
we will see that at trial. That's why we have trials. But for a year and a half, that's all we've heard everybody scream. Show us, show us, show us. Hold your horses and we'll get there. And that's the reason why Ann Taylor's the reason we're not there yet.
That's what I was saying is like, when we get to trial, that's when we'll get it. That's what I said. You know what I mean? And at that point, it's just like you said, nobody wants to hear that. So,
no, they don't. And I just want to clarify one thing, because I'm going to try to be really nice. I'm about to go to bed, and I got to get up early. I really didn't want to come up because I don't really care for Idaho 4 conversations. But Terry, I just want to let you know, nowhere ever in a document or anywhere officially confirmed, even from Ann Taylor, those DNAs did not come from that sheet.
Yeah, I figured that. I saw that.
But you stated it as that was a fact. And if this room had 200 people in it like it used to for Idaho 4 conversations, that could have derailed the whole conversation. So there were 3 unknown DNAs recovered from probably at least 100 DNAs. So they were just in close proximity. Could it have been in the bedroom? Yeah. It was a party house. But that don't mean it was tied to the crime. But they did not come from the sheet. Brian Koberger's DNA.
I know this trial, I've been following it, so I apologize if I made a mistake.
If you've been following it, honey, you would have known that already. And you would have stated it as fact a few minutes ago.
Have changed so much, it's hard not to be able to get a little bit lost in this.
Well, that's a lot to get lost on 3 DNAs. That means that's implying there were 4 DNAs on that sheet, and the only one they're looking at is Brian Koberger's.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that implied.
What about the 3 unidentified DNAs that they found then?
Has Ann brought those back up again? I think she might have been satisfied as to whose they were or weren't. If she thought there was anything to them, Ann Taylor's not going to give up that battle. So I just have to wait to see what she files. And so far, I've waited patiently with my fingers tapping on the desk. And so far, she hasn't touched that conversation again.
Yeah, it hasn't come up yet.
No, it hasn't yet. Will it? I don't know. But they didn't come from the sheath is my whole point.
Oh, no. No, they were found in those 3 DNA, or those other 3 DNAs, yeah. Those were found within proximity to the murders, is the way it was stated in the documents. It wasn't anything in the sheath or anywhere else. And that could be...
She stated where they were at, and they weren't on the sheath.
Within that...
Salty, I said I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I understand. But there's a lot of, there's just a lot of, a lot that gets said. And
I guarantee you.
The thing about, and now that on the change of venue situation, Dago,
that's what I want to talk about.
Yeah, it's routine, normal stuff. But I I do have a problem with them moving it because of the victims' families and their
I agree.
rights
That's
to
what I
attend the
do agree
trial.
with.
Because I
Yeah.
know that Kay and Larry had to go through hell to get to Ada County to sit for Lori's trial. And they had to rent another house when they had to go to Chad's trial. So where do y'all think all this money's going to come from for these families to go do all this? State of Idaho is going to pay it, all these things. Do they need to bring in another jury at this point to satisfy the public? Yes, they do. Because that's going to be one of the first things Ann goes for an appeal. And right now, Judge is trying to make sure he doesn't give her a reason to fight on appeal. So I don't think Judge is going to allow this trial to stay in Latah County and get a jury pool from Latah County. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion. Is he's going to agree to it?
And that's
at this point, unfortunately, he needs to
agree to the change of venue. You mean?
What
either the change of venue or bringing in a jury, because people are so biased with this case that they can't think logically about it anymore. They won't. They don't want to.
I think
not everyone. So I know people get real confused about that kind of talk. So not everyone, but some people do. But some people are very capable of walking in there and listening to the evidence presented. Now, if this happened in my backyard, because a lot of crimes do occur in people's backyards all day, every day. Look at poor little Maddie Soto right there in Mom's backyard. I don't think Mom wants that trial moved. I don't think they'll give much bias on his case as they would in this one, but still, you got to think at some point you have to stop and think about the families, regardless of your personal take on those families, and what it means to them. Come on, they have other kids at home. They got to be over there all day, every day. And you know what? It's just crazy. So try to keep it fair and try to bring in a jury and try to be fair about it. Fair to both sides, not just one.
Of course. That's exactly the whole point right there. It needs to be fair, mostly, in my opinion, to the families. One. Well, Brian, of course, won. The families won. As far as spectators and all that, I don't care about that.
I'm gonna leave the panel. I saw the comment in the back chat. I didn't call anybody out publicly. I addressed a statement that Terry made, and we've corrected it, and it's over. This is why I won't be discussing Idaho 4 unless I do it from my channel, because I'm going to talk about Brian Koberger on occasion, and it's probably going to apparently affect the jury trial. So,
well, no, it has nothing to do with that. I just said this, and there's no reason anybody needs to be snappy or shitty or nasty with anybody about any comments that are made. It's an opinion from somebody. If it's not right, we correct it and move forward. There's nothing that needs to be anything about this.
I don't know if this guy's innocent or guilty. It's not my job to decide that yet. I have never pushed a narrative with this case. Never. I was attacked so bad because of this case. So
and that's why
I can't with the BS with it anymore. It's ridiculous to even talk about.
Again, I'm beyond all of that. I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to have a damn conversation about it without people being upset and getting pissed off and shitty about it. That's all I'm trying to do, which I should be able to do that. After the document that I just read, I was talking about that, and there's going to be other pieces of the conversation that come up, and everybody should be able to have these conversations without getting pissed off about what one person says or another person says, or what one person feels or another person feels. That's all I'm saying. And that should be okay. I see other channels.
I'm not mad. I just don't want bad information put out there in a case so serious. This is a very serious case.
Oh, that I agree with.
It's not the gossip corner, it's not tea time.
That I agree with.
Let's find all the things wrong with this case and get this guy out of there. No.
That I agree with. The misinformation shouldn't be out there. That's why we just correct it when it's wrong. People take it, accept it, and move forward. That's all.
I'm sorry. I made a mistake. So
It's okay. It's
You're
okay.
good, Terry. Terry, you're good. You and I have talked a long time in this space about this case. You're good, hon. You don't bother me, Terry. But that people will see that and think that is the fact. I've seen it happen. I've seen it with Delphi. I saw one creator put out their theory, and I promise you, that week I saw that another person go into many different chats and state that as a fact from documents, and I knew full well where it come from. And I was like, man, no. That's the kind of stuff we have to stop. And we all know it got completely out of hand with Idaho 4. Come on. It got completely out of hand, not because of mainstream media. Both mainstream media and social media are just as guilty of running this into the ground and making it a train wreck. In my opinion. In my personal opinion.
And you know what's really sad is that I take notes, and it's like I'll look back, I'm like, what the hell? I mean, things are changing. I mean, one day something said, the next day something completely opposite is said.
Well, and here's the thing with that. If you know, which I know you know, Terry, because you've been around for a long time, just as much as I do, and Salty knows, there are specific channels that, regardless of what is going on within this case, will continuously present a specific version of a narrative, regardless of what is actually factual out there. They find a way to make it come off a certain type of way. People take that, and then they'll come in here. They've done it before. They come in here and they'll say something like, well, this was just said, this and that. Okay. But we've already talked about that a year and a half ago, and it's not any different. The murders are already done. You can't change that. It's not going to be any different. So, yeah,
And people talk about defendants all the time. I mean, in every case we talk about the damn defendants, but not in this case.
Well, that's what I'm changing. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to do. Well, and if you don't believe that, that's understandable. But anybody that can't do that, it's ridiculous. We should be able to talk about innocent, guilty, either way, if it's an opinion, and that's all it is an opinion, because he hasn't been convicted yet legally.
Exactly. Okay? It would be just an opinion, but it's not always welcomed.
Well, and
and that's okay.
The things that have happened in here 6 months ago, they don't happen in here anymore. I mean, I know occasionally there's a person here or there that'll say something, but again, guys, we can do this.
Yeah, it's gotten way better. It's gotten way better, but
that's why
it was a long road to get there, wasn't it?
It was, and that's why I've let go of all that. I've tried to be able to do this. It's just a conversation with opinions and feelings about certain things. We're okay with that, guys. We're all grown-ups and we can do that. So that's the point that I was trying to make. That's all.
I just got, Dago, I'm going to be honest. I got confused when you earlier, I felt like you didn't want people to talk about BK's past. Even if we did, that doesn't mean that we thought he was guilty of anything. This is literally what happened in his past.
That is not at all. That is not what I was meaning by that. What I was meaning is the way that the media took what happened in his past. Okay, that stupid cell phone scenario, for instance. I watched, I don't know how many different news broadcasts about, they made the biggest damn deal about the fact that this kid took his sister's cell phone and stole it. And that made him a murderer, in their opinion. That's stupidity to me. I'm sorry. That's what has caused a lot of the
they reported on it. I saw a lot of that too. They reported on it. But they didn't say that, they're going to imply a lot of things. I got to take them with a grain of salt, just like I do social media.
That's the point I was trying to make. That's the point I was trying to make.
But that's where everybody needs to learn to take shit with a grain of salt. And you can't watch everything the news tells you. We should all know that by now. Remember, we were force-fed the fake media and all that fake news stuff. A lot of y'all claim you don't even watch it anymore. So how do we know what they're saying?
I'm talking about from way back then. I know.
But I'm just saying that some people choose mainstream media for their news. Some people choose social media for their news. So they all need to be held accountable for their actions, in the way they report things, in the way they imply things, all of them.
I do agree. Absolutely. It is definitely an emotionally driven case. It's probably the I'm not even going to go into that right now, but there's another one that's worse in my opinion right now. But
it became emotionally driven. I mean, look, there's a lot of this stuff on these YouTube streets talked about with this case. I never hear mainstream media touch.
absolutely.
The only mainstream media outlet that would give Kim a fucking voice was Cyber Sleuths.
Oh, yeah. I agree with that. I agree.
Mainstream media ain't reported on tunnels and, you know, frat fights and roid rage and
there's a bunch
cryptocurrency
of
scandals and the drug fentanyl dump at the house and all the things.
reflections of things and fight clubs and
The random dog and Dylan jumping in the random ass truck.
all of these things, you guys, is what has taken this and gone whoop down the toilet, and it was flushed again and again and again and again. And it's absolutely nothing about what this case is about. When I started hearing, oh, they were killed at a different place and they were transported back to the house in the back of U-Haul trucks. What the actual fuck? Excuse my language, but what? If that was an issue, that's where I got irritated, okay, and was beyond irritated. I would think that law enforcement would have most definitely realized that, okay? And then you got people that are taking that. Well, I seen Chief Fry driving a U-Haul truck. What does that mean? Absolutely nothing. It means he was moving the things from the home like what you saw. And that's what I'm talking about is people went nuts with this stuff and it caused all of this. And that's what I'm beyond now. I'm way beyond that. I think all of us are beyond all of that. And we're looking at what the facts are, what is coming out on the PCA.
Do you know how much havoc? Do you know how much havoc WSU Mom Kim wreaked on this case? Terry, you should know. You've heard it all. Y'all know. We've all know. We cannot deny that shit. It wasn't just. There was a lot. There's so much.
Well, and that being what it is,
nobody could stick to. Just try to stick to the minute we saw shade in the case, which rightfully so, right? Bizarrely written PCA. Then you got the father coming out and questioning things. But then when that happened, mainstream media or social media, excuse me, went nuts. Kim went nuts. And Steve was getting DM'd every fucking theory that social media could throw at that man. So you don't think he started having doubts? Could this be true?
Well, of course he should as a parent.
I hear that they're smart on this internet shit. I'm getting this constantly. So there we go. Now we got a storm brewing. And then you got all these TikTokers and backroom chats going down on how we going to handle Dot and all these people and how we going to get this information out there and who we going to, all this. Same thing tried to happen in Delphi, but on a much deeper level. So we just got to learn from the beginning of these cases. Well, take it easy. You know, we don't know everything going in. We can't assume because a guy looks normal and has a college degree that he could not be the guy based on just that. There's a lot of things we have to look at. You know, of course, do we have questions? And yes, was I here for everything Kim had to offer? Yes, I gave it all a chance. It was all looked into God knows how many times, and there's nothing when nobody can. I mean, it's just rumors.
And that's the point with tonight, truly, because it always does turn in. But at this point, and from this day forward, if I have a conversation, which I'm sure I will, anytime a document comes out, I talk about it, I show it as I promised I always would, so on and so forth. I refuse at this point, and I'm not saying. And this is nothing against anybody, you Salty Terry, anybody like this. No. I will not go into. I'm in the now and forward. The past is the past. The past is what has caused the problems. We all know that. Even Kim, all of that, any of that is gone. It's done. We can't fix it. We can't change it. I'm past all that now. It's time at this point to look at it for what it is and what we should have been doing the whole time.
Okay, so with that said, now going back to the change of venue. All the things that people heard Kim say, can they really put all that aside now and say that was all bullshit?
I think,
or in the back of their mind, could there still be something to it? Do you know what I mean?
I think most of them have. Everybody I've seen talk about that has laughed it off. They bullshit. It's whatever. I think it's all gone including after. What the hell was the show called?
You ain't been watching some of the streams I've been. Yeah, they're still out there. It's just not here. but
I
it's
don't
still
watch
out
them.
there. And I'm
Well,
not here to police YouTube, right? I don't go in, I don't do all that. I don't care. So I'm not here to police YouTube. But if I'm in a chat or on, and I'm on this panel a lot, and I don't want to I don't want stuff being said that's not true. If we can say no, that yes, there were 3 DNAs, but they didn't come from here, and we did that, and we clarified it, and you got up here to talk about the change of venue, and
that's
it
what I was
suddenly
trying
it
to.
did, but it didn't stay there. It went to all the other
Well,
things.
anytime I have a conversation, I know it's going to go different directions, and that's okay with me. It's an open discussion. That's fine, as long as it is factual information, commonsensical, like I said, and logical.
Um,
That's the whole thing.
And
So,
the reason I brought up the house, like I said, I was
no, I
saying
get it. I get
the
it.
should it the venue.
I understood what you were saying.
yeah, and I did too. But I'm gonna go. I got to go to bed. I got to get up super early, and I got a long day. So y'all have a good
All right.
night.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you as always. And good night. So yeah, I understood that, Terry. It took me a minute, but because I saw somebody make a statement, and then that's why I brought that up. But no, the fact that she was bringing up, guys, was they tore the house down. One of the main reasons they tore the house down was because it was a bad memory. It was reliving the situation. So in turn, to keep what she's saying is to keep the venue there could in effect be the same thing. And I understand that. And I can see what you're saying, and I respect it. Absolutely. So, if you,
It's just a small knit college community, and I just think it needs to be moved because it is small, and you're gonna see there's no place to really have parking. You know what I mean? It's not like you're in a big city where you're in a small little town where everybody knows everyone.
Well, and that's okay. Let me ask you this though. And again, anybody that would like to join us, by the way, the phone line is open now. 234-7034. You don't mind anybody calling in and us talking to them, right, Terry?
Oh no, you're fine.
Okay. 234-703-4047. Give us a call. Give us your thoughts. Let us know what you think on the change of venue. Or if we can talk about other things as well. Like I said, let's just keep it logical and what I said. That's all I'm asking. The past is the past. We are in the now and going forward. And I'm going to keep it that way from here on forward, guys, because if we lived back a year ago with this, it's a disaster. We know that. Every one of us has lived it. Okay. I've dealt with more bullshit from it than most creators have, in my opinion, but that's me. So as we move forward, that's what we need to do, is to make this as simple and to the point and factual as we can as we go forward until we hit that trial. So that's the point that I'm trying to make. So please, anybody, feel free, give us a call, 234-703-4047. Let's talk about it, please. So anyway, I understand your point, Terry, on what you're saying. I get it. But that's a 300-mile distance away from Latah County. Now, I don't know exactly the distance between where the Gonsalves family lives as to where the Mogans, or I don't believe the Chapins are going to be involved in this at all based on what they said. But still, that's a long drive to have to make. And I think they should be accommodated more than anybody, truly. And I know you agree with that. But if you were to bring in, this is what my question to you was going to be. If I say they were to bring in a jury from Nez Perce County or Ada County or anywhere like that to bring that jury in, okay?
No, you're in the same situation. You're still there.
In that area. So you don't believe they should stay in the area itself, because the jury is all that matters, is to who, you mean because of them being biased or because of what you were saying about it being a small area? Because they said Ada County is not much bigger. It's roughly about the same. So
is that the one that the judge and Bill were laughing about?
I think so. Or it was either that or Nez Perce.
Yeah. I that was the dumbest thing I ever heard. For them to make that a joke when Ann said to move. I mean, obviously you're not going to move from one because it's small, so you're going to move to a smaller place.
Yeah, doesn't make any sense at all. Right.
No, I just think that it's been over 2 years. Well, it's almost 2 years. They
What do you?
already have torn down the house because, quote unquote, they say that was disturbing and brought back memories. So now they're going to have all these cars. Everyone's going to be talking about it in every restaurant and every street corner because it's going to be going on in that little town. That's going to be the topic of conversation. Take it out of the town so people that don't want to have to listen to it don't have to.
Well, if they go to, I think it was Ada County was the one that was in the document. That's the one that's about the equivalent. Okay, that's the one that doesn't make sense to me. But
yeah, no, it doesn't make sense at all. And they were laughing about it then. He's like, oh,
Yeah.
I think they have like one hotel, don't they, or something? Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that. But it I don't understand why that was even put into this document. I don't understand that. Like if Boise, however you say it, if that were the case, that does make more sense because it is a lot bigger.
You do know I live like 20 minutes from you when you say however you say Boise.
Yes, I know. That's why when I brought up the fact that I live like 15 minutes from where Jeffrey Dahmer grew up, I know you know where that's at too. It's very local to us. And that's why I said, I understand those scenarios, but take care, Noble. Thank you for joining us. But truly and factually, okay, I think, and that's why I wanted to have this conversation with everybody and anybody. I think, and I respect what you're saying wholeheartedly, Terry. I do. I think, in effect, it should be tried. I think that the county, the people that live in that area do deserve the ability to see the person that committed this crime, that made their lives miserable and did this in that area. It deserves to be, they deserve to have that for them.
Watch it. I mean, is it going to be on YouTube like everything else has so far? Are they not? Okay, there you go.
I mean, so far. So
watch it. And then when you're done, if you don't want to hear anymore, you shut your computer or you walk away. And you don't walk outside to go get something to eat at McDonald's or whatever, and everybody is talking about it. Can you imagine, speaking of McDonald's, I mean, my dad is 80-something years old. They meet every morning for coffee. Can you imagine what's going to be talked about every day? Because it's there. It may be talked about if it's not there, but
it's gonna be talked about everywhere. When that trial hits, I don't care where they have it at, you guys, and you all know this. When that trial comes down, if you guys remember the O.J. Simpson case, it's probably going to be 2 or 3 times bigger than what that was.
Truly. Did they move that trial?
No, they didn't. They kept it right there.
But it was in a much bigger community.
Oh, LA County is huge. Yes.
So, yeah, that's my thought. I just personally think that some people don't want it shoved in their face again. They've lived it. I mean, part of the community.
I know, I get that, but and this is the only time I'm going to say I have to respectfully disagree on that, because I think they want that. I think they want to see, not necessarily the reenactment per se of what happened that night, but I think they want to see, because they, whoever did this, go down for it. I think they feel that they deserve that as residents of that area. And it's like I said, I respectfully disagree. Not that I'm not saying you're wrong. I disagree. So let me put it this way. I'm going to bring this up again. A friend of mine was murdered. Okay. When I was 12 years old, Raymond Fife. You're from this area. You may remember this happening.
Well, I grew up in Missouri, Kansas City, but.
Oh, okay. Well, it was horrible. He was sodomized. He was lit on fire. He had body parts cut off and put in his mouth. Multiple things, and beaten. And this was a very close friend of mine. We were in Boy Scouts together. Okay. And there were 2 of them that did this. One of them received the death penalty. The other received life in prison. He died in prison. The other one is still sitting on death row 40 years later. And if they would have moved that trial, as an adult, I was a kid then, so it didn't matter. But as an adult, if they'd have moved that trial from this area, I'd have been pissed. as much as his mother would have been. She's still alive, very up there in age, and I think she's hanging on to wait to see Danny Lee Hill get the death penalty, because that's what she's done and waited for her whole life. Okay. So that's why I say I respectfully disagree, because that's just my opinion, though. I would have wanted to see that here, because we, as the people of this area, in my opinion, deserve to have that finality and closure to this situation. That's why I say I disagreed only.
But when you say final, how do you say it? Finality?
Finality, yes.
Finality, yes. Yeah, they want finality. They want to find the person that did it, and they want somebody to pay for it. But what if he didn't do it?
Well, then that's what the trial's for. Yeah, if he didn't do it, then they'll be able to prove that, hopefully. And if he didn't do it, then hopefully they will figure out what actually happened that night. But regardless of whether he did it or didn't do it, you know what I said? I think if that's who they have on, in custody as their suspect, that's why he deserves that absolute wholehearted fair trial. And I think that's why my recommendation was to bring the jury members in from out of areas, because they're not going to be so sensitive to it, and the bias would be a lot less, in my opinion. So that's why I feel that's the best way to do this, because it will allow for the people from Latah County to get what they want, as well as both sides kind of get what they want, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of, an analogy would be like if you're playing sports, right? Your high school football team plays, you have a home game or an away game. That's,
that's
how
a good, that's a good way to put it. That's the way it's got to put it, or a good way to put it, I think.
People, when you have home, it's just, but then again, I don't know what people are, they're thinking. What's a win?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Somebody and have that finality, or to get the right person. And I'm not saying he's not the right person. I'm just saying, what's a win to them? To get somebody and have finality, or to get the right person?
Well, both. I would say both. Okay. I think they want mostly, though, and I agree with you, the right person. Okay. So yes, I agree with that. And Wisdom says, I'm sure the people in Moscow want to know if they have the real person. Yes. And I agree with that too. That's where the scales are going up and down with this. So yeah.
Right. And it's
they need to prove that they have the right man, period. Excuse me.
You were going to send, we'll just say Caden, to college, and you didn't know if they, they had put finality in this guy, Brian Kohlberger, who came in and did whatever he did, was, they found him guilty. Okay. But would you still, would you be more likely to send him someplace that you thought the person had been put away, or that there was people or a person still running out there loose?
I know what you're saying. If I wasn't sure of it, I agree.
And if you're not sure of it, then he can't be guilty.
But that's not true, though. He's innocent till proven guilty, period. That's how I feel. I'm saying if I wasn't sure of it, then I would be a little hesitant. Yes, I see what you're saying, to send him to someplace like that. But I don't think, well, there's students going there now. A lot of people sent their kids there because they feel, in my opinion, that they have the right guy. And I think that's why they're there right now, because a lot of parents aren't going to send their kids to a place where they feel that there could be possibly somebody running around that would kill somebody. I get it.
My mom, my husband, they both think that Brian, this is what they say. They already caught him. They caught him. I'm like,
that's what a lot of people feel that way. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And it's like, well, have you been following the case at all? Do you know what is going on? Do you know why? They're like, we don't care. The police got the right person, and that's all they know.
Well, a lot of people are very comfortable within that realm, because that's what the norm is. That's what we're supposed to feel like. That's how it should be. That's how it's supposed to be. That's what I mean. You know, the way we were all raised, I guess you could say, or taught, is when the police arrest somebody, they have them in custody. That's it. End of story. Let's move on to the next scenario, because that's what we're expecting. It doesn't always happen. If you look at the Delphi scenario, okay, that's way worse than what is going on in Idaho, in my opinion. They have a guy in custody that they've completely violated every human right that this man has had, in my opinion. Richard Allen. There's so many other things. I think you've been following it. Me and Salty have been covering that, like doing a refresher on that.
But I don't know that one, and I'll be the first.
Right. And that's okay. That's why we're doing that, so that our people can get used to it. But in that scenario, they basically arrested this man on a bullet, in my opinion. Okay, there's a couple of the little things that really aren't that strong to me, but a bullet that was racked out of a gun. It wasn't even fired from a barrel. So that bullet can go into a gun that any one of 300,000 people own. Okay, but they took it to him, said it's your bullet from your gun. You're under arrest for the murder of Abby and Libby. And here we are now, and they have violated it. If we're going to talk about the Constitution, which is what the big issue with Brian has been most of this case, they violated all of his rights, in that opinion. They put him in prison before he was even tried. They violated his rights while he was in prison. They violated his attorney-client rights and privacy issues. All of that. Okay. So in that sense, when you look at that case and then you look at this case, there are, they're completely different situations. And I would be more prone to be more worried about that situation than I am of this one, because as I looked back on everything that has gone on, yes, the PCA is overwritten. I agree with that. There's some things in the PCA with this that are like strange, but if you think about this situation where we live, okay, for instance, the state of Ohio, we have shit that goes on here, okay? But if you, for the little area that you live in, as same with mine, had a quadruple homicide that went down, do you think that your police force alone, your little police force, could handle something like that comfortably without making some mistakes?
No.
And I know mine couldn't. We don't even have a police force. That's gone. We have the county now that is our police department. So, and that's what I mean. So when I looked back at this whole situation, I'm not saying that I don't think, I have my questions. I have my questions as to how they got to Brian still. I still question that, and I'm still waiting for that trial, as I said earlier, for them to show me that. That's when it's going to happen. That's why I've been trying to be patient about it. But there's still conversations that can be had. Thank you so very much, Leslie. I'm sorry. I didn't see who got that. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. And it's great to have you here. And again, thank you so very much. God bless, Leslie. We appreciate you. So what the hell was I saying now? Sorry. I just lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens. Where are we at? Oh, I lost it again. Good God. Too much going through my ADHD brain. What's up, Jen? Good to see you. What was I saying, Terry?
Now you have me confused because you changed it a couple.
I know. I do that to myself all the time. I'm sorry. Going back to the Brian thing and all that stuff. That's where I was at. So the small town inexperience with this type of thing, so on and so forth. Mistakes can be made. Yes, I agree. And again, I'm not saying Brian's guilty, guys. I've never said Brian's guilty, and I've never said Brian's innocent, and I will not. I can't say that because I haven't seen enough proof to tell me that he did this, nor have I seen enough proof to tell me that he didn't do this. The state has their things. The defense has their things. And I've been watching everything I can to see what the defense provides, and I haven't seen much come from the state, which is, again, like I told you, I've always leaned a little towards the innocent side of things because of that. And I am patiently waiting for this trial to come so that I almost hope and this is, I've said this before, I almost hope that they can prove that Brian did this, because then I will kind of breathe a little and go, okay, they were on the right track. They were doing the right thing. They did this. They may have made a few mistakes here and there, but this is the guy. Now let's prosecute the shit out of him. But there's a huge chance, you guys, a very huge chance that he's not. And if that's the case, wow, this guy's been sitting in jail for all this time. And who the hell did do this then? There's 4 kids that are gone, and we don't know who did it if that comes out. And that is where the whirlwind's going to come into effect. Okay. That's the part of it that is just like blows my mind, if that were to be the case. You know, I see people that they're wholeheartedly, truly feeling Brian did this, and I respect that. And it's based on a white car, and it's based on a sheet that has this man's DNA on it, and which is way more than going back to what Delphi has. Okay. Delphi, I believe, and Salty says this all the time, that they have DNA, but I don't believe, just like her, that it's Richard Allen's. That's my opinion on that. But that's a different thing. You know what I'm saying? This we know for a fact is Brian Koberger's DNA. That's all there is to it. How it got there, how that sheath that whole thing transpired, we don't know yet. Okay. Mm-hmm. And that's what has everybody stuck on this, because it is his DNA on the sheet. That is the only thing to me that makes me stop and go, I don't know. The fact that he wasn't in that area, according to some of this whole tower stuff and all that, is an issue for me. For that to be proven, I want to see this. Those are the things that bug me about this. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's where I'm at with that. And that's true too. That's a very good point. A bad investigation doesn't make him innocent. That's very true. If Moscow botched this somehow because of inexperience, or anything like that, okay? I'm not saying corruption. I'm just saying inexperience. If somebody screwed something up and then tried to cover it up to hide that they made a mistake, that's, in my opinion, that is a form of corruption. But still, it's a mistake. That doesn't make him innocent. I agree with that. There could be something there that does show that he's guilty of it. And that's all I'm waiting to see. Truly, I'm all I'm waiting to see. If there's a video of something that said, oh my God, there it is, then we're good. Or if they come up with some other kind of something that proves this or that to it, then good, we're good. And I'm not saying I have to see him there to prove it to me. All I'm saying is that would be nice if that were the case. It would make this so much easier on everybody. So
yeah. I don't know. I'm not there. I don't live there. I'm not, I don't have kids in school there. I mean, there's not a personal part of me that's in there, but I don't know. I just think that this town's, had to go through hell and back for the past 2 years, because this is not.
I agree. Jeff, if you're interested, sir, why don't you join me up here too? It's been a while. You're welcome to. But I understand what you mean by that. And I think it's a double-sided coin, Terry, that I agree that they shouldn't have to go through it again. And they probably don't in some senses. But on the other side of that coin, I think they do want to go through this to see the justice prevail the way it should in that sense. So I think it can go both ways with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Half a dozen here, 6 there.
That's it. Half a dozen there and 6 here. I agree with you. I was trying to think of that actually earlier. I couldn't remember that. I still didn't say it right, but hold on a minute. Noble said that's not true. In conversation, they only said it was close enough because his father. I understand that. I'm just trying to make it in a very simplistic term, Noble. But yes, that is true. I understand. I don't know, Andy. That was something with Harry's microphone. She must have rubbed it against her. Something very sensitive. Again, anybody else that would like to join us up here, I have plenty of room. I'd love to hear from you. Again, the phone line is open, 234-703-4047. If you don't want to come up here because you think I stink, you can call in. Whatever works for you guys, please do. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Thank you, Jeff. That's what I was trying to say. So again, there's a link in the chat, guys. If you would actually hold on a minute, let me try something here. And again, guys, if you're gonna come up here, we just got to be logical. No victim shaming, none of that crud, because I don't want it. No talking down about the families. Let's just talk about change of venue and other things if you want to. That's fine. That have to do with this. We can do it. We're grown-ups, and there's no problem with it. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix something real quick. Excuse me.
I just don't, I guess if it's me, I wouldn't want it there. I don't think that I don't think that police department has done a good job on this.
Okay.
They haven't followed protocol, so they have to me, it sounds like they have their own protocol.
I respect that. I mean, I don't know. I grew up in a law enforcement family, and I know a lot about that kind of stuff, but I don't know when it comes to something like this, what they did or didn't do. Real quick, I pinned the link in the chat. If anybody would like to join me or join us, you're welcome to. I can hold a few other people up here, so come on up, guys. If you choose. But anyway,
why did Ann? Okay, here's a question. Why did Ann not want to use the DNA? So
well, probably because it's his DNA, but I think there's something coming on that still. I think there's some, these hearings we've been seeing them have. I think she's got something coming possibly with the DNA stuff. That's just my opinion. I can't guarantee it, but I think, I don't know, truly. I think that because of the issue with the DNA being such a big deal, that maybe that's why she was trying to have it tossed. Or because it is actually his DNA per se, quote unquote, that she thought that would be detrimental. I don't know for a fact, Terry, but I don't know. We can get somebody else's opinion on that. Welcome, Jeff. Thank you for joining me, sir.
Hey, Dago. Hey, Terry. How are y'all doing?
Hey, how are you, Mr. Jeff?
Great. Thanks for the invite to come up. I was just taking some pictures of something and thought I need a break.
I gotcha. Absolutely. So thank you for, it's been a long time since you've been up here, and it's great to have you here. Thank you.
Yeah. I liked it when you were reminiscing about the way things used to be, and I think things are better.
I agree with that.
What I love too is that we've had our history, but what I always remember is that my love for like true crime started first time I ever reached out to a YouTuber. First time I ever connected was a phone call to you. I still can remember where I was on the road. And I was like, "This is so cool! I'm participating," and
it seems like forever ago, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It's been a long time.
Everybody's been through so much stuff since then, and I think that's the whole thing right there. Is I think that we've all risen above all of that, and we can continue to do that, leaving the past in the past and moving forward to the future, and that's what I'm all about. So,
right,
absolutely. So, what are your thoughts on this, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, I still lean towards that they have the right guy.
Sure.
But again, it's no different than like, okay, the football game is coming up Sunday, and I've just done a little research of what the coach has said, what this player's stats look like. I'm speculating. I'm making a best guess, and I could sit here and say I think the team that I don't think is going to win, but why would you do that? You can't. So I mean, your feelings are your feelings, your intuitions are your intuitions, and so because it really doesn't matter to us anyway. We're not on the jury. We're not. My opinion really doesn't amount to a hill of beans.
Well, what do you think about the venue change? What's your opinion on that? Is what I mean. Truly.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. I think no matter where it's held, I mean, I just, my gut tells me the prosecution has a good case. I think Brian's got decent representation. It's going to be a very interesting trial, but I think probably no matter where it's held, I don't see it being that different. I don't think you'll find like, oh, you go over here and these jurors don't really care because they're not from there, so they're gonna give you this type of verdict. Or this jury is right here in Latah County. They care too much, so they're gonna say he's guilty even though they're convinced he's innocent. I just don't see them. I mean, like I said in the chat, I watched some of the interviews with the Chad Daybell jurors.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like they take this job very seriously, and I would take it very seriously. I mean,
Of course.
this is a person's life, and if I sat in that jury and they convinced me and they explained, I mean, all I can go on is what I know to this point, and even stuff I can't even say I know. It's just
Uh-huh.
is what I've heard and maybe what I believe or surmise, but
Yeah,
but
and
once you sit through the trial, I think it's going to be a different thing. It's going to be like, okay, all the things that didn't make sense before, now they do.
I so hope that happens. I really do. I'm expecting that myself. I'm praying for that to make sense when we get to that point. I know there's people that still believe that we're not going to make it to trial. I pray to God that we do, because I think the whole world needs to see the trial, to see both sides of the scenario, to see how all this happened, how everything got to the point that it got to. That's something I think that is very important. But I agree with you in a sense where I think it's going to be very hard to find a jury, no matter where you're at within the state of Idaho, let alone the country, that doesn't have a form of bias. But we have to, at that point, that was what my question was. I said I wanted to talk about that earlier. Do we believe in people enough to believe that they will be able to, if they have a strong belief at this point that they believe that Brian Koberger is the guy that did this, let's say that, okay, based on what's been seen on mainstream and social medias, do you have the ability to go into this without that mindset? I know you did it. I know he did it. It's there. There's that. There's, blah, blah, blah. Do people have the ability to do that at that point? You know what I mean? Whether you take it serious or not. I mean, I believe in people. You know that, of all people. I always have. And I try the hardest to get people to see the right and the good in people. But being on social media, as we all know as well, you see sometimes who people really are, unfortunately, and then you doubt that stuff sometimes. So, is that something that, my question, I guess, is that something that we believe people are going to be able to do?
I wonder if it's similar to, like, when you hear somebody's telling you, hey, this is what I heard so and so say about you, and this is what they said. It's like, and then it probably might get you riled up. You might have a reaction to it, and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that person said that. But then you go, then it's like the trial starts. Now you've run into the person. Now you're talking to them face to face. You're at the real source of information, the true information, and it's right there in front of you. Then you have like, oh, okay, that's what you meant. That person totally misrepresented what you said. What I initially thought is now different, and then now I'm going based on the truth. I've often said in chats too, if I really think that if Steve Gonsalves is sitting in that courtroom, listens to the trial, and is convinced, wait, they got the wrong guy, and the jury says guilty, I wouldn't be surprised if he stands up and says, that's crap. This is not right. I don't want just a guy to go, to death or to prison for what happened to my daughter. I want the right guy, to go.
I believe that. I've seen some conversations with Steve, we all have in interviews, and I do believe that I gotta say that I believe he would stand up and say, no, that ain't right. That's not it. And if there's proof that they show that he didn't do this, that he's gonna stand up for that. I do believe that. I do.
Right.
Truly. Now, family wise, I have to say, yes, I do believe that would happen. Are there other people that won't do that, then I do feel that way. And I think that's the huge worry in a sense with a jury, that there are probably people out there that hate Brian Koberger so bad that they would want to get on that jury to be able to be part of a team that prosecutes this guy, whether they believe in anything or not. And people can argue with me all they want, but I do believe that there are people out there like that. That's the sad, scary thing. If I were,
you know what?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, what will happen in the jury room? See, like on the YouTube streets, I think even though things are better, I think we still tend to you got this group hangs with like-minded group. This group hangs with the like-minded. We kind of split that way. Sometimes we cross paths and we have debates, and sometimes it's friendly, sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
But when you're in the jury room, you're kind of stuck with these people. And if you're like one of the only few that are saying, I think he's innocent or I think he's guilty, and everybody else has got, look, this reason, how do you explain this reason? And then it's like you're kind of forced to have the conversations that are uncomfortable with other people of other opinions, and then and hopefully through that process the truth prevails, and what really occurred is what really either is punished or he's exonerated, whichever one it is.
Right.
What happens if the trial, whatever, the verdict's made, right? And riots break out and other people get hurt. Does that town really need that?
Well, what do you say that again? Say the last part of that again.
I'm just saying, what if the verdict comes and, there's pro Kobergers, there's anti, whatever, right?
Yes.
And there are riots that go out. I mean, that's a very personal area. It's their town. It happened in their town. And I'm just saying, like, back to what you said, are they capable of handling something like that? Because the last thing they need is to have some other people, people hurt over this because they chose to keep it there.
I don't think that's going to happen in a town like that, Terry, honestly. Let's say, for instance, we go to trial, the whole thing goes through, everything's done, and they find Brian Koberger innocent. I don't see there being riots. Okay. I mean, there's enough agencies surrounding this area that they could handle something like that if need be, including National Guard and stuff like that. But this is not LA we're talking about. This is Moscow, Idaho.
This is Moscow, Idaho, where they had 4 horrific murders.
Agreed, but I don't think it would cause that to happen. But I could be wrong. I'm just saying, I've never seen or heard of anything like that happen in a town like that. When you have a town like Los Angeles or Chicago or Cleveland or something, okay. Because just saying, you know what I mean? I just don't see that happening. Now, I do see if he's found guilty, there's going to be a bit of an uprising, but it's not going to be what you're probably envisioning in your mind right now. It's going to be a lot of irritated, angry people, yes. And Brian's going to have to disappear if he's found innocent, in my opinion. But I just don't see that happening. I think they can handle it because you have ISP, you have Moscow, Pullman, and any other area. If something were to go down, I think they would be able to handle something like that. Now, here's another question I have for everybody, and you too, of course. Let's say, for instance, that this does happen, and the defense proves Brian innocent. Now, we all three up here, as well as everybody in this chat, knows that if that happens, there's going to be a huge overflow of people that are going to be angry because they believe he's guilty. Period. So let me ask, what comes after that? If Brian's proven to not be the person that did this, who did?
That's a great question.
That's going to be an issue. Like, then what happens? Because I don't see, there's never been talk of anybody else ever. We all know that, okay? So there's no investigative basis for any of that. What it's done, that's it. Now I do see Steve Gonsalves investigating that at that point himself. I don't think that man would ever give up until he gets an answer that he is okay with. And if that happens, is it just over then? Does it turn into a cold case with no, nobody? Or do you think that they would reinvest their resources to find out if there's somebody else that did this?
That's a great question. I've been wondering that myself. That's a absolutely incredible question, because I mean, they're doing everything they can, in my opinion, to try to get stuff together that he did it. I mean, now we just found out that in footnotes that he was in the area, but he was never placed at the house that night.
I did see that, yes.
That is huge, because that means, okay, so now, so you happen to drive by a house or a neighborhood, and something happened and they're like, oh, well, Dago was by there. They must have been Dago. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's bad for us. So I just think there's a lot of stuff that we have to take into consideration, and maybe it could get out of hand. And I don't know if that's what the town needs.
Well, of course not. Of course not. Yeah. I understand.
I really hope they can prove. If they prove he's innocent, I hope it's something that everyone will accept. Is like, okay, yeah, you've proven he's innocent, and therefore, that what would be in a perfect world, Brian could go on to like write books about this experience.
Yeah,
he's in the field. Maybe he could help find the actual killer if it's not him. Maybe he's even got some insight
of what happened or how. Yeah, that's another episode. Exactly. But here's one thing I want to say on that too. I hope that if they do prove, please remember me saying this too. I hope that if they do say that Brian didn't do this, that it's not on a loophole, that it's not on some bullshit. I hope that it's on the fact that they proved that this man did not go in that house and kill these 4 kids. That's how I hope it comes out to be, that he gets off on this. And that's the only way I would want to see it happen, to be honest with you. Because I will never
make it easier to stomach for everybody.
Of course. Of course. Yeah. And if he, and I'll be honest with you guys, if he gets off on this and it's on some kind of a technicality, a loophole, some stupid thing that they screwed up on, I will not be comfortable, nor will I be satisfied with the fact that he didn't do this at that point. So, and I will probably continue to believe it. It may even make me believe more that he did it at that point. You know what I mean? You know how our brains work. So,
yeah, it seems like too, that's what makes me, because, like I said, I lean towards guilty. And when I see the actions of Ann Taylor, I can't help but wonder if like they're looking for the technicality. They're looking for some case law from the 1800s. They're looking for weak alibis. They're just like,
I've looked at that too, Jeff. I'll be honest with you. I have definitely saw the things she's doing and wondered myself, is that what you're doing? Or are you really truly trying to prove that this man is innocent? That's a question I have.
Right.
That's fact. Truly. And I just hope it's not like that. I do. But for the sake of the victims and for the sake of their families, I hope that, and everybody that's involved in this area. Because God help, imagining that they do prove that he didn't do this. Okay. So I think that's going to send immense panic throughout the community at that point. Who did it then? Are they still here? Who is it? And it's going to throw everybody out of their whack. You know what I mean? So, and that's not fair to that community. They've already been through hell for this for 2 years now. They deserve finality and closure on this, in my opinion.
Right.
So,
and even though the burden of proof is on the prosecution, I think it does benefit Brian in the future to, in essence, kind of prove that he didn't do it, even though he's not required to prove.
I agree.
Yeah,
yes.
I think it would definitely help him, and it doesn't seem to me like it ought to be that difficult. I mean, I can easily prove I didn't do it. I'm sure you can easily prove you didn't do it. Most people were asleep at that time. Even there's probably a ton of Elantra owners out in that area. There's like, oh my gosh, they're going to think it's me. No, they couldn't. My alibi is solid. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing to worry about. How is it that either he did? Sometimes I feel like either he did it or he's like extremely unlucky that all these things line up. That no license plate on his car. He's out at that time of night. Phone's not on. DNA's on the knife sheath right next to the victim.
The only thing
victim.
the one that's with you saying that, the one thing, listen, I have talked around, and you know this, you've listened to me for a long time. I have talked about and around the license plate thing because I live in a state that only requires one plate, so I get that. Also the phone thing, I said, well, it could have went dead, he turned it off, but that's an excuse. Okay, I get that. I also said, trying to be devil's advocate on different situations. I've said that too. The one thing that cannot pull me completely away from the probability of guilt is that sheet and that damn DNA. That's the one thing that holds me there from pulling completely away. And I'm glad that that's there because I wouldn't myself want to be wrong about something like this. Not that it matters, but in my mind, it does.
Because without the sheath, he could have been a driver to somebody who did it. Although his description, his physical description by witnesses, I mean, it's not a great description. I mean, but bushy eyebrows and his build, I mean, if this was a setup, I mean, what are the chances that she just happened to describe the person that they set up? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's what I said. Like with no, I agree.
And we have to hope. It's really sad.
What's that?
I'm sorry, Terry. What'd you say?
Oh, I just said, and we have to hope that was really sad. I mean, we didn't hear her say that. We don't even know if she was in there that night.
Yeah, hopefully they had body cam that captured all that. That would be helpful.
That would be great. I agree with that. The body cam thing for sure. Well, I was gonna say something and lost my train of thought again. The phone situation, like I said, I've always had issues with that, and I've seen the tower situation. Twizzle showed a whole thing on that, and I was very grateful to see that. The whole phone situation. That's always been a problem for me. The license plate thing. Here's my thing with this though, and I've argued this before, and I can ask this to everybody though. And this is just me personally, with this guy's knowledge, his brain, he seems to be a pretty smart guy. The things he knows about this type of stuff too. If you're gonna go do something like this, why in the hell would you even take your phone with you? Knowing that it's a traceable piece of technology, very traceable. Okay, that is the first thing that I would think about leaving at home as the phone. Okay, and I mean, I've looked at this on both ends. Either this guy is super smart and has found a way to completely make the mess that this is, or he's dumb at the same time by leaving his sheets behind, taking his phone with him, and doing all these stupid things that he did to put him into the place that he's in. That's hard to accept.
Unless it's something he'd been thinking about for a long time, and he didn't expect that this night would be the night that the opportunity presented itself, and maybe his initial plan would have been something like leaving the phone at home had he gone out to do it, but it just,
and it just happened.
Does that explain why, if that truly is his car 5 times driving past that Linda Lane camera, it's like, should I, shouldn't I? Should I, shouldn't I? The last pass, if you notice on the 5th pass, he's driving a lot faster than all the other 4. Is that like adrenaline? Is that the decision is made to like, okay, this is the night. It's okay. I've thought it through. I just turn my phone off. I know I've got it with me. That was stupid. I shouldn't have brought my phone. I'll just turn it off. I've checked everything. I've cleaned all my stuff. My sheath is clean. My knife is clean. Except I really think that he was practicing at home, like what's that Robert De Niro movie, In Front of the Mirror? Like, you talking to me? He's planning his crime. And I just think that he was maybe practicing pulling it out of the sheath, I have the same knife. I know it's a very sharp knife. People ask, well, why would he bring the sheath in there? I would not want my knife anywhere without the sheath nearby. If I'm gonna use it, if I'm cutting meat, if I'm doing whatever I'm doing, that's going right back in the sheath right after I'm finished with it, because I don't want to cut myself. And especially in that situation, with his knowledge, he knows just a single cut of himself, that would be the end of it. His blood in that crime scene.
Right.
But I really think it's possible. You're practicing at home, opening the sheath, closing it, opening the sheath, closing it, kind of forgetting that you're not wearing gloves at that moment, and your DNA from your fingers gets under the button snap. Maybe before you leave the house, you do wipe down the outside of it, but you kind of forgot that the inside. I try and think when I go on like a video shoot, I lay out all my equipment so I can see it on the bed, and it's like, okay, it's my tripod, my camera, I got everything. You still manage to forget something, and I can see like forgetting that you touched the inside of the button snap. Yes, you clean the outside of the sheath, you wiped it down, it's all clean, nothing to trace back to you, but damn, forgot the inside of the sheath. Of course, too, he's not planning on leaving the sheath, I don't think. I really think the scenario where he is doing what he's doing to Maddie, the dog alerts Kaylee to something going on. She comes across the hall and she's startled by that. I think that's too why she got such a brunt of the damage, because
I think
he's got to silence her quick. He didn't expect her there. I still have the theory too. I think maybe it's crazy. I've never heard anybody else that kind of really agrees with it. But owning this K-bar knife and feeling that the butt end of the handle, Marines use it as a hammer, as a weapon, and a hammer. It's a guy named Tom Van. You might have seen him.
He knocks somebody out with it. Yeah.
Yeah. So and that's what Ted Bundy did. Went into a sorority, knocked 4 victims out before he strangled them. If he's learned this, and if you're kind of nervous, you've never done this before, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, all you got to keep in mind is knock them out, then do what you do. Because if they're knocked out, even Willie and I hardly agree on anything, but Willie said if they were drugged or knocked out, I could see. It's like, okay, knocked out. Okay, we agree on something. If you can knock them out, and if he went in there, if the idea is knock them out first, and then use the other side of the knife. And in that situation, you can stand out of the way of anything that sprays out. You can control that situation, use the mattress to soak it up or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't mean to be graphic and stuff, but
no, it's okay.
And then you can walk out of there without anything on you. And again, the Dickies coveralls, if there's truth to that, it's like, okay, there's a Dickies receipt here, but there's no Dickies.
Yeah.
And Dickies, if that's in line with what Dylan saw,
all black. Yeah. Right.
Okay,
no, I got you.
Didn't see. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think I'm right on this. Is that nobody really saw anybody take the bodies out of the house? Am I correct? Please.
They wouldn't do that anyway. I've been involved in that type of thing, and typically in a situation like that, you're gonna hide that from the whole world. Okay.
Why?
Yeah.
They will back
respectful.
Dead of night because of that. You don't want people seeing that, because they know in a situation like that, there's going to be people around with cameras and filming and blah 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 blah, and that's just respect for them and their families. I've been in a situation.
That's my reason for not having it. That's right there.
No, I understand. I do. I respect what you feel on that completely. But they would back up.
That street there is a dead end. It's a cul-de-sac, like a cul-de-sac. It is not hard for police to cordon that off, keep anybody from going out there while they're removing the bodies, so that there's no witness. I think especially if they go out the back, I think they could control that situation very easily.
Oh, I do.
I think probably the press is not always say what you say about the press, but the press in that area might even say be respectful. You might get a TMZ camera person out there.
Right.
But generally, I think people in that area, they all know each other. It's a small town. A lot of them went to the same schools. I don't know if you all ever watched some of the city council meetings with the mayor and I've caught a couple of those, and you get a real sense. I mean, I used to videotape city council meetings in Alexandria, Virginia, and it kind of reminds me of that. The people that are, the people that are involved in the government and in the community, they all know each other.
Right.
Rabbit knows this person. Judge John Judge, the mayor
Well,
knows
that's how it
this
is,
person,
even
the
in
police chief.
like, yeah, my community in small areas like this, the whole town here knows everybody and their family. So yes, agreed.
Yeah.
when there's a town scenario, like where I live at for Christmas, they have a whole thing here. Okay, when that happens, the police chief and the medical examiner, all the doctor's offices, the fire chief, their families, everybody shows up in the same area. So everybody knows each other. I agree with you. I know what you mean.
What do you think, Diego, being like involved, working in in EMS and everything? What do you think about? Because didn't I hear that some of the people involved with this crime, I don't know, in law enforcement and maybe in EMS, experience PTSD?
Oh, absolutely.
After this situation.
No. There's no doubt. I was diagnosed with PTSD 15 years ago because of that stuff, and especially in that situation. Mine was brought upon because I dealt, unfortunately, with a lot of infant and toddler deaths, and when you deal with that, it's something that it just doesn't. It changes your mind. Okay, when you look at, and I think what initially triggered it was a house fire that we had. It was a very large house, and there were 5 children that were killed in this house. They were all under the age of 6. Okay.
Oh, no.
I carried one of them out on my own in a little bundle wrapped in a blanket that there was nothing left. Okay. So I did that. When I did it, I walked away from that situation, went back to the station, and I left for the day, went home and cried for almost 12 hours holding my child that was that same age. And that's stuck. That's never going to go away. It will never go away, no matter how much counseling I have. The therapy I every month, it just doesn't go away. The smell doesn't go away. The thought doesn't go away. The feeling doesn't go away. And then add that to many, many more situations.
Right.
It becomes a thing, and it's very easy to do. It can take one situation, from what I've understood, what I've learned throughout the therapy I've had. One time can throw you into that. Okay. There's people that can go through their whole life doing a job like this and never have a problem with it. Or there are people that, like me, that can have one situation that's it. You're done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I have triggers. I have things that if I see will throw me back into that. Some of the people that know me in here very well have seen me go into those moments. Okay. There's times when I'll be talking about something I'm seeing, or we're talking about something, and I shut my camera down. And I have to be quiet for a few minutes because it will put me in that place. So I absolutely feel that the law enforcement officers, as well as anybody that was involved in processing that scene, as well as even all the way down to the medical examiner, possibly having that happen to them. I'm not saying it is, and it did. I'm just saying, yes, hell yes, it's very possible.
Actually, though, one of the reasons that I asked too was that doesn't it make it then seem unlikely that, like, the 2 surviving roommates would know that this happened and be able to put on a face of, that law enforcement couldn't see through, and how would they handle the PTSD themselves, and how would they manage to lie to experienced police force that these were one-day college students, and now all of a sudden they're professional.
Well, remember what I just said. Yeah, no. I see what you're saying. And remember what I just said. Some people can go through their entire situation, their job, their life, and never have it affect them. Some people can have one instance and it will affect them. It depends on the person you are, I think, too, Jeff, inside. Yeah. How are you even, and I would expect the 2 survivors to be in that situation personally. How were you raised? What were you raised around? What were you taught as you were being raised? What was your environment like? Are you, hardcore, like mentally, like it just depends on who you are as a person, how it affects you. I'm I'm told I'm an empath, which is probably why when I see and hear those things or encounter those things, it affected me the way it did. Um, and it did cause problems within my life because of that. Okay. And it's a good question though. Like how could you put on a face of, stone cold face and lie about a situation? I agree with you. I see what you're saying. And I absolutely do. Because there's a lot of people that they have brought out that they feel that Dylan and Bethany or Dylan alone lied about a situation, the whole situation, blah, blah, blah. I get that. I looked at them funny for a while because that whole 8-hour scenario,
Right.
What is that about? What happened in that situation? Because all of us, and we've said this for 2 years now, all of us have said, there's no way in hell that I would have waited 8 hours for that situation to take place. There's no way in hell that I wouldn't have called 911 right away. Why didn't she? Why didn't they?
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's the kind of question that I hope is, and surely it must be answered at trial. Yeah. And I think there'll be an explanation that we'll all probably say, okay, now that makes sense.
And I hope so.
I mean, if Dylan were to say, it's like, look, Ethan didn't used to sleep over here. And before he did that, there weren't guys just walking around late at night that were weird that we didn't know. And so Dylan is trying to get to sleep. She looks out and she sees what maybe she assumes is another guy that's here, all because Ethan is here and he's leaving. I mean, it's a question of like how you interpret, and I wish they kind of wrote it that you could understand what the heck frozen shock truly means. Was she truly scared, or was it just kind of freaky and creepy?
I think well, you I don't want to bring anything bad up, and I'm not trying to, but when you were, you've spoken with John and all his situational issue, the conversations you've had about knowing some things that he knows. He even stated to me one time during a conversation we had that police do, in some senses, word things their way when they're having a conversation with somebody. Okay. And in a sense, I want to know, and I kind of wonder, and this is I think one of the only things that John and I ever agreed on, that when that statement was taken from Dylan, I don't believe, and he said he didn't think so either, that those were her exact words to who took that statement, right? I think that maybe she was probably in a state of shock or in a, not a state of shock, but you know what I mean? Like she was a mess, okay? And maybe couldn't phrase what she was thinking clearly, and they put that in there, clad in black, frozen shock phase. That does not sound, and we've all agreed on that. That does not sound like something a 20-year-old is going to say. That she may have said, I don't know, I was stuck, or I couldn't do anything, or I couldn't move. Well, in turn, to make that understandable to the public, maybe they just wrote it that way. But that's something, he stated that they do that on occasion when they're writing these PCAs to make things make sense. So I gotta feel that, I will say that I believe that's probably what it was, because I've never understood that. I can't, the one big thing, thank you, Doodle, that I could never get past is the 8-hour period of time.
The 8 hours. Yeah.
I just can't. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of how I live my life, or how you lived your life, or Terry lives her life. Because any one of the three of us can sit here and clearly state, without fail of anybody misunderstanding us, that if we were ever in a situation like that, even at that age, I said this before, when I was that age, I would never have ever waited a period of time like that. And I've always wondered how and why.
When I think 8 hours, I think, I'm sorry, Terry, were you going to say something?
No, I'm listening to you too.
Okay. When I think 8 hours, I think, okay, that's average amount of sleep for a person. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Take care, Hummingbird.
8 hours is a length of a work day, things like
that.
But,
of course.
But thinking that it's the average amount of time for someone to sleep, I mean, I tend to lean towards Dylan didn't didn't realize that anybody was harmed, anybody was unalived, and she went to sleep. Because otherwise, I mean, to think the opposite, then you go down a whole different road of like, where, who raised you? I mean, what kind of
Yes,
person
of
are
course.
you? That,
Of course, yeah.
that kind of thing. But I think because it's described as like, the next day, 8 hours, you're trying to recall from the night before where you didn't realize something awful happened. They're saying something awful happened. You know what's awful's happened probably. Now they're asking you questions about it. So you're trying to remember and you kind of recalling like, well, I did hear something that I guess at the time I thought sounded like maybe somebody playing with the dog. I mean, it sounded like somebody scuffling. I'm sure the dog has probably been in Maddie's room before, right above Dylan, and she's heard the all the scuffling and the footsteps and so she didn't. So she's. I mean, it's how you would expect. She's like, okay, what do you remember? Well, it sounded like.
Hold on, I don't mean to interrupt you. 1 second,
Sure.
Guys in chat. Please relax and calm down and be respectful of each other. Please. I'm asking nicely, please. Let's not do this. I'm looking now and I can see it. Relax, guys. It's okay to feel differently about things without being upset with each other, guys. We can do that. Relax and calm down, please. I'm asking you nicely. Please be respectful to each other. Please. I don't want anybody leaving here upset or butthurt, okay? That's all I'm asking. Go ahead, Jeff. My apologies.
Yeah, please just pretend we're all in the jury room and we all have different opinions. It's a buffet. It's not just one way meal. It's a buffet. With plenty of things to choose from.
Right.
But
Absolutely.
So she's describing it as if, well, I'm trying to remember from 8 hours last night. I mean, I didn't think anything happened. I mean, I thought I heard sounded like the dog. Then that kind of stopped. I thought, maybe I can go to sleep now. And then across the hall, I did hear whimpering. I think she said whimpering.
Yeah.
I heard if she thought she heard maybe Xana crying and then a voice saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you. Maybe she thought that's Ethan comforting her. It's like, okay, it's a relationship thing. I don't need to get involved in that. Everything's okay. Sounds like everything's resolved. This weird character just walked past me as if I was completely invisible. That was freaky. Mm-hmm. I think I'm just going to close my door and go to bed. And then 8 hours later, you discover, like, holy crap, what happened last night? And it's like something out of a hangover movie. They wake up and they're trying to figure out what they did the night before, and like and who knows too if there was any, she was intoxicated in any way or on anything, I mean, like in the hangover movie, there's a tiger in the bathroom, right?
Yeah, that's something I've gone back to and wondered, knowing from looking into, we've all, a lot of us that have done this have looked into everything that we can in their lives and whatever, that, and then you look into what's popular nowadays within college life, right? Okay. We know that there's drugs. We know that there's alcohol. We know that there's parties. We know that there was a party at that house the night before. So it's a regularity. Okay. They all do this. It's not a bad thing, guys. It's part of going to college. Jesus, I didn't even go to college, and I went to the colleges and I partied. Okay. It's just one of them things, because that's where my friends were. So Ohio State University, I'm telling you right now, wow, you think Idaho's bad? Holy shit. I went up there every other weekend until I just couldn't handle it. My body couldn't handle it anymore. It was bad. And I didn't even go there. So the thing is I'm saying these are normal things. So I've looked into the idea, especially with what's popular on campuses right now, Molly and all these other types of things. There's a very grand possibility that she could have been on something, and that's something I had to put myself together with, like, maybe that's why. Maybe she thought she was not clearly seeing and hearing and feeling what's going on around her at that point. And I was like, well, that's a very grand possibility. It really is. So that's another possibility over here to the left on within my mind.
You think that could taint what she'd say to law enforcement too? It's like, oh gosh,
agree 100%. Yes, thank you. That's why I'm not going to tell them I was rolling on Molly last night. Hell no, because these kids are like, well, that'll come back on me and I can get in trouble and maybe get kicked out of college, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, plus we have fraternity and sorority rules that these we've seen that Moscow PD has threatened these kids and others with going to their sorority and fraternities to tell on them for doing certain things, and they're maybe afraid of those instances as well. So that being said though, she did claim with what part of that statement as well in the frozen shock phase to kind of be fearful of that situation that night. Am I wrong? You know?
Yeah, I've read that, and it does kind of lean towards frozen shock phase, and then she locked her door, which sure sounds like it's fear. But man, I wish they'd use a different phrase. Like if you Google frozen shock phase, it's like, is this the only time those three words have been strung together that way? I don't see any other place where frozen shock.
Yes. You know, I've done the same thing and you've done. I've looked for it and like, why did they use this? Because it's never anywhere else I've seen. But anyway, I wondered though, okay, you know, with that fear, if that was real fear, when that person you believe is gone at that point, do you not think there's a possibility? Because her and Bethany were texting back and forth. That's been stated. That's been
actually look at that. Look at the wording of that though, because I think it could easily be understood that they were texting, but it doesn't necessarily say they were texting each other. I mean, they could have texted somebody else, but they were both texting at the same time. I've read that. Tell me if I'm wrong. I've read that a couple of times. I took
what I was stating. I think Steve is the one that said that he knows that they were communicating during the commencement of the crime. Okay, those were his words. He said that he knows because they had spoken with them that the two of them were communicating between each other while it was going on. Now, I would give everything in the world to see what those conversations were about. If that's 100% true, I'm guessing that there's a little more to what was put in that state than to the situation than what was put in that statement. If those two were texting, I gotta wonder, was it because they were both scared as to what they may have been hearing? And if that's the case, once this is all calmed down and gotten quiet, and they believe this person left, that door stayed open all night. We all know that. That back door was open the whole time. And my understanding, the way it was presented the last time I heard something about this, is that it's believed that the killer went through the door when they come into the home and it stayed open until the scene was found the next morning the whole time. Am I wrong, or did I present that wrong?
Understood.
Okay. Yeah. It was never closed. So, which that's going to affect the crime scene in some ways as well, too. I can promise you that. But
that was debunked. And I don't know where I heard that. So I'm probably wrong, but I can see why.
I think the other door was debunked, in my opinion. As which I think you're talking about.
The first floor door?
Yeah, I think
that. Okay. So, okay, yeah.
Right. Right. Okay. So, and that's okay. In my mind, maybe it's just the way I think. I had to wonder, and I'm probably wrong. And I'm okay with that. It's something that I can't get out of my mind. After all of this was seen and heard, maybe the communication between the two, did those two walk out into that apartment or into that house and look around? Because I would. Maybe that's why I think that way. I would. And there's nobody there. You know, she opened her door 3 different times. That third time, I had to wonder, is she doing it to see if there's somebody still there? You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not saying,
do you get up to go to the bathroom at some point?
That's the other there. Thank you. That's the other point. 8 hours.
Window, maybe
8 hours. Girls, listen. Women like to use the bathroom. I'm not talking down about ladies. I'm sorry. I don't mean it that way. Especially maybe if they were drinking that night. You know, hell, when I used to drink, I was going to the bathroom every 5 minutes. But girls go to the bathroom a lot. I don't know if it's a thing or whatever. It's just my observation.
Maybe she did. Maybe she peed her pants when she saw a man with a mask looking at her.
But I would imagine that somebody went to the bathroom. Or had to have in an 8-hour period. Come on, you can't hold it that long. So that was another thing I had. Like, how did you not see this?
Yeah, because you would have noticed the sliding glass doors left open. You would have now if Xana's bedroom door was closed, maybe she could have gone to the bathroom without knowing that they're unalived on the other side of the door. possibly. I don't
Without
know if
looking
there'd be
around that corner,
the
yeah.
smell, maybe
That
the door, maybe the door being open and all that
door,
cold air being in
yeah,
there could have affected the
that would
decay
dissipate that for
process.
sure. Yes, that
Yeah,
does
so
dissipate that a bit. But one thing I do have to claim, and I know this from experience, in a place with all the blood that was, you're gonna smell that blood, cold or not. Okay, that's a lot of blood, you guys. So I would imagine there would be some kind of a scent of that. But again, it is true. The cold could have deadened that a bit, and her senses could have been affected from whatever she could have been on, maybe, and that could have, changed that too. Um, so the bathroom thing is something that's really bothered me too, to be honest with you. That and the fact that they had to have been communicating. Hey, Rory, what's up? Um, I just wonder. Okay, those are the questions that I have, you guys. Those are the questions that have cast doubt to me. Okay.
well, it makes me wonder too, though, if there's any possibility Steve could be wrong about the text messages. Like
I mean, he could be.
I
He could.
personally think he might be wrong about Kaylee being in the same room with Maddie the whole time.
Give me. Keep going, Jeff. I'll be right back. Keep going.
Because the scenario that I think seems to that I at least it's in my when I hit the play button on my reenactment of what I think happened that night, I just see Kaylee being in her own room with the dog, and I think it's the dog that wakes her up and alerts her to somebody being there, and then she comes across the hall to investigate, see what's going on. And I think too, Dylan doesn't describe it if that's truly Kaylee's voice saying there's somebody here. She didn't describe it as I heard somebody screaming there's somebody here. It just seems to, and it's the way it's written, it's hard to really tell. It's like a text message, you can't quite tell if the inflections or the meaning, full meaning. But I gather that she said, I think there's somebody here, and just goes across the hall to investigate. And part of me wonders if when she sees what's happening to Maddie, if she happens to catch it in action, maybe she got there after it's done, and he's kind of tucked back and hidden kind of against the wall, behind the door or something, and so she doesn't see him there. Because part of me wonders if my theory has been that when he gets downstairs, that's what happens. That maybe Ethan's in the bathroom or something. I've always said, like, when we get DoorDash or we get Uber Eats to the house and I'm hungry, I'm ready to eat, my wife is like, you go wash your hands, so it's like, if this is a scenario, Ethan's in the bathroom, maybe he's washing his hands, maybe he's doing other stuff to take care of stuff, and the killer comes in, Xana's on TikTok, maybe I picture her with her back turned to the door, thinking that the footsteps coming up behind her are Ethan's, but they're actually the killer's. And if, again, it gets back to the hammer end of the knife, the K-bar. If he comes up behind her, smacks her in the head, she whimpers and falls down on the ground and maybe is partially knocked out. And then he hears Ethan coming out of the bathroom. Now, maybe I've watched too much Pulp Fiction with Bruce Willis coming out of the bathroom. Not John Travolta coming out of the bathroom and Bruce Willis in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And so if you look at the floor plan, all the killer's got to do, if he's just knocked Xana out to the floor and he hears somebody come from the bathroom, he just takes a couple steps and he's right in the closet area there. You would walk into that bedroom and not even know the killer is to your right. And you see Xana knocked out on the floor. Now, you don't know if she's knocked out because they drank a lot that night and maybe she tripped and fell. So what does he do as a good boyfriend? He says, it's okay, I'm going to help you. And it means nothing more than that. He goes down, bends over to pick her up, and bam, now he's hitting the head with a hammer, or, the butt end of the knife, and he's knocked out too. So, I mean, I can see a scenario where, like, the first victim, if it's Maddie, I think she's probably already kind of passed out and maybe in bed asleep. Him knocking her unconscious with the knife, that's probably was very easy. No disrespect to Maddie. And then Kaylee coming in, surprising him. The thing is, I thought I heard that she had a lot of damage to her face. I don't see somebody taking a sharp-edged object to the face of somebody. That's a skull. You're going to take a hammer, maybe. So, and if the methodology was very similar to Ted Bundy's, knock them out first and then unalive them, you can control the sound, the noise, the screaming, and you can control the, all the red stuff.
Yeah, and I'm with you. See, I'm gonna tell you this real quick. This is what I think may have happened. I think truly, I mean, I've felt this way for a long time. I think that Kaylee, I think Maddie was in her bed sleeping. Okay. Okay, I'm just making sure. Be nice, Truth. I know you can get going when you need to, but you've been good and I respect you, so be nice, please. I'm just saying. Anyway, I think very possibly that Kaylee was in her room with the dog. This is what explains to me why the dog is in that room and was locked in that room. And I think that she was possibly getting in bed. As long as you guys are not hurting each other and you're having a good time, I'm fine with you guys. Just be nice. That's all I'm asking. But anyway, and Murphy, in my opinion, may have made some scratching, whining noises because, dogs sense things before we do and heard something. Okay. In that sense, she's like, what's the matter with you? What's going on? He goes to the door, whatever, whimpering, making noise, scratching, whatever. So she stays up, starts paying attention to that because I'm sure she had a buzz going that night. They all did, okay, in my opinion. So you're not really focused on certain things as we would be if we're sober. And then it catches her attention. So she goes to see what's going on, opens the door, shuts him in the room. I'll be right back. It goes it's right across the hall, goes over, and oh my God, and gets into the room. Well, we were already told that door is a very, like, you go in, the door shuts, you're stuck. That's it. It's a very small space.
It's a tight space, yeah.
Yeah, very tight space. So she's probably, in my opinion, because the Goncalves family has presented themselves this way, tried to defend Maddie maybe, okay? And was not going to let this happen the way it was and went after this person. Which is why, in my opinion, possibly that Kaylee's wounds were so bad. Okay?
Right. She's and anything like her dad, I can see
absolutely
her reacting that way. Yeah.
And her sister and yes, absolutely. That's been there for a long time. So at that point, it made me wonder, was she trying to fight this guy off to take him down? And God bless her if she was. I'm pretty sure she was. Okay. And then we hear that she ends up in a sitting position in the corner on the bed, trying to get away from him at that point, probably. Mm-hmm. And that was unfortunately her ending position. And that was that scenario is done. Downstairs, because I think he came in, went directly to his target, which in my opinion, like I said, was Maddie. That's how that all went down. Down the stairs he goes, and he encounters one of the two, either Ethan or Xana. One of them coming back from picking up the DoorDash, one of them maybe coming out of the bathroom, maybe both of them, who knows? But I think you're right that with what you said, in a sense, I think Xana was the first one, and Ethan made that statement, which is what she heard. And I think Ethan was intoxicated, which slowed him down, because I always struggled at the beginning, like, how did he not? How did he not beat the shit out of this guy? But then I'm like, I know how I used to get into fights. I'd start when I was in the bars, and it's like I'd get my ass whooped because I was too slow and our motor skills are out. You know what I mean? So I get that point. I had to come to that conclusion at some point. So, I think that could have been what that was, and I agree with you with that. I'm going to help you, or something along that line. Okay, is what she may have heard, and that could have been the crying that she heard as Xana. Okay, from that sense, and that what she thought she heard upstairs with her playing with the dog was the tussling from all that, possibly. And I think those two, or actually those three, were a unfortunate. What do you call that? Collateral damage. Unfortunately, I think there was one target, and the rest of those kids, I think, were collateral damage. Unfortunately, and then out the door they go. That's what I think happened. Okay, if I'm to believe one person did this, that's exactly how I think it happened. Truly, and I'm okay and I'm comfortable with that, because that does make sense to me. I could be completely wrong. And I'm okay with that too, because we just don't know yet. And I don't truly think we're ever going to know what actually happened, because there's nobody to tell that story other than Dylan or Bethany, if they saw or heard anything more than they've claimed.
Right.
And I have questions about Bethany, the exculpatory thing, if that even exists, or any of that kind of stuff. What is her take on this? Because nobody's heard anything from her. Truly.
Has anybody heard anything really from either one?
Well,
I have a question.
There was no statement. There was no statement from Bethany, is what I mean, in the PCA.
Did they go to Reno where she lives to interview her?
They were supposed to do that. I can't find proof that they did, because as soon as that was okayed, they went to the grand jury and that was done. There was no preliminary then, so I don't know if they did that still or not. I can't find the proof that they did. I would like to think they did, but they couldn't present that testimony at that point then, which it will happen during the trial. I got to believe that. I'm sure the two of you can both agree that we're going to have testimony from those two. We have to.
Right.
And I think I think truly that Dylan is going to be in a bad place. Either way, because whether prosecution, if they bring her up, it's going to look bad in that sense. But then when the defense comes back, it's going to shred that. They're going to shred her, I think. And that's going to be a bad situation for her either way. Now, Bethany, I have no idea. And I don't know. Rory says, per PCA, Ethan's found on the floor in the bedroom. So assailant had to walk into the room to get them. How do you take both of them out fighting Xana? Which we do know that Xana definitely fought, period. Okay? No one hears nothing. I agreed with that. I definitely agreed with that. One of the other big issues I had is I felt that Dylan downplayed what she heard that night, because there's no way that in a scene like that, it was that quiet. I can't believe that there was no screaming or yelling, or maybe not from Maddie. I think Maddie could have been, and I pray to God she was sound asleep when it happened and didn't feel or hear anything. You know what I mean? Right, I can only hope for that. Now, Kaylee, though,
merciful.
Absolutely, yes. I pray for that all the time. But now Kaylee different. I can see Kaylee screaming, yelling, "What the fuck are you doing?" Excuse my language, but you know what I mean? And just jumping on him and going nuts, trying to defend her friend and herself, and screaming and yelling. That is something that I just absolutely can't imagine nobody hearing. There in turn,
she may not have seen the knife initially too. She may have thought this was just an SA type of a situation going on and jumped in to react, and then realized.
True. Very true.
Oh my gosh, he's got a weapon. And Rory's comment was interesting, because for my theory to work, and I guess it's why it always stays the way it is, it's like each victim has to be encountered by the killer one at a time, because it seems like if there's two, one is being attacked, the other one surely is screaming, and that's what the roommates would hear. But that's why I say I think Ethan was in the bathroom as the killer came into the bedroom. Xana apparently at 4:12 a.m. texts the word, or comments on a friend's TikTok post. She puts a comment that says, "Never forget the foundation in the bathtub." And apparently, from what I understand, that's referring to when they had, I don't know if it was a sleepover, when they were little kids. They spilled mom's makeup foundation all over the bathtub. It was a mess. That's what that was referring to. And it was on a video, a TikTok video that was a bunch of old clips of them like in 8th grade and, that kind of thing. So it made sense. It was tied in. And it also is like a little bit of a confirmation, if it's true, that it's like not everyone would know to put that comment. So if there's some that say, well, Xana was already unalived well before that, must have been the killer put that comment. Well, how does the killer know, And it seems like the person, the person whose page that she put that on would be able to say, that is Xana talking to me. I know Xana has said that before. We've said that many times. Did you remember the foundation spilling in the bathtub? What a mess that was. I can't believe we got away with that. Mom never found out, that kind of thing. But but the thing is, it puts a timestamp of 4:12 on what Xana's doing, And so the things for me is like 4:07, you see a car speeding faster than the other 4 times. 4:07 and a half, 4:07:30, heading towards the back of the house. Xana's last sign of life, I would say, is 4:12, and she's putting that TikTok post. 4:21, a car is heard speeding away. so you got these little moments of timestamps, but again, it doesn't. I just don't. I think he has to encounter each victim one at a time, keep them quiet. Otherwise, Dylan wouldn't be trying to remember what she heard. She wouldn't be able to forget what she heard because it would have been awful, and then it would be Now, granted, maybe did she hear something and then felt guilty and so didn't say it the next morning,
or was scared to
too.
death to talk about it too. Maybe that was something else that was brought up too. Like somebody said to me it's been said to me multiple times, that maybe she was in fear of her own life to say anything, and that's why she didn't, because at that point they didn't know who it was, so therefore she just didn't say anything because she thought maybe because she was left alive, that maybe in her mind she thought if she said something or did anything that he was going to come back for her.
You guys, I'm going to jump down. Speaking of potty, my dog has to go.
Okay, thank you, Terry. I appreciate you very much.
Not a problem.
And hope to see you soon. So yeah, I mean, that was something that I said, yeah, that's plausible. I mean, because if there's nobody that they know is the killer at that point in time, that's something that I can see somebody thinking, like, I'm not saying a word. I don't know. Because if I say something, he's going to come back for me. You know what I mean?
Right.
That does happen. So I don't know. I don't know. I have my questions. Are there questions because I know what your stance is, Jeff. I always have, and I respect it 100%. Is there anything, and that real quick, because I threw that comment up there, Truth Exposed did post a very good point that there were the lungs. Kaylee's wounds were horrific, guys. They were beyond, it was just a mess. And the lungs were punctured as well as other organs and so on and so forth. That will keep you from screaming. That is true. Okay. Because there's no air. You can't take air in to be able to let that out. So that is something to think about. That's a very good point, Truth. And I appreciate you putting that out there. But again, just saying, were there questions that you had, Jeff? And I know, like I said, your stance and all that. And if you don't have any, I respect that too. But were there any questions you had that had you doubting Brian being the one at all, any at all, or anything?
I don't know. I mean, because I was around, watching this case pretty early on. I mean, I can still remember, mispronouncing, Moscow. I guess that's the real way to pronounce it. I still say Moscow, but and thinking like this was something that had happened in Russia. So it's like really in the beginning, and then we're trying to figure it out. And of course, everybody's thinking maybe it's one of the Jacks did it. But as you see it pieced together, I mean, I can't help but look at it and see it pieced together as, I personally think it's just some very good police work that while we all thought it was one of the Jacks, law enforcement, like I've always said, hold my beer. And they went to work and they found who they believe it is, and I think they have the right guy. Actually, Rory was saying, when he comes down the stairs, what reason does he have to go into Xana's room? Now, one thing I was thinking is like, he's coming down the stairs. Wants to get out of there. Maybe he comes down the stairs. Remembers that you come down the stairs. I got to make a left to get out of here. And he comes down the stairs and goes past the kitchen accidentally because it's dark, and he, goes towards Xana's room accidentally and sees her there. Now I don't know, or maybe it does. Maybe maybe there's part of him does want this to be a big enough, murder. I've often wondered, it's like, is there any possibility, like when you meet Catherine Ramsland and she's, author of the book about BTK, is there any part of you that thinks like, man, I could be a subject matter for a Catherine Ramsland book? Personally, I think I lean towards, like you were saying, that he went in. It was 3 were collateral damage. 1 was probably who he saw from the window in the back parking lot, fixated on her, ruminated on her all the time, and then one night got the nerve up to do this. But then it just went, took a left turn that he didn't expect. But again, I think it's really is to do this and not have the other roommates hear what's going on. I think you have to encounter and deal with each victim one at a time.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. It makes sense. It does make sense. And
But I mean, if he can, what you asked about questions do I have? I mean, now if Cyray can prove without and convince me that he was just not there, you can't do it if you're not there. I mean, I've tried myself.
Yeah.
I tried myself to debunk some things, like the car at the gas station at 3:45. I was like, why didn't I thought about this before? That we got the timestamps on the Linda Lane camera. If we can compare times. You can't be in two places at once. But unfortunately, when I did the research, it's like there's plenty of time to get to the gas station at 3:45 and plenty of time to get back to be seen on the camera all those 5 times on the Linda Lane camera. So I wasn't able to debunk that. So I don't know. That car could be the suspect vehicle number one. It could, maybe not. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. One thing that we have a disadvantage of, though, is that the police have the video. We have a still picture. And I think when you're looking at the video, especially when you've got I think they've got a camera on the side, and then they've also got a camera on the front, because I've got a total of 3 pictures that I believe came from that employee at the gas station. There's the car itself that we've all seen that's kind of blurred as it's speeding by.
I never trusted that one, but yeah, I remember with that one. Yeah.
Well, what's interesting too, somebody was asking on a live stream not long ago about the shape of the headlights, and I pulled up. I've got a Rio Link camera that is almost the exact model of the Linda Lane camera. I think I'm off by 2 digits. I think it's 820 versus 8. Right. So I pointed it out the front window of my house, and a car went by, and I just played that video, and we paused it, and you can see that the headlights smear in the same exact way.
Same way, right?
Circles become ovals, and
that definitely does happen. Yes.
But so you've got
if there's a speed to it, right?
Right. Yeah. If they're zooming by, but so the police will have an advantage over being able to see that footage. But there was the car. There was a shot of the time and the play pause button on the computer that she had there, and then there was also a picture of the car sitting at the stop sign at Highway 8 and White Avenue with the gas pumps in the foreground.
Right. Yeah.
But none of it is now. I can understand. The FBI expert in vehicles gets a lot of heat because of perhaps getting the year of the car wrong, but I mean, you look at those gas station clips, it's like, it is hard to figure out exactly from that, what that car is. And I mean, I'm constantly, I don't know if you're like me, just today, I see an Elantra, I'm pointing it out. My wife's going crazy. It's like, enough with the Elantras. It's like, yeah, there's an Elantra. Look at the little reflectors on the back bumper, 11 to 13. Hey, there's one, 14 to 16. See how they're spread apart a little further?
I'll be honest with you. I never saw a damn Elantra in my life until this case, and now I see them everywhere. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous.
You can't not see them.
Right, especially when they're white. As soon as I see a white car, I look, what was that? And then I'm looking at, I do it all the time. So yeah, that's normal, I think. But real quick, let me answer. Rory says, then why leave 2 people alive? If he's there to announce himself to the world, you take out everyone. Here's the thing. I first off, I don't think he knew Bethany was there, period. I just don't. I don't think because of where she was, I don't think they knew Bethany was there. He knew Bethany was there. As far as Dylan, I think that it was a time thing, because I think that, like I said, that, and I'm not saying this is Brian when I say he, I'm saying whoever he is. Okay. Let me clarify that. Because again, I'm not that person. Whoever did this, I think that they didn't know that Bethany was there, one, at all. And second, I think that when the collateral damage thing comes into effect, I think that there was a time constraint at that point, because now he didn't expect to do this. I agree with Truth when she says that I think that Ethan kind of maybe shocked him, like, what the hell, what are you doing here type thing. You know what I mean? And didn't expect to see him, and therefore had to take on that situation. He probably in his mind, or whoever it is, had a specific time. I'm going to go do this and leave. That's the end of the story. I'm done. And maybe thought he could get away with it without waking anybody else or encountering anybody else or whatever, for a fact of knowing that the time and night that it was, thinking everybody'd be out. Okay, I can go do this, sneak in, walk back out, and nobody's ever going to know until tomorrow morning. That's what I think the mindset was with this scenario, possibly for whoever did it. And all these other things happened. Okay. That could be, let me say something here without getting attacked. If Brian Koberger did this or whoever did this, that could be why the sheath ended up there, is because of the surprise of Kaylee busting in the room and trying to, you know what I mean? That could have been why it was left. I'm just saying. That's just an opinion.
It could have been knocked out of his hand, or he could have set it on the bed to do what he was going to do, intending to pick it right
forgot
back
to pick it back up because of that. Yes.
And what are you going to do? Are you really going to turn the light on in the room to try and find the sheath? And then you can be seen by the back parking lot through that window, and like you're going to show all the witnesses out that are out and back. So.
And that's what I'm saying. You can't say hang on in the midst of a fight. Let me grab this real quick. It just no. I get that. So,
and if he thought it went under the bed in a tight room, and what are you going to do? You got two bodies on a bed. Now you're going to lift the bed and go look under the bed. It just you're just going to leave it there and say, and then I imagine you would say, well, I did, everything's clean. I cleaned the sheath before I left the house. Everything, I got nothing to worry about. It's just a sheath. They're going to know a knife did this because, it's obvious.
Of what it is. And Rory, I agree with you on that. I don't think it was that it was a random house. I think there was a specified target personally, which was Maddie, in my opinion. Okay. That's my opinion. I think that was the specified target, and just like Jeff had said earlier, that he was going back and forth. Do I do this? Do I not? No, I'm not going to. No. Do I do it? And then finally just said, fuck it. I'm going to go do it. Excuse my language again. And then he went, okay, and didn't expect all the other things that happened to happen. And I think that is where the mistakes came from, because none of that other stuff was expected personally. And I'm not saying again that this was Brian. I'm saying whoever did this planned this. And maybe at some point they wanted to do it before and then said, nope, not yet. And then was going to do it again. No, I'm not ready yet. And then at that night, just said, you know what, whatever, which would explain why the phone was there, because any other person that premeditated this situation would have been smart enough to leave their damn phone at home, I would think, or even take the other plate off the car so it couldn't be identified.
Right.
Excuse me. Again, I'm just saying, hey, Gary, good to see you. You're fine.
Rory was asking about the infrared on the camera, and somebody else too. I think I saw a comment, but I did get an email. I've emailed Kane, from the owner of the Linda Lane camera.
Kane, right.
And he did say, because I asked him the question about, because I was messing around with the infrared on my own camera, so I was asking him. He said at that time the camera was probably set to turn infrared on at night.
Okay.
He said I have since turned the infrared off because it caught too many flying insects and occasional cobwebs in the motion detection.
Right.
But at that time the IR was probably on.
Absolutely.
And it looks that way too. I mean, like if you look at at 12:28, when that car that drops off those four people, when the headlights hit the camera, it switches to daylight mode just like you would expect. And it's the same thing happens at just before 7 a.m. when it switches to daylight mode. You can see it go. I think too, the way the license plates glow, I think that's also kind of a visual indication of that the infrared is on. But Kane did send me, it was kind of cool. He sent me a link to RioLink's support site, and it lists like how the distance, because he was pointing out. He said, however, the IR light itself doesn't project very far. And so he sent this link that basically says, and I think it's like 100 feet that it does project. So I don't know how close that car that we see at 407 is, or 405,
right,
to the camera. I'd have to measure that, but
absolutely, no, absolutely, that's right. I get it completely.
But it's interesting, that the Linda Lane footage is very valuable, I think, in this case. But I think it's even more valuable when you combine it with that light bulb camera at 1112 King, the little square house. You put the two of those together, and then, because what's interesting to me is that I think the PCA came out before the Linda Lane footage. So the Linda Lane footage, if it was doctored and fake and from a different night perhaps, then why are all the timestamps that are mentioned in the PCA that are just a little bit earlier than what shows up in the car activity on the Linda Lane is a little bit after? So the Linda Lane footage could have like totally debunked the PCA, but it confirms what the PCA says. I really believe that because the timestamps or sightings of the car are just like a minute earlier.
Yeah,
I think that tells us that it's coming from the light bulb camera.
Right. No, absolutely. Thank you, Sherry. Absolutely. No, I can go with that. I can completely understand that. And yeah, Roy, you're fine. You're welcome. Like I said, anybody's welcome up here. Everybody's adults. We all know how to talk and act. It's fine. But anyway, yeah, no, I can agree with that, Jeff. In the very beginning, when the Linda Lane stuff came out, I went through it for 3 days straight. I even used a lot of your videos, which I thought were great. And I appreciate the fact that you put those up. It's a good reference to a lot of different things. So I appreciate you putting those out there.
And you know, the reason I did, because I saw you and other creators were showing the videos, and everybody would be like, you'd mute your mic, you'd be real quiet because the volume level was really low. That was the whole impetus for me to even do anything with it. I thought if I just put a little compression on this footage where the quiet sounds, I just raise them, compression basically takes the quiet sounds, raises them in volume. The loud sounds brings them down in volume, so that then you're not sitting there riding your volume knob. Like, I got it cranked up and it's like, oh, now somebody's singing like Take Me Home, Absolutely. Country Roads. I got to turn it down, So
right.
That was the whole point of me even doing any of that. And,
I know I in fact, we weren't even really getting along at that point, and I was still making sure to tell people, go to this channel, check it out, like his videos, he did a great job. That's just who I am. But I was really appreciative of those because they did help in a lot of ways for clearing up a lot of stuff, in my opinion. But
yeah, it was kind of funny. I've described to people, it's like, yeah, there's some that I wasn't getting along with, but they say I do great work, but then they don't like me. And they don't want, it's kind of a funny, but like I said, it is the past, and I'm glad we got through it. Rory, good to see you, man.
What's up, bud?
Diego, how you been, man? Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it. It's been a while.
No worries. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm okay. Living, surviving, standing up and breathing. It's all you can do.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, like I said, the past is the past is the past is the past with this case, and I'm just trying to go forward with what we can do with what we can, and that's what I'm doing now. So, I have my feelings towards things, but I'm trying to be. I've tried to be, I guess, devil's advocate, to look at it from every aspect that I can until we hit the trial and get what we get. And everything that I think or feel could be absolutely backwards from what I think and feel when I get to that point, or I could be right about it, or completely something different. Do you know what I mean? It's just, we're never ever going to know 100% till we get to that point, which is unfortunately so far away. And I think everybody's so anxious at this point, after how long it's been now, to know. And I think that's what causes a lot of the issues that we have. You know what I mean with this case? So right. That's the point. But anyway, welcome, Rory. How are you? What's up? And what are your thoughts, my friend?
I've been good, man. Thank you for having me. Just been busy, man. Busy with the channel, busy with life, busy with work. But so yeah, Jeff, actually, that's why I was asking you about the infrared options on the camera that night, if they were actually infrared that night, because if I'm hearing this correctly, infrared can change the color of a car, or you can't really tell. Like if if a red car drives around, it can look white in infrared.
Yeah, I think though once a color. Yeah, and it's reacting from the light itself, the infrared light. So you do get somewhat inaccurate, like, color representation, of course, because it ends up presenting in just black and white. But it's shades of
but a white car or a white car is going to stay light, though, right? Like,
a light car is going to stay light. A light blue car might come across as looking white.
Or a tan or a gold.
That's a good point right there. A light blue car could look like it's white. Yeah.
Twizzle has given me a hard time because that little test I did with my camera at my desk, and I still have it. I got the green notebook right here. I'm looking at it. It's a green notebook. a little memo book, and it looks white in the infrared light. But the thing I think that we were forgetting when we were doing that is that it's on my desk. It's like less than a foot away from the infrared light, and the infrared light. Wait, let me open that link that Kane sent.
One thing that I will tell you,
100.
I just real quick. I figured this out a long time ago, and I'm not going against anything anybody's saying. I'm just letting you guys know something that I learned a long time ago. What he just said right here, you either love Twiz or you hate Twiz, and I love him to death, even though he's a hardhead sometimes. I do. If I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. He helped me build this crazy computer here. So you love him or you hate him, either way, and I love him to death.
I love Twiz too.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude. The color spectrum. Okay, this is very strange, you guys. It's something that's fact. As he's stating, there's some dark colors that show up white because of the base colors that some of these colors are made out of.
Mm-hmm.
When infrared picks up some of these colors, this is truth, okay? It will look light when it's actually like a purple color in some senses, maybe. It can show up a lighter color. It's very strange that shit happens, but it's true. So that's true. I'm not trying to argue a point here. I'm just letting you know that right there is something that does happen. It's very weird because of the color spectrum. So, I just wanted to make that point out there that you can look at it in different ways. But go ahead, Jeff. I did not mean to interrupt you whatsoever.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And also too, I think the 1112 King Road camera is also set to infrared mode, judging by that still picture we got from what is it 1:56 a.m. So I mean, like looking at the license plates, they kind of glow as if they're like nuclear radiation from them.
Right.
Everything kind of looks like a black light. You know what a black light is, Jeff?
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to that. It's kind of like
it gives that white aura around everything.
Kind of white it out. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, your teeth are whiter than they actually are. I love that.
Your eyeballs and all that crap. Exactly.
It's freaky. Yeah.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
But I really think for me, like one of the questions you ask me questions. If I was like on the jury, I would really want to see the prosecution be able to show me this camera catches the car at Linda Lane. This camera catches it at 1112. This camera catches it next. It's like I want to be like I'm watching the Macy's Day Parade. It's like I see Snoopy is passing 41st Street. Oh, look, this camera's picking 42nd, 43rd. The problem comes in, I guess, is if it's like, wait, you got no coverage of Snoopy from like 45th to 60th. That's a long time. Are you sure we're looking at the same Snoopy?
Right.
Could it be a different Snoopy we're looking at this point?
Sure.
Snoopy also doesn't have a front license plate, but is he the only Snoopy with no front? These kind of questions. But if they can show pretty consistent, it's like the timing is right. Okay, he should be here at this next camera at exactly this time. There he is. There it is. It's I mean, in a movie, I could see like a car pulls up the ramps into like a moving truck, and they close the door, and then another car comes out. That I could see that in a movie, but
sure.
Yeah, I don't think that applies here, but hey,
definitely not.
Who the hell?
Well, let me ask you something since we're talking about the car and different stuff. Like, it's been brought out and it's been stated by a lot of people, and it, in sense, has been proven. Like, what are your thoughts, Jeff? Truly, and even Rory too, about the fact that he wasn't even in that area at that time.
I'm kind of glad you brought that up because stated
that he's in a different state altogether at that time and all that stuff. You know what I mean? That's something that really, when that came out, I was like, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, that locked me down again on that side of it. Like, okay, there's something else now that makes me go, hold on, I can't go along with this other side of things until this is taken out of the equation. You know what I mean? So anyway, go ahead, guys.
So did you read the documents that just came out of the prosecution drop for the change of venue? So particularly page 10, footnote.
I just did that tonight, yeah.
Okay, so I think that was very telling. It's right there. So the prosecution admits, we never said that he was exactly on 1120 Road. We said he was near, meaning the Pink Tower. So, dude, he could be in his boxers at home. You don't know that. Okay, 10 to 20 mile radius. His house is 8 miles away. We just don't know that. So that's where I kind of get hung up on that too.
Okay, with that right there, I'm glad you said that too, Rory. And I don't want to cut you off, Jeff, but I want to say something real quick with that. Why did they pick his phone? Why did they pick him? Then, if that's the case, why was he the one that they picked out of all the people that could have showed up on that tower, per se? As we all know how that goes now. Okay, why was that one picked? That's what I have an issue with right now.
Well, because they probably looked at all the phones, and then maybe they were looking for cars and matched them up, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's got a White launcher," but there's 22,000 White launchers. I'm pretty sure other people with White launchers or even white cars were pinging on that same tower at the very same time. So
that's what I'm trying to get at. Yes.
Right. So again, why Brian Koberger? Why specifically him?
That's where my doubt lies. That's the biggest part of where my doubt lies. That's where it's always lied. And every time I go, okay, there's something there that could make him seem guilty.
Sure.
And then that pops up and it's like, shit, here we are again. That's why I stay in the middle with this until we get to this trial. And they say, and I'm telling you guys, I'm waiting. I've said this for 2 years. I'm waiting for them to drop some big bomb from the prosecution that for whatever reason they've held on to this whole time, which would be stupid to me, but whatever, that's their job, not mine. Mm-hmm. And I want to see this. I said, I want them to be able to prove that he did this somehow for all this time and all this bullshit. I want them to say, okay, he did it. And here's how. I'll breathe then. We'll be able to breathe. You know what I mean?
Right. They're very patient. They're definitely waiting. You know what? Yeah. One question for you. Do you think there's any possibility that as they were looking for this White Elantra, they were looking for the killer, that the woman who pulls over Brian and they have the talk about the crosswalks and he doesn't, she had to look up, in
October,
the law for him in October. I mean, that's less than just about a month before the murders.
I think it was a month to the day, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. If you were a police officer, would you remember that encounter with Brian? Would you hear that there's a bolo for the White Elantra, and would that come to your mind? And is that possibly one of the? I mean, they credit in the PCA the WSU officer finding the car in the parking lot over in that side. But what if she were to say, you know what? I remember a really peculiar pullover. And here's his name, and that isn't part of
the name. Yes, the name. Yes, but if you remember, sorry, Rory. If you remember, she should remember his name. I would agree. But how many people do they pull over for one? But for two,
cars.
When that came back via dispatch, it was a different car. So that could have confused that memory. You know what I mean?
What do you mean it was a different car?
Dispatch came back with a different car.
Yeah, but do you know what I think happened there? If you look really closely at the registration, when she holds it in front of the camera, you have to pause it. But you can see it says model, the car type. It's a model Hyundai, car type SDN, sedan. But it's all caps, so it looks like SON. And I think if you listen to the dispatcher's voice carefully, she says, almost like, I think she even says, like, oh, my bad. Because I think she sees SON, thinks it's Sonata. She says Sonata. The officer corrects her and says, no, it should be Elantra. And I think she says, oh, my bad. And I think that's what happened. I think she's pulling up the registration for the car, and she sees Hyundai SDN. It looks like SON. And I think that's
very possible. Yeah, that's very possible. I just didn't know if maybe that experience may have clouded that actual memory.
But it might make it memorable. I mean, you might not, like you were saying before this crime, we never looked at Hyundai Elantras, never noticed them.
Agreed.
After this crime, and maybe after that traffic stop, who's to say? I used to not think of Hyundai Elantras till I remember the day there's a Bolo, and the month before there's a Sonata Elantra, mix up because of the registration.
Yeah, right. No, I agree. I do agree.
But I mean, they don't have to put her in the PCA. I mean, they just have to put the bare minimum to get the arrest. So she could be a component of, the investigation to.
Well, what about this one, the August 21st traffic stop that they've never allowed us to see or hear?
That's
right.
That's another scenario altogether. They've showed us everything else. Why was that never brought in?
Something.
I don't remember what it was, but there was a body cam video for that, as there is with this. And they never brought that into play. And it's like, why would you not present that with everything else that's been presented? I've never understood that one. Is there something in that video that is part of, is it under the gag maybe?
Yeah, it says so. It's a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow by Corporal Dilk. Is that it?
Delk, I think it's Delk. Yeah, or Delk, something like that.
Koberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Elantra with Pennsylvania plates, set to expire on November 30th, 2022. I thought it said something in the note I had. I remembered I have this note in my Google Earth project. I put markers for all the times mentioned in the PCA and marked up the map. But
yeah, that was just something. Thank you, Mr. Girl, for throwing that up there, because I was just thinking about that. I was just talking about that the other day when we were talking about this. So yeah, hey George, good to see you. Anyway,
that was at 11:37 p.m. Farm Road and Pullman Highway.
Gotcha. Good note. You have that all together there.
Yeah. No, basically, I went through the PCA and copied and pasted each little,
I just never understood why we could never see that video of that body cam footage. We've seen every body cam ever put out, I think at least, on this case, and that one we just don't. Where is Farm Road by? Twizzle's asking. Is that by that wah place? I never could say it right.
Wah way.
Wah, whatever. Is that where that's
interesting? Here? I think I remember. I think there's another marker I had on here. Wait, let me turn off everything.
It's a beautiful park, by the way. If you're ever out that way, definitely go.
I was thinking this intersection was near where Emma Bailey was pulled over for some reason.
This intersection? No, it's right by the football stadium, and it's right across from his office. It's like literally, he was going to his office or something.
Okay. And Sarah, I definitely am. Everything needs to be based on logic and fact. That's my opinion. Everybody's welcome to their opinions on things. That's what this is all about. So
there's like a Best Western on the corner. It's Palouse. It's right at Palouse Mall. It's the corner of Palouse Mall.
Is that the 21st pullover you're talking about?
It's yeah. And there's a University of Idaho, the brick sign with the kind of the point, the pyramid in the middle. There's one of those there, but I think there's a couple of those.
Right. I don't know. I'm just, like I said, again, I'm trying to be as logical about this as I can. With me bringing up that other traffic stop, I just always wondered when this got brought up. That's why I brought that up. If anybody's trying to say I'm being illogical because of that, it's not that. It's just I wondered why that hasn't been brought into play. And the reason why I said we were talking about the other day is maybe that has something to do with, maybe it's under gag, because that traffic stop could have been brought into this investigation in some sense for that. That's why we haven't seen it. You know what I mean? That's the point I was trying to make with that. But anyway, but yeah, that's kind of what my thought was on that specific thing. I see, Sarah. It's okay. No worries. I saw it, and the creator showed it to show BK. How did you see it? Where, Ray? I've been looking for that forever, and I can't find it anywhere. Creator showed it to show BK gave the officer his phone number when asked for it. I'd love to see that video if anybody knows where to find it. Hey, Callie. I've tried to find it. No idea where to. So anyway, moving on to where we were. I feel like I cut you off. Were you saying something?
Who, me?
Yeah, I feel like I cut you off somehow, and I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine.
All right, so where?
I do have a question for Jeff, though. Is it okay? Can I ask Jeff a question?
Oh, you can ask whatever you want, dude. That's what you're up here for.
Jeff, so Brett Payne pretty much has admitted that they don't really have BK's car on camera, okay? And all the specific information, Ray said, every bit of important information video-wise is missing. So what do they actually have? Do they actually even have Brian Clipper's car on camera? Because it doesn't sound like they have anything.
I interpret what happened that day when Payne was on the stand is that, I mean, if you were Payne, would you be offering up anything more than you need to? I mean, to a woman, Ann Taylor, who is obviously trying to destroy all the police work that was done. And this isn't the trial, this is just a hearing. So if she asked questions A, B, and C, do you have any video of Mr. Koberger's car? And he said no. But if he sat there knowing that D, E, F, and G, well, they've got those the video of him on those cameras. I mean, what incentive does he have to offer that up to her? She didn't ask about it, so why offer it up?
Very poor execution if that's his game. That's fine. It's just.
What did you think of that whole testimony, Jeff? In your opinion, like, or both of you guys, like, I was a little. I streamed the hearing, obviously, and I was just kind of like, what? I don't even know how to explain how I felt at that point. Like,
I mean, I get the impression that Ann Taylor is free to speak, and the prosecution knows that they just got to wait till trial. As much as it probably kills them to like hear the stuff and the theories and how law enforcement is just, ridiculed, Barney Fife, Keystone Cops, and they just, they're just gonna wait till trial. That's when this all matters. Doesn't make any sense to be showing all your cards, and I'm sure Steve Gonsalves would appreciate law enforcement saying, "Here's all we know, and here's all we think." There. I'm sure he'd be like, "What the hell are you guys doing?" It's like, are you trying to lose this case? See, the thing is, I don't see law enforcement as this nefarious entity, and I think when you do, then I can understand why some would look at
of course, the
way he did. But I really think that's what I interpret. I also think too. I don't think that I'm not convinced Bill Thompson doesn't still think there was stalking. I think what he was basically saying, he was saying to Edelman, it's like, you believe there was no stalking, right? He's basically getting Edelman to admit something. I wouldn't take that Thompson actually admitted anything. I think he asked a question as somebody questioning somebody on the stand. And that's the way he chose. It's like if I say to you, Rory, it's like, well, we know unicorns exist, right? And you are to give your answer. I haven't really revealed how I feel on the matter either way, right? It's just the way I phrase the question. You might think, well,
maybe that's possible, but again, it's just kind of an odd way to go about it. I mean, it's just, why don't you say unequivocally, yeah, stalking, we have the proof, or no, he was not stalking. I don't understand this kind of like gray area, I guess. But hey, I mean, if that's that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do.
Maybe he did slip and he spilled, said stuff he shouldn't have said. I did notice that he seems to be much quieter than. I think,
he's way quieter than he was. I agree with that.
I think too, it's a chess game. I mean, I think it's probably a wiser chess game to have somebody from the prosecution that's female up against somebody that's on the defense that's female. That's, I think, also a wise move. I think an older guy with a beard getting angry in the courtroom, and that's probably not the wisest. And they probably saw that. They probably saw how it was received. And Bill Thompson himself probably said, "Oh man, okay, yeah, from now on, you guys do all the talking. I got to control my tongue here. This is not the trial, but for a moment there, it did feel like the trial, and I behaved as if it was
you could see he would turn beet red and get so pissed off, and it's like, oh god, here we go, and then you know what I mean. So I think that might be why.
Well, see, then the way I read that is, if somebody's getting that flustered, it's because they know they're not confident. If somebody's getting that pissed off and that flustered, it means they're getting heated, because they don't have it.
Well, it's hard to. You're in a battle with somebody on the defense side who can say whatever they want, and they can steer the public however they want, and they're working it. And he can't do any of that. He's got to just be quiet, and that's frustrating. I'm sure that's frustrating. And it's probably, imagine being frustrated and also being the one that has to get justice for these 4 victims, and you're seeing like, oh my gosh, I can't say the things that all I'd have to do is say them, and everybody would understand what's going on here. But no, I've got to wait till trial. So now maybe it's because he's a guitarist. I'm a guitarist. Maybe I side towards him, but so maybe I'm a little biased.
Okay. One
of these days, maybe we'll jam together,
So Jack, can you tell me your opinions on what you think about Mowry saying he didn't save his work and all that good stuff? Like, I have a big problem with that. So
now I do wish, and I've talked to Twizzle about this many times, it's like, I wish one of us knew that software better. But how many times have you ever taken like Microsoft Word and you create like, I need just an 8.5 by 11 for sale sign. I've got to pick a font real quick, type for sale, print it. Do I really need to save that? I just got it on paper what I was asked to do. My wife asked me to make a for sale sign. Do I really need to save it? Now, I know that's a simplified explanation, but that's kind of what I thought I heard him saying. There's somebody that's asked him to put a couple things together in one place on a document to see. And I think he even said that the work he did could be recreated in minutes. I mean, it's not like he did something super duper complex. Even in video editing, if I'm in Adobe Premiere and I'm just making something really quick and simple, I might not save it,
Well, okay, so I went to school for digital media, and Premiere was a program that we used in college. So I swear to God, every 10 minutes, my professor would walk by, save your work. Don't care how unimportant it is, you save your work.
I'm hitting Command S every
go back
5-10 seconds.
You might need that you saved. You just never know. You save everything. You show every step to how you got to. So, I mean, I don't know if that's just like how they work out there. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and make assumptions or call them Keystone Cops or whatever, but it did not sit well with me that they are not saving every little piece of work.
This is where you're right. And this is where, and I have to say this, this is where everybody questioned law enforcement, was because of these things that popped up, and everybody's like, well, this happened and that was said and that was said. That's why everybody started questioning everything, and that, me included, like, well, that's a lot of differences here and a lot of like mistakes, I guess you could say, or whatever. How is that? You know what I mean? But I understand like what you're saying too, Jeff. I respect that theory. It's like there's so many of these things that went down. It's like, why? What? I mean, why? You know what I mean? I never did understand a lot of that stuff.
Now, I wonder too, like if I was asked to do something in After Effects or Adobe Premiere, and I didn't really know the program well, and I didn't want to really reveal that to the world, and they asked me to do something, maybe I wouldn't save it because it's just going to show I really don't know the program. I haven't used it in a while. It's been, how long was it that he had his training? It was like a year prior or something. Maybe he got the job he was asked to do done on a document, and then he just didn't want to, like, it's kind of embarrassing that what was so simplistic, they'd say, or, there's a possibility too. It's like, okay, if you save this project at that stage, maybe it's too early to be saving a project. It's a project that can get manipulated by somebody else down the line. A document that's a hard copy, you can't really manipulate that. But if you've saved your work, you go home and then somebody comes in and starts messing with your work, and then it looks like you did that. Maybe that's covering his ass to say, look, I'm not going to save this because I don't know this too well. Somebody could come in here, mess with this, get it wrong, and they're going to think that I did that. That's I like in video editing. I know we would use Photoshop for making graphics a lot. But if a Photoshop document, you can bring it into Adobe Premiere and use that as the graphic you see on screen. But then somebody, I worked with other video editors. They go in and they start messing with the Photoshop document. Unknowingly, they have messed up my program, my project, because they changed fonts or something. And so what I would do, I would use Photoshop, make the document, but then I'd spit out a PNG file that wasn't editable, so it was like, I know this, I'm going to put this in my video and it's not going to change tomorrow. Nobody can touch it or change it. It is what it is. The Photoshop document is malleable and you can change it, alter it. And I wonder if Maury's project was the same kind of thing. Maybe they weren't at the stage where they're making final project files for presentation in court. This is just, hey, just whip me up something quick on a page so we can see it, and we have a meeting coming up, just something quick and dirty. And we all use like computer applications to do things quick and dirty. That's the other thing too. It's like, that he didn't do a great job like defending himself, and nobody seemed to come to his. It's like they kind of allowed themselves to be thrown under the bus. And again, I think it's really just like, we can't say much until trial, and they're going to make us look like idiots like Barney Fife, and you just got to take it, guys. This is what it is until, you know, Ann Taylor knows all this stuff that we've told her that is the reason why we think he's guilty, and she's not saying any of that, is she? No, she knows all that stuff, but she's kind of keeping that quiet. But she is going to focus on all the other things that cause, you know, the doubt, because that's her job. I don't blame her. I would do the same thing.
No, everybody's doing what they're supposed to do. But so I want to ask you this as well. So, what do you think about Payne misremembering everything? Can't remember where anything is. Don't remember dates. Doesn't know where Mundy's machinery is when it's literally a mile away from his office south. Like, it's just, he doesn't know where anything is. So is this a tactic, or is he just inept?
I think when you're in charge, you know, you're in charge. You got people working under you that are competent, and they put things where they go. And it's like you can micromanage and know every little thing of where this is and where that is. I mean, it did sound like he was, you know, cordial enough to say, like, you know, we can, and you and I can get together and we can go down to the office there and look through the files and stuff. I can't remember where everything is on my computer. I've got a great little app called Neo Finder that I catalog my hard drives on my computer. I can find things, but I don't have to constantly remember where they are.
Shit.
I have the means to do it.
What's up, Diego?
I still have friends that I work with, and they're like, "Oh, I think that project's on this hard drive," and they plug it in. No, it must be this hard drive. I just type in a file or any part of the file name that I remember, and boom, here it is.
We just had not to interrupt you guys, sorry. We just had an active shooter situation at Taco Bell.
Where?
In here near me, it's Stowe, Ohio. It's like a half hour away from here. And they're saying it was a murder suicide. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just, thanks, Terry, for the info. Anything that goes on in my area, I like to.
Over there, what's going on? Was it 2 or 3 in the morning over there?
They just walked up to the drive-thru and shot and killed 2 people. Well, shot and then himself. So yeah, that's insane. Sorry, guys. Go on with what you're saying. My apologies.
Oh, no worries. Well, I just think in a quadruple homicide case, and literally the biggest case of all time, your lead detective should maybe be a little more on point of you know, where specific videos are, where.
When was that hearing? What was the date of that hearing?
A month ago.
So I mean,
if you're in here, tell us when that hearing was. Twiz was there, so Twiz.
It was.
But I mean, my only point is that it's a long time from the time of the crime. I mean, it's, you know, I mean, yes, he's on things, but he's also on other assignments as well.
He's going to testify. Is he not going to prepare properly? Like, I would want, like, if I'm going on a stand and I'm going to get grilled by freaking Ann Taylor, I don't want to look like an idiot. So
I made that same claim. Like, you should have been.
You should have been a little more prepared, man.
May 23rd, I think that was the hearing date. On my calendar. I don't know. I do, and I don't want you to feel like you're being ganged up on, but I question that myself. Like, you knew about this for a period of time now. Why weren't you prepared with the answers to these questions? And you knew, like, when they do these types of things, they present you with what they're going to be asking you, with the information that you need to have when you come onto the stand, and you didn't have any of it. Like, it's like that.
What was the purpose of that hearing? What exactly are they there to do?
Hearing.
What was it, Roy?
That was the Cy-Ray hearing, so that was to talk about all the videos.
So But I mean, what are they required to do, and what are they? Because I saw what they're doing. I mean, I kind of listened to what they're talking and saying, but what are they required to do, and what do they not have to do? Because like I said, it's a constant chess game. So they're not gonna show their hand.
Motion to compel evidence. Okay, so. What are they required? Okay, so it's a motion to compel evidence. So you talk about the evidence. How did you, like, what evidence do you have to have? I don't know where this video is. Go talk to my custodian of evidence. I don't know where this building is.
He put it off on everybody else but himself, and then
no responsibility, dude. Yeah,
that was what I questioned with that hearing too. While I was streaming, I'm like, wow, you got to have some answers to this, bro. I mean, to say that he's saving it for the trial, for what? Like, what's the difference whether you say it then or now? Like, you should have that info in a file in your hand as when they ask you the question to refer to it. And that just, to me, that made me question him, as in, like, again, you knew this for at least 2-3 weeks, if not longer, that you were going to have to present this information at this hearing. And it's a very important part of this trial. Like, why are you so lackadaisy with, I don't know, that's not me, that's him. He did that. Ask him. I don't remember. I don't recall. That was his answer to a lot of this. And I was kind of disappointed, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I do try to look at, coming from a law enforcement family, I do try to believe in law enforcement. I do try to side with them and believe that they're doing their job. They're right. And that, goes back to when everybody was going, oh my God, it's corruption. It's this, it's that, it's blah, 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 blah. He kind of put himself under that light as to everybody saying that about him when he made that stance on stand, And I'm not saying that means he's corrupt, you guys. I'm saying you didn't defend yourself as a law enforcement official by presenting yourself the way you did. Therefore, this is why this is happening in some senses. I'm not saying, that doesn't make me believe fully, but I definitely questioned him, and I was definitely disappointed in that testimony. I'll be honest with you.
Well, I assume, too, this hearing, whatever they say in this hearing could be used during the trial, too, right? So the less that he says during the trial. Also, too, I mean, I would rather say leave you thinking I'm stupid and don't remember than to speak incorrectly and then have those words be used against me in court. So better to say, it's like, I can't really answer the question now, but I can show you where the documents are that you're looking for. That's a safe answer. That's not gonna solidify you to this answer from that point forward forever, because you said it on the stand, and now now you can't say anything different.
I guess the lack of transparency. I don't understand it. Why not just be straight up? You got it, show it. We could be done with this.
There's a time and place to do that, and that's the trial. I think, are they going to really do that in front of Anne? Anne is trying to, go all the way back to 1800s to make this all go away under a technical.
Well, actually, that's Jay. That's Jay that does. That's Jay, not Anne.
Jay did that.
But yeah.
Now, what's Jay? But do you think it's actually Brian? Because I know, like, Jodi Arias was kind of pulling the strings of her attorney and telling him what to do.
I don't think so. I truly, I wondered. I wondered if he was going to be involved in his defense. I don't think he is, you guys. Truly, that's just my opinion, but I could be wrong. I just don't think he is. I think he's relying totally on that team, which is why there's so many members of it. I think that he knows what he knows, and it has nothing to do with that side of things. It's just the forensic side of stuff. So that's my opinion, though. Thank you, Bonnie. But no, oh shit, I lost my state. I was going to say something else that was in regards to what you guys were saying. What the hell were we just talking about? Hold a day ago. I always do this.
I do that all the time.
Constantly. Because
I walk into a room, it's like, why did I come into this room? I walk back, it's like,
ADHD is real, you guys, especially when you're trying to explain 16 things at one time that you're not saying anything about. It's crazy. Oh God, I can't remember now. It'll come back when it's not supposed to. But anyway.
5 hours, so I guess I won't blame you.
It's so much. What the hell where were we talking about right before that?
Trying to remember.
Where's our court stenographer?
Exactly. Looks like the blue crew went to bed, so we're on our own. Go ahead, Rory. You're all right.
What's that?
What were you saying? You cut out a little bit.
So yeah, I'm trying to remember what we're talking about too, but I guess it's getting late too.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank.
Oh, if Brian was running the show, that's right. But then when that kicked out, Happy Hounds, thank you. Before that, we were talking about Payne's testimony. That's right.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the hell I was going to say about that at that point. Oh, if Brian's helping his case. No, I don't think he is at all. I just think he's doing what they're telling him to do. I don't think he's involved in that aspect whatsoever. I appreciate you, Walt. But going back to Payne, yeah, I was really disappointed in that. I expected a lot more from that. And I also feel, like I said, what is the difference whether you put that out now or you put it out then? It's not going to make a difference. You know what I mean? It's going to be the same testimony.
Yeah.
And the only difference would be is that you have a lot longer to put it together, but it shouldn't be It shouldn't be. If you're the lead investor, here's my problem with this. This is why I got so irritated with it. If we can put that link in the chat for Barbara's petition, please. Again, I would love for everybody to sign this. If you're the lead investigator on this case, you should, and I truly believe you should, have absolutely access to everything involving the case. Period. I don't care who is doing what or not doing what.
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to go to this said person and say, I need this, this, and this. I'm going to court tomorrow. I need it all. Put it in a file, hand it to me, and let's go. Period. And I don't want anybody to say it's not that easy, because I know it is, especially if you're the lead. You have people that work for you, with you, and around you for those reasons, okay? For him to blame it on somebody else, you should have had that, sir. You're the lead investigator. I'm sorry. I cannot accept that as an excuse, and I was very disappointed in the fact that I don't recall. I can't tell you that. That was not me. That was him. I don't recall. I don't know. That's too many of those. There should have been a lot more answers. And I was not happy, and I was not comfortable with that at all. And it made me, once again, I didn't say, oh, there it is. There's corruption. I'm not saying it's what it was, but it sure as hell makes you look incompetent, my friend. I'm sorry. It really does. So that's why that disappointment was what it was after. I remember saying that after we had a little talk after the show, and I'm like, I don't know, guys. I was not happy with that. So
now, doesn't it seem though, if there was something that Anne should have been able to receive from him but didn't, I mean, it seemed like the judge would be able to say, or Anne would be able to say to the judge, it's like, hey, look, he's obviously stonewalling. He's not giving me what I want. See, I mean, I'm no law expert, so I don't know. Maybe somebody that's a lawyer would be able to say, oh, I could see exactly what's going on here. You have to ask this officer the exact right question, because he's under no obligation to give you any free cookies. You've got to ask the question. Yeah. He's got to answer it. If he answers the question, but you didn't get the answer you wanted, or you got just a partial answer, he still did what he was required to do. And like I said, it's a chess game, and I think they all know it. And
all he's required to do is to respond to her question, and he did. I get it. I was disappointed in his answers. That's all.
But and you can see too. It's like I've heard a lot of people say, "Well, Thompson said there was no stalking." Hey, we got something solidified. Put it on the board. Carve it. There's no stalking. So all they have to do, they say it once in a hearing, and then it's like gospel. And so I'm sure they are fully aware of that. Like, be careful what you say in these hearings, because you're going to be stuck to that answer. And we might not have all the information about it yet. So if you go answering it fully today, and then we find out the new information or the additional information that we've been waiting for, now it's different. Now it's going to look like you lied in a hearing.
And then I agree with you, Jeff. That's a good point. Then that should have been his answer. I'm sorry, I can't give you that answer because we do not have everything on that now. That would have been a fair and honest answer, but he didn't do that. I don't know. I agree with that wholeheartedly. That could very well be the case, because we know the FBI is dragging their feet on all sorts of things, as what she said right there, for whatever reasons. But at the same time, just say that. Be honest.
I'll have to watch it again. And I had on my channel, I had put one hearing up on there because I tried to make the sound a little better, because the sound, I can't believe this. Why is the sound?
Suck. They
it's
do
not
suck,
that hard to make the sound. Like the Jodi Arias trial. I mean, you can watch that whole trial and you're glued to it.
You almost wonder if they do it on purpose. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So
absolutely.
So, but I'm going to go look at the Payne testimony with different eyes and kind of
go back and rewatch just that part of it, and I'd be curious to know your opinion on it, because I watched it 3 times. The first time I watched it, it was while it was live. The second time was a review we did over it, and the third time I went back to say, hey, let me give this another chance, and I felt the same way each time. I couldn't feel any different. I was very disappointed. That's all.
Yeah. But I love watching trials for that very, like the Jodi Arias trial is great. I mean, and she was so good with deflecting answers.
Oh God, yeah, that was a crazy,
driving him nuts, because you know she knew what he was asking so many times, and she'd answer exactly, you know, what she could answer, and it wasn't an answer, and he had to keep digging and keep digging.
I'll be honest,
the question just right.
As crazy as it sounds, I'm looking forward to watching the Sarah Boone trial, because it's probably going to be somewhat comical, to be honest with you, because she's absolutely insane.
Is she representing herself? Is that what?
Yes, she is. She has no choice now, because she bounced 8 different attorneys, guys, and now he said, "That's it, I'm done. You're on your own," and didn't even want to give her any kind of assistance, legal assistance with that. But I guess they folded on that a little bit. That trial is going to be insane to me. I'm sorry.
So
I can't wait.
The Daryl Brooks trial.
Yep.
I guess she had a hearing on that where she showed up and said, I need more time because I'm unprepared.
Yes. Yeah. 5 years later. 5 years, you guys. 5 years.
8 lawyers later and 5 years later.
What are you doing? What have you been doing, you crazy woman? There was a hearing today, actually, and she's picking apart stupid little things. Like, it is definitely going to be a Daryl Brooks 2.0. I'm telling you right now. But she wanted to be able to be uncuffed and sit at a table like attorneys do, and all that. Like, okay, you got your motion approved. You happy now? She's just insane. Like, one of the motions, she was like, or one of the statements she made is, I feel that I should. Or I think they asked her why she got rid of the one attorney. Well, they lied to me. How did they lie to you? Well, they told me that something, she twisted it around and said something about a bond hearing. You're not getting a bond hearing, you crazy person. Why do you think that? You know what I mean? And I wanted my phone. I needed my phone. You're not getting your phone back. You're sitting in jail because you killed somebody. What is your problem? The woman's nuts. And it's like, oh my God. But yeah, the trial, I feel so bad for the judge and anybody related to that case. That judge has got to be a saint, because he stays so level with her and so calm with her. Yeah, that's the big thing. She really wants her phone back. You're in jail. What the hell do you think? What are you going to call everybody from jail and say, hey, it doesn't make any sense to me how her mind works. It's just crazy.
I don't understand how she can talk her way out of that video where she's talking to him in the suitcase. He's asking for help. He can't breathe, and she's just laughing about it. And
yeah, right. The only way she's going to have any kind of anything is if somehow, and I don't believe it'll ever happen, they throw that out. It's never going to happen. Okay.
No.
Right.
You basically you told on yourself, you psycho. Okay. And there it is. You gave us your own evidence. I just don't understand why she's delaying. I believe, me personally, that she's delayed this for so long because she knows the inevitable. You know what I mean? So
right.
It is what it is.
Because that video to me sure looks like somebody who is like just in a weird way wanting to make a video of them, in essence, unaliving somebody, getting their revenge and their
quiz.
Well, you spoke to Jody Arias. Jody Arias pretty much did the same thing too, right? She photographed the whole damn thing. The same thing.
Well, that was like, I was always saying that Sony should have done they would have never done it, but a commercial with this magic camera. You drop it, you kick it, it's taking pictures of you as you're murdering somebody.
Right.
Yeah, it makes it through the wash.
That was
I don't think she intended to take any of those pictures. Although I don't know, now that I think about it, because I know that she had actually gone through the menus and deleted a bunch of pictures.
Yeah, she was
I don't know if those were
you're doing. Yeah. But all right, a little late for me, but do you mind if I ask a couple more questions before we get going?
Yeah, no, go. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you if I did. Go ahead.
So, yeah, just 2 more. So, when is the official date for the cutoff for discovery that the prosecution has to give? When is that? Like September or what? Anybody know?
I don't know.
Okay, so I know it's pretty close after Labor Day to when all discovery is due. So, we'll go back to the Cy-Ray hearing. Now, Cy-Ray shows up and says, all evidence that I see so far is exculpatory, but I reserve the right to change my mind. But he also says that the main portions of the videos that supposedly has Brian Carr's on it is missing. So, where is that footage possibly? is the prosecution still holding on to it and waiting to give it over on said date that it's due? Or and if they get all that discovery and they still can't prove where Brian Kohlberger is, and Cy comes in and says, no, all evidence I see is exculpatory from here on out. I know exactly where BK was. Is that finally going to do it for the guilters? Finally going to do it?
Probably not.
What's it going to take then?
They're going to have to show inequivocal evidence that he didn't do this, period. That's my opinion.
If he's not there,
you can't be in two places at once. So, I mean, if they can prove that he's...
right.
Once that's proven, I am fairly confident that'll probably be done by Cy.
But why would Cy make that statement? Why is that necessary to say I reserve the right to change my mind?
Because he doesn't have all the evidence yet. There's missing pieces. He does not. Everything he sees now is exculpatory, but he reserves the right.
So then, maybe
changes.
He knows. Like, I guess he knows less than Anne, because Anne is 100% sure her client is innocent, but he's not. It sounds like he's not completely convinced of that, because he
he's not going to say
some information.
Even if he is, he cannot say that. I
don't think he needs to say that, unless he's trying to protect his career, like save face if he has to change his mind and say, oh, okay, now that I understand this, now I see that, they do have enough to piece together the camera shots all the way to Anderson's, where he gets out of the car, goes
where is
Anderson's.
If it's missing, where is it? I have to ask that. Who has it? Does the custodian of evidence have it, and he just hasn't got around to it? Or
so you're saying they said they know of footage that at one time existed that is now missing?
No. I'm saying that Cy says that okay. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, there's certain pieces that he's not able to put together because it's missing. Does that make sense?
But that it's definitely at one point existed, or that he's saying it would be,
or they never had it. They never had it to put it fully together.
Had it, or it doesn't exist. One of the two, or it existed and they erased it. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know, but something is missing for Cy.
Yeah, he said his testimony could go either way once he sees all of the evidence. Right.
Right.
Well, I think it's gonna come down to expert versus expert, and which one is more convincing to the jury, and which one is more believable, and which, because that's the thing. I mean, if they can show me and I believe it just as strongly as, say, Twizzle does, then I would take my seat over in the guilters section, and I might move it over to the pro burger section. But until then,
No, I feel the same way. Listen, once they absolutely show me, like, I don't know. I always say this a bit facetiously, but, like, literally what I say is just, like, you're gonna have to show me him parking at the house, getting out of the car, dressed all in black, with a knife in his hand, walking into the house, and then exactly at 4:20 he gets into his car and drives away. That's pretty much what you're gonna have to do for me at this point. Now, I reserve.
What if they can prove that 40730 car seen on Linda Lane footage? If they show you the 1112 footage, you see the launcher come in with no front license plate. Maybe there's even enough visual to say, look, that looks like Brian behind the wheel. He comes into a dead end area. The thing about that light bulb camera, it's going to mark when you come in, how long you stay, when and how you leave. And if you come in 40730 and you leave at 420 speeding like you just robbed a bank, and Xana was alive at 412 on TikTok, it's, and his DNA is on the knife sheath inside the house. I mean, to me, that's like, okay, that's an uphill battle for the defense to kind of, now granted, it could have been somebody else was in the car. Maybe they did it. He was just the driver. I don't know.
Well, I would say, okay, so in a bunch of the Banfield body cams, how many people with bushy ass eyebrows do you see in there? There's a bunch of dudes in there. Put a mask on them. They got bushy ass eyebrows too. Okay, there's people walking around.
What are the chances, though, that Dylan describes somebody that they just happen to choose as the setup or the patsy It's like, whew, are they saying to themselves, "Oh, dude, I'm glad you picked the guy with the bushy eyebrows. Did you hear what the witness saw? There was a witness. What'd she say? She said bushy eyebrows. Oh, thank God, we got it right."
The point I'm going to make: there could be somebody driving in a white car with no, like you said, somebody has missing a license plate. You don't know. I have a bunch of pictures of dudes that look just like Brian Koberger, a lot like him, that live in that area. They're in the frats, all that stuff. There's a bunch of dudes that look like Koberger. I mean, it's like not exactly like him, but nose profile wise, bushy eyebrows wise, hair wise. It's dude. We again.
Description. I know what you're saying. Description wise, I mean that could be anybody. Truly, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Including a female. I mean, it could be.
There's a female that looks like him that we all know.
Emma Bailey's got some bushy eyebrows for sure. They look like they're related.
It could be anybody. I did say that. I believe that they look like brother and sister to me. I agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be anybody in that descriptive way. I'm just saying.
But I think he's often criticized for bringing his own car. I mean, it seems like, well, if one of the distinguishing things about your car that makes it stand out from all the 22,000 whatever Elantras is the missing that you weren't issued a license plate by Pennsylvania. I don't know whether they're trying to save on metal or what, but you don't have one. Why not, if you think you're going to go do this, why don't you just steal a license plate from any other car? If you are aware of infrared technology, you can't, all license plates look nuclear and glowing. So eliminate the factor of them being able to tell it's you because of the front license plate. But
okay, well, his route makes no sense. Why get called? Okay, this guy's what, surveillance, right? Your IT, is that what he does? Forensics? Is that what his specialty was?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so why, dude? Okay, I'm sorry, but I just have a really hard time with him literally driving on the path with the most cameras you could ever be caught on. I just don't understand. So bringing his own phone, bringing his own car.
Maybe that was maybe his alibi that he gave was the one he intended to give if he were to be caught. It's like, I'm so confident. There's nothing illegal about driving around at night. That's all I'll say I was doing. And in the route that I chose, I drove in a big U shape so that when I return home, it looks like I came from the opposite direction, not from the direction of the house, the murder house. I came from the west. The murder house is over in the east. So they're not going to think it's me. I just, the cameras, they'll see me on camera, but they'll see me coming from the wrong direction.
I just have a hard time with that. This guy's methodical. He's meticulous. I mean, if he's planning this out, allegedly, or whatever like that, I'm sorry, but like, there's so many different routes you could take without cameras. There's just better ways to get there. You could ride your damn bike there if you really wanted to. Take a motorcycle, do something, but I don't know. I just have a hard time with
it. But I think you want to get away from that crime scene. You want to
create Leslie
as quick as possible. So I don't think like on foot wouldn't be a good idea. On a bike wouldn't be a good idea. You'd leave bicycle tracks and possibly and people see a bike riding away, but a car. And if you rented a car, there's going to be a trail. I mean, Jodi Arias rented a car. Unfortunately, the rental company washed it after she returned it and, destroyed that evidence. And if you borrow a car, then they talk to your friend, and your friend is going to say, oh my gosh, the Bolo, that's for my car. I'm sure of it. I lent that to Brian, so... I mean, it seems to be the best option to just use your own car. And especially if you're confident in what you're doing. I mean, all you have to do is not leave any trace of yourself inside the house and you're golden. You're just driving around. Doesn't matter how many times you're seen on cameras. You got this. Just don't drop the knife sheath or don't place it on the bed and then be surprised by Kaylee coming in and trying to stop what you're doing. And then now where the hell's the knife sheath? It's, are you thinking it's under the bed? Is it under the victim? Where is it? I got no time to be looking for the knife sheath, and I'm surely not going to turn the light on.
If BK's allegedly wearing those Dickies, they don't have belt loops on them, dude. So what, does he put the knife sheath in his back pocket and then take out the knife? I mean, how is he doing?
No, you just got it in your. It's so that when you're carrying the knife and you're not using it, I have one. I mean, I would do the same thing. You separate it, you use it, you put it back so that you don't cut yourself.
Well. With that scenario,
if it's on the belt, you got to twist. You got to hope you don't stab yourself in the side as you're trying to get it in. So on the belt, Actually, two things. On the belt makes it possible to stab yourself as you're trying to put it back in a dark house. And also, if you think that the victims are going to fight you in any way, a belt just gives them something to grab onto.
Exactly.
So and also if you want to get undressed and put all your bloody clothing and stuff in a plastic bin in the trunk or a tarp or a shower curtain, you don't want to be like, oh, I got to take. It's like going to the airport, through security. It's like, oh, I got to take my belt off. I got to do this. A belt is just going to slow you down. So a zipper down the front, slide out of those bloody clothes if they're bloody. I mean, like I said, if he knocks his victims unconscious with the hammer end of the knife first.
Where is he changing his clothes without getting any blood anywhere from the back of the slider to his car? Where's this happening?
Yeah, I mean, if he set you could throw down a tarp at the back door.
Really?
Even that kind of thing. I'm just saying See, this is the thing. I like when that question, the way you asked it, I hear so many people say, make it make sense. It's like, well, okay, you're throwing out any possibilities right there with the
all right,
the tarp. The tarp could be, I saw where you parked your car in the back parking lot.
Yep.
If you put a tarp down behind your car, and somebody walks up and say, hey, what are you doing? You can explain that away, right? But its purpose. The purpose is to, like, that's where you're going to undress. And I don't think he parked way back in the back parking lot. I think he parked like just at the side of the house that has no windows. I mean, that seems to be the ideal place. Your car is pointed in the direction you're going to plan on leaving after you come out of there.
The only thing I have issue-wise with that, though, I would say, is there's no bloody footprints leading from the house to anything. There's nothing on the outside, And
that's why I've always thought that it was a tarp that was placed down at the back door before he went in.
And then he stepped out the back door, stripped out of everything,
the back door,
wrapped it
just
up
like when I was a kid, Mom always had newspapers or a tarp or something at the front door. You step on that, take all your snowy stuff off so you don't track it all through the house.
Right, yeah.
That kind of principle. Actually, there's a guy, I can't remember his name now, but he had a theory because he used to do a lot of surfing, and they had a plastic bin, and they'd come from the beach. They'd step into the plastic bin, strip down, and all the sand is going in the bin, so it doesn't go in the car. So that was his theory. He actually, I can't remember the guy's name.
I can understand that too, and actually go along with that, but that takes away from the timeline then, and then the time. You know what I mean? That's where because I looked at that too. Like I think it was brought out a murder kit or something. It was called that he wore the jumpsuit, unzipped into the shower curtain with that or a tarp or whatever. Okay, and wrapped it all up. Off he went. And I was like, okay, I can get into that. But then we look back at the timeline and the amount of time it took him to go in and do this. That again, and he was on the road according to what has been stated at 420. How?
So when's that allowed at 417? So for 417, he has 3 minutes to get at that backslider, supposedly step on some tarp or whatever, change all his clothes, leave no blood of any kind behind, and walk to his car and book it at 420. Is that a realistic amount of time to do all that and leave nothing behind? I think not. But hey, I don't know. Maybe it's possible.
You mean 3 minutes to get from Xana's room to the car?
To your car. And strip down, butt naked, and put on... You're going to have to redress unless you're going to walk to your car butt naked.
Well, you don't necessarily have to redress. You can redress later when you're at a safer
it's 28
place.
degrees out. I mean, I guess he wouldn't feel anything if he's high on adrenaline or whatever, but I'm just having a hard time with not getting any blood on the back slider window or like on anything back there on the concrete, anything. I'm having a hard time.
So it says there's a thud at 417. I mean, so we don't know what the thud is. I mean, could he have knocked over something as he was leaving, and he's out the back door at 417? I mean, he's passing the Lindeling camera at 407:30. Maybe he's inside the house by 409 perhaps. So he's got from 409 to 421 is when I hear what I think is a car speeding away. So how many minutes is that?
Wait, what
12?
What did you say?
13?
Yeah.
13
roughly.
minutes. So he's got 13 minutes to do what he does upstairs, downstairs, and then leave.
Well, here's another question, and I've said this before. long time ago. I don't care who you are. 4 people. We know how crazy that scene was. Okay, it took them 9 days to process every bit of that. The amount of blood there was. Okay, all of that stuff. Let's say he took every absolute precaution. Okay, we'll go with the tarp. Any of those things, I can go along with that. We'll just say that. When they went and tested everything, though, there was not even a speck a speck of DNA from that scene on anything that this man owned, and that is what threw me for a loop. How is everybody?
It's almost like he studied at DeSales or something.
Well, that part of it I got, but how do you not make one, even a speck of it, guys? Would something would jump off somewhere, somehow, anything? You know what I mean? There was nothing. Okay. That is so hard for me to believe. And that
again, this is why I lean on the knife, the hammer end of the knife being used, because I think an unconscious victim, you can control where the blood spray is gonna happen and gonna go. And if he was able to do that with all 4 victims, I think it's possible to be relatively clean by the time he gets out. But the thing is if he gets out, he strips down and puts everything bloody into like I said, a bin or a tarp or something in the trunk. Closes the trunk. I mean, he may have some blood on his face. All he's got to do is not touch his face. I mean, his hands should be clean if he peeled the gloves off. I mean, I once filmed a surgery of a guy getting his carotid artery scraped. And the surgeon in his tennis shoes listening to Led Zeppelin in the surgery room. It was a cool experience. I'm a young videographer. And right. I filmed them doing the operation. I filmed them also stripping down. And they went to the cafeteria after that. I don't think they walked into the cafeteria and everybody like, oh my God, he's got blood all over him. No, he's clean as a whistle. Now I know it's different. But again, it points to the controlled nature of the blood that the surgeon has, and the controlled nature that I'm suggesting that the killer has here.
And I can understand where you're coming from with that, the butt end of the knife, Jeff. But here's the thing: if that's the case, let's just go with that, okay? Because you're very right.
The autopsy will tell if I'm right or wrong.
No,
Jennifer Koffendorfer heard that theory, and she didn't believe that that's what happened.
No, but like these are hard, they're heavy. The Marine Corps used to use them as hammers, blah blah blah, whatever. Okay, but here's my question with that whole thing: if he did that and knocked them out, why do 2 of them have so many defensive wounds? If they were knocked out, they couldn't fight back.
Yep.
That's the problem I have with that. That's the only problem.
Do they classify defensive wounds even if you just hold your hands up in front of your face to stop the slashes and your hands are getting slashed? You're not. Yeah. So it's not necessarily that you're fighting and putting up a good fight. It's that something is coming at you, cutting you in the dark, and you're putting your hands up. And
but if you're knocked out, you're not. You can't. You don't move. You're not moving at all. So your hands aren't going to come up. They're going to be down. And you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I don't know what a killer. I've never killed anybody, so I don't know what a person is thinking. Then I know in like Delphi, they're in the insinuation. It's like it's a ritualistic thing, positioning the bodies, doing all kinds of purposeful things. Is it possible he learned to DeSales, or it's like, okay, I'm going to cut them here and cut them there. This will throw them off the scent. They'll try and give them a puzzle to try and figure out why do they have defensive wounds if they were clearly, this autopsy shows they were knocked in the head or something. If that's what we learn.
Very possibly, yes, I can agree with.
So I don't know. I mean, and also too, I know some say, well, like the weapon or the cuts don't match, so of course it has to be a pair of golf clubs or something. For one, I think like when I go to a jam with my guitar, I bring my guitar to the jam. I don't assume that there's going to be a guitar for me to play. I think a killer doesn't go to the crime scene and say, I'm sure there'll be a golf club or something I can use to kill these people. No, he's going to bring his weapon. But seeing in that show where they challenge each other, they make their own knives and then they compete. forged in steel.
Yeah.
Seeing what a K-bar knife can do, I mean, it can slice, it can dice, it can do all kinds of things, and I think you probably had maybe somebody that described wounds on the second floor, and maybe a different person kind of gave description of the wounds they saw on the third floor, and so by appearance it looks like, oh, these are described differently, so it must be two different weapons, but I kind of lean towards it just being the K-bar knife. That thing is nasty.
Oh, match between Maddie and Kaylee. That's from Steve G. He didn't say anything else about Dan and Ethan. So, I mean, where's he getting that information?
Well, maybe that's, maybe Kaylee did get most of a hammer beating, whereas Maddie got more of a knife slashing and stabbing. Maybe that's what they meant with the differences. Because again, I mean, I was thinking about it. I was like, do you really go at somebody's face with a sharp knife? No. It's all bone mostly. You're going to go with a hammer would be better in somebody's face. And then, the rest of the body would be where you'd use the sharp part of the knife. So I really think that probably is, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the explanation for the wounds that they found.
That's interesting. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to have to bid you adieu, but thank you for having me on, Dago. I really appreciate it, man.
Oh, absolutely.
Great to see you, Rory.
You know what I mean? I'm probably going to have to bring this to a close. We've been here for almost 6 hours again. I always get away from this with the time. So thank you, Rory. I appreciate you. I'm glad to speak to you. It's been a while, and I'm glad you're doing good.
Come by anytime, dude. You're always welcome, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I hope you have a great night, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Jeff, take care, buddy.
All right, you too, Rory. Good to see you.
All right, take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I better get off of here, Dago. My wife thinks I'm working. I'm supposed to be taking photographs.
What were you taking photographs of, if I can ask?
I have a friend whose dad is a world-renowned engraver, and he engraves these old hunting rifles, the metal part, in the middle, and he engraves pictures and does gold inlay, and so he's been selling them. And one of the nicest compliments you can get, because I was a second photographer. They had another photographer try it. They weren't selling. His dad wasn't happy with the photographs. He said, "You want to give it a try?" I said, "Yeah, let me try it." Got to finally use my soft boxes that I bought and been wanting to use.
Sure.
And his dad saw the photos, and on the pair of rifles he was selling, he raised him $5,000 the price, and he got it. Now, not to say I'm getting paid $5,000 to photograph them, unfortunately, but I'm still, it's still working out nicely. It's nice to do something you have a passion for and you get paid for. So, so basically I take photos of all sides, and then I do a full shot. The full shot is what's tough, is because I had been suspending the rifle from each end, and then I'd erase the wires in Photoshop, and so it's kind of floating, but.
Nice.
That's kind of the harder part, but I have an idea of how I'm going to do it this time. I'm going to have my daughter hold the rifle in position in front of the background. I'll take a picture, and then I'll have her step out. The background will still be there, and now I can just erase her.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Because the problem is erasing the thing that's in front of the gun, and the cables were in front, but she can hold it and keep her hands behind it. So.
That's a good idea. I tell you what, speaking of engraving and stuff, I saw something earlier. I think it was Facebook I was looking at here or there. I stay off of there for the most part, but every now and then I scan things when I'm bored. And I agree with Crimson. Absolutely. Much respect for that talent. But
thank you, Crimson.
I saw somebody with a grinder. Somebody with a grinder, like you've seen the hand grinders, right?
Yeah.
She was standing on the back. It was a woman in the backside of a pickup truck, red pickup truck. And I'm like, what the hell is she about to do? The body was nice on this truck too. She goes towards the back of the truck. There's people standing around her, and she starts. I'm like, oh my God. She starts grinding on the back, right? And then she's done. And I looked, I'm like, holy shit. I mean, she wrote a name on the tailgate. I think she wrote one on each side for like the driver and the passenger. And it was perfect. It was beautiful.
Wow.
And
is it in cursive?
Yeah.
She does the cursive letter? Okay, I think I did see that.
I was trying to find the video to show you guys, because it was like, what? Wow. And to do that so cleanly without going too deep or too light or to mess up the paint. It was beautiful, guys. It looked amazing.
I can't even do that on a piece of paper where I'm trying to write something, have it centered, and I get to the far right, and it's like, I'm running out of space, and my letters get smaller. And
right, exactly. I always go up, like you tilt it, the name goes down to the left, or you're up too big. Yeah, I'm the same exact way. This was with a hand grinder on the back of a vehicle, you guys. I was like,
wow,
that is insane talent. I'm sorry. The practice on this, please tell me that you practiced this for 50 years to be able to do this, but you know what I mean?
I could just see her in a junkyard, like, mess that one up.
100%. You have to, yeah, it would be, here it is right here, actually. Hold on a minute. Well, this is a different vehicle. Yeah, and it's a complete total hand grinder, and it's amazing. Watch this, guys. Check this out. I thought I was like artistic until I saw this, and I feel like I can't even color in a coloring book after seeing this. Oh.
I dig that music too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But that to me is like, how in the hell did you do that?
And it sure didn't look like there's any reference markers or anything. It's just
there was no drawing or free lines or nothing. She just freehand, and that's the end of it. There was another version of it. Oh, here it is.
We can be amazing artistic creatures sometimes. It's unbelievable.
Well, when you tap
it's also
into
too,
that,
amazing like muscle memory. I mean, whether you're playing a musical instrument or whether you're playing Call of Duty, it's amazing sometimes what. Like there's plays that I've done in Call of Duty where it's like when I think about it, I can't do it. But if it just happens, it's like the body and mind know what to do.
Right. That was me. She did a different one there, but and it was thicker. That was me. Like, I can't play pool to save my life, right? At all.
Right. I can play computer pool pretty good.
Unless you get me drunk. And for some reason, if you get me drunk, I can walk up to a pool table, bing, bang, boom. How, I don't know. But if I'm trying to focus on it and I'm like totally with it, it don't work for me, which is ridiculous. Makes no sense to me.
I really like that dusting effect. I don't know if that goes away when you wipe it away. I imagine it does, but it would be cool if it stayed.
Probably. Oh, yeah,
like
it definitely would. I just can't get past how perfect it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful. It looks beautiful after the fact. And it's just a regular old hand grinder. Here's my question with this, though. We all write cursive. We all, at least our generation does. They don't teach it anymore. But anyway, when you see that, like, she doesn't slip, make any mistakes, go over to any of that. It's all perfect. Sometimes when I write my name, I'm a perfectionist. So if I write my name and I don't like the way it looks, I stop and I'll do it again and again and again. So it drives me nuts. This is just a one shot, you're done. So
anyway. Yeah, like when you're signing the digital machine for the check at the restaurant, it's like, or it's CVS or something. It's like, cancel. Let me do that again.
Yeah.
I have a long signature too. It's like, man, why? That's advice for any kids out there, any young people that haven't determined what their signature is yet. It's like, come up with something relatively short, because you're going to be signing your name so many times throughout life. It's like, to have a long signature really sucks.
Yeah. Well, if I have to sign my full name, Joseph, my name's Joe. My last name's long too. I just cut it down to J and my last name, and I'm done. It's a lot easier. You know what I mean? The thing that pisses me off, though, I'll be honest with you, is that they stopped teaching our children how to write. That's like, why would you? That's ridiculous. I had to teach my child how to write cursive. He looked at me like I was insane when I'm like, "What are you doing? Sign your name." He said, "I did." I said, "No, you printed your name. That's not signing anything." So,
right.
Anyway,
also, too, aren't they taking? They're kind of like going soft on math because they have calculators, so they don't need to learn.
Oh, they started allowing. They started allowing. If you remember when you and I were in school, if we got caught with a calculator, we were in trouble. They give these kids calculators and tell them to use them now. I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
Makes no sense. Sense.
Typing class. I had no idea in high school that typing class would be so valuable to me in my life. But I still remember. I can't remember her name, but I still remember the teacher coming around and she's watching you, making sure you're doing it right. And She didn't hit your. It's just not like she had a ruler to slap your hands, but she might as well have. She's like watching you closely, making sure that the left hand is assigned certain keys, the right hand is assigned certain. Still to this day, I'm doing things with my right hand that my left hand is supposed to do, and I notice myself do it, but it's like it's so burned in now. I can't. It would take so long to reteach myself.
I wish I would have taken typing instead of, the I call it the hen picking typing. The way I mean, I'm getting better with it. I have been since I do this, but still,
right.
I think this is another one that she did.
इसका नाम लिख देते हैं। इसकी खास बात तो यह है कि इसे हर कोई नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि अगर एक छोटी सी गलती भी हुई तो
All right, so we don't understand that, so we don't need to hear that.
Oh, I understand it.
I don't.
That is too cool.
It's just, how do you do it? You know what I mean? Without slipping, making a mistake, anything.
Yeah.
That's amazing to me. And even to go to make the letters bigger and smaller with that grinding wheel being the same size, you know what I mean? That's pretty wild. Anyway.
That's talent.
Yeah, I seen this earlier, and I'm like, I gotta show this to people. People gotta see this. This is crazy to me. So, anyway,
do not try this at home.
No, guys, don't do. God no. People come to me like, God bless America, Dago. I ruined my car. You should have showed me. So anyway,
you owe me a tailgate, Dago.
Right. So, all right, Jeff. Well, thank you, sir. It's been great.
I appreciate it, Dago. And like I've said many times, man, your show and what you do, that I think you do so well. You're one of the best that does it live streams.
I really appreciate that.
It's where it all began for me. I still remember that first phone call. You let me participate in the conversation, and then I was hooked. And that's where it all started. I think it was pre T-Rev, man. That was. I think you were the first, if I remember right.
I do remember you telling me that was your first time ever calling in and ever. Yeah, so I do remember. Unfortunately,
there's something kind of cool when you call in and you get like a response of like, hey, what you have to say contributed, and we appreciate you, and like,
no, 100%.
That keeps you going. It's a good thing. I like to give it back and pay it forward.
That's what brought me to this platform. And I'll be honest with you. I was one of those people when I was a subscriber to watching other people that never got was never answered. My calls were never answered. And sorry, guys. Okay. And I never was spoken to in chats. And one of the main reasons when I picked up my channel and I started running it was because I wanted to run a channel where I completely and fully interacted with the chat. And if I do calls that I would allow anybody to call in, answer as many calls as I could, and just be completely and fully interactive with everybody, because I always believed that anybody that has a channel, the people that are here watching us and that are, participating in the chat, making phone calls, deserve to be spoken to be acknowledged, answered, and paid attention to. Otherwise, this channel wouldn't exist. And I don't understand people that don't. I've watched channels that will sit here and run for 2-3 hours and not look at their chat one time. How do you do that? I just don't understand that. So
that's no fun to be in that audience.
No, it's and it happens so much. It's not right, because people sit. I know people, because I've been that person. They're like, just like, answer me, like, speak to me, acknowledge me, something. Right. You know what I mean?
Especially if you're typing, like the people on panel are like, what is the name of that thing? And he's like, you're typing the answer. Yeah, I can't remember the name of that thing. What was it again?
Right. Absolutely.
Like, come on, dude. It's like in the chat.
Absolutely. So I've always tried to, I read the chat throughout my whole show. I do try to acknowledge every, unless it's just a comment that's a comment. Or, I try to break it between people talk to each other in here too. And of course, I'm not going to get involved in that, but I just have always done that. And I appreciate, people being interactive. That's what when you don't do that, it stops people from interacting. That's not why we're here. I want people to engage. I want people's opinions and feelings, and just, that's what it's all about to me. So anyway, but no, I'm glad that we're at this point. Unfortunately, there had to be, there was a bad bridge between that, Jeff, but I'm glad that we can do this again, and I hope that there's many more times that we can do this. So,
yeah, I hope you too, dude. Remember too, that when that certain detective had a show, and I was part of it. The moment they told me that they were going to go after YouTubers, and that you were the first one that they were targeting, I boycotted that show, and I said I don't want to be a part of this. I said I come out here and I've told people I'm a Christian from the start, and I don't believe in what you're doing. And unfortunately, that message didn't really get out clearly that Jeff was boycotting this show because he was against it. What the message that got out was, oh, Jeff had band practice tonight, which was true. I did have band practice, but I was not going to be part of that. And that was
right.
That was
no.
I left the show.
I don't hold grudges. I never have. My door is always open to people, and always will be. People. People make mistakes. People don't see things sometimes for what they are, and we can all be fooled by people, and I have been multiple times. You guys have all seen it. I've been through hell and back twice. Okay.
Right.
And I'm still here because I believe in what I do. And I believe in what I'm trying to do. Okay. And why I'm doing it. So, that's my feeling on that. But I don't, even if John were to come through here, and say, hey, I may have been wrong about this or that, this and so on and so forth. Okay, let's talk. That's who I am. I've always been that person. I've been around different scenarios and situations that may not have been the greatest situation. And it's hard to make good choices sometimes on what to do or how to do it. But I always tried to stay true to who I am. And that's all there is to it with me. So I appreciate you. I know you've in and out always watched my channel in some senses. You know what I mean? So that's in my opinion, that's support. So whether you're in here in the chat doesn't mean you're not watching it. And I appreciate that. So I thank you for that.
Yeah, when I see that notification pop up, it's like, yeah, Dago's going live. And if I got my guitar in hand and your opening music starts, I'm jamming along with it. One of these days, I'm going to take your opening music. I'm going to record a guitar solo over it, and I'll send it to you so you can see what kind of stuff I do.
I'd love to hear it. I seriously, it's funny to me because I've thought about changing that music, right? And because I'm trying to upgrade my intro, and I'm going to change that up too at some point. But because I've been here for a while, so it's time to make some changes and make things newer. So one thing I will never do, and I can tell you guys this as a fact, that music will never change. Okay. Right. Only because so many people, you included, love that music or have made multiple comments about that music. So just saying, that's never going to go away. That's kind of like my signature, I guess, at this point. So
it's like the Saturday Night Live opening music and the closing music. Yeah. It's like, it's a staple. Yeah.
Right. And I've had so many people tell me that they've heard other creators that have thrown it in different parts and and that's Dago's music. You can't do that. I don't own the right to that. I wish I did, but it's kind of my thing, and it's never going to go anywhere. Every time I change anything, I change about this, that's going to be stuck in there. So
I think that's a good call. That's a good call.
Yeah, I loved it. I love it. That's one thing I heard it. I was looking for stuff. What's up, Lana? Good to see you. I was going through different versions of that type of sound. And it just being in music myself, we have an ear for things. So when I heard it, I was like, ugh, wait a minute. What's that? You know what I mean? So there it is.
Yep.
So anyway.
Well, cool. Thank you, Dago.
Absolutely.
You have a great night, man.
You too. Well, soon. Great day. Now it's morning. Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh. My wife's going to kill me. I got to sneak into bed and hopefully she doesn't notice.
Absolutely. Be quiet.
Well, she'll think I've been photographing these guns. I just have I have to do it tomorrow.
Well, it's between you and I. Your secret's safe with me.
Yeah, everybody in chat. Now you just be cool, man. Don't tell anybody.
Exactly.
All right, Dago. Have a good night, man.
You too, bro. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Miss Lana, what are you doing in here so early? Live at 4 a.m. Are you just getting up, or are you still going? Or are you just going to bed? I can't imagine anybody else is live at 4 a.m. either. But hey, I talk forever, so you know how that goes. 6 hours, guys. One of my other marathon shows. I don't even know why, but they always end up this way. Either way, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I did. It was a good conversation once we got through all the rigmarole. Thank you, Rory, for popping up here and expressing your views. Jeff, I appreciate you. Salty, thank you. Miss Terry, thank you as well. Everybody in chat, Clarence the Conquer, hello. Let's see who we got left in here. I don't do this often, but I'm going to do it. Looks like Miss Leslie, Clarence, Crimson Moon, Moonvale, Doodlebug, of course. I can't believe you're still in here. Most of the blue crew's gone. Doodle's still here. Never fails. Callie Dime, Wildfire, Twizzle, Moni in the middle. It's morning over there. These people are over the pond, so it's just morning over there for them. Or probably maybe early afternoon even. Moonvale, Wildfire, Miss Lana, Truth and Transparency, Jesse Schul. I think Jesse's in Thailand, so it's probably what, morning or afternoon over there. I do agree with that. He does have a good voice. Callie Dime, thank you. DKM, let me see here. 12, always good to see you. Let me see who else we have. Happy Hounds. I think some peeps have left. Ms. Barbara. It's a late one for you, Ms. Barbara, but thank you for being here. Joanna T. Miss Bonnie. Some of these people might be gone by now, too, because I went back to the top of the chat here. But all of you, I really do appreciate you guys jumping in. And Ray Baldick, I see you there. I really do appreciate you guys. I appreciate Chris McGraw. There's another one. David Bird, thank you. I appreciate you guys being the way we're supposed to be throughout these types of shows. Truth Seeker, I see you there just joining. So sorry for you guys that I'm ending it now, but I will be back here earlier this afternoon. I'm hoping 12:31 to probably what time I'll get up if I'm up this late. But anyway, I think Miss Sherry's still in here too, or she was. Josie West, hello. I hope you're feeling better, Josie. But anyway, guys, please do me a favor. If you can, it would mean the world to me. Mainly, please hit that like button because I don't even know if we hit the algorithm or not. I'll have to look, but if we didn't, please hit the like button so we can. Gary Epley, I see you there. And do me a big favor. The biggest favor of all, I'd love to see this. If every one of you guys can take just 5 seconds, even if it's one word, to go in and leave me a comment, that would be the best, guys. Whether you loved it, hated it, shit on it, pissed on it, want to tell me to go screw myself, whatever you want to do, leave a comment. I don't care what it is. I greatly would appreciate that. Other than that, I think that's probably going to do it. But thank you all so much for staying with me, for hanging with me. I appreciate you jumping in too, Miss Lana. Neighbor. Again, I hope you're feeling better, Miss Josie. And I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day. Miss Holly, thank you. And like I said, I'll see you later on early this afternoon, I believe. Have a great night, folks. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Please don't change anything about yourselves. You guys are absolutely amazing. That is why I'm here. And I will see you all very soon. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye.